Appreciate you guys joining in. Appreciate you guys listening. We're back for another space. Do retweet, reshare the space, and let everybody know we're live. Let's try and get as many people in here as possible. We're live on YouTube as well. I'm just putting it onto the page. But yeah, we're live. So do retweet the space, reshare it, let everybody know we're live. Anyone who quote tweets the space, we will retweet your quote tweets. So if you can do that for me, that would be awesome. If you're on the YouTube, let me know if it's working. That would be great. And other than that, lots to speak about, lots to get through. Like I said, if anyone quote tweets the space, we will retweet your quote tweet. Huge news, a lot of news. And I'm kind of kicking myself because I feel like I messed up a bit yesterday in the sense of we had the negotiations breakdown and we didn't really give you, or I didn't really give you the information about. There was just so much information coming out about that, and I kind of missed it myself because I was too busy uploading stuff on YouTube and setting it and doing the thumbnails, and then at the same time debating as IO, and we missed quite a bit of the news. So I'm gonna recap a lot of the news that we missed in terms of the negotiations. A lot of the negotiations, basically the negotiations in Islamabad have broke down, have failed, and so we're gonna be doing that. So yeah, we'll talk about that. The other thing is Trump announced today that the Trump announced that he's gonna put a blockade on the Strait of Hormuz. It's gonna be a huge blockade. And the blockade is quite interesting, and I'm going to break it down for you guys. But basically, he's got two Navy destroyers, the Michael Murphy and Peterson. I was going to do a YouTube video on this, and I might even do it later. But to be honest, I was feeling a bit tired. But to break it down, but obviously, I'll break it down on the space. But it basically, they have the USS Frank Peterson and the USS Michael Murphy that they're using as a blockade. So, oh my god, YouTube, I'm not 30 minutes late. I just set the wrong time, bloods. These guys, bro. It's like having parents, blood. Okay, so we what was I talking about? Yeah, so they've done a naval blockade. We're gonna speak about that. We're gonna speak about the ramifications of that blockade. In addition to that, we're gonna be speaking about what we're speaking about. The negotiations. The negotiations obviously broke down. We're gonna be speaking about that as well. So if you can do me a favor, if you can retweet the space, reshare the space, let everybody know we're live. Let's try and get as many people in here as possible. I'm just now going to the um, retweets and then we'll take it from there. And yeah, do share it with everyone. And then I'll break down the news. Or Beatrix has decided to finally turn up to the space. Thanks for
I'm with the YouTube crew. I had no idea what time it was going to start. It was set for another time. I'm with the YouTube crew. I'm with the YouTube crew on this one.
lol. Okay, do you want to give some of the news and then I'll get into the news we missed and the latest news about the blockade, or do you want to? How do you want to do it?
Yeah, I can give some of the news. Digital's asking if the man flu finally got Suleiman. This is what they were saying while they were waiting for you. Poor guys. Listen, I stand united with YouTube. I'm with you guys. I understand. They said he probably fell asleep tweeting. They're so funny. They're so funny. Okay, let's give some news, guys. Like, I'm going to be honest with you guys, right? I have absolutely no idea what's going on. I'm going to give the news. We'll try to break it down together. But before I give the news, you know what I'm going to say, guys? Let's get this space sent out. Let's get the link sent out. So right now, while I'm speaking to you, I've gone to that little symbol at the bottom, to the left of the purple pill. So you see at the bottom right-hand side, you see the purple pill. Just to the left of that is a little triangle symbol with three little circles. Click on that. Copy link. And once you copy the link, this is what I'm doing right now. Send it out in the DMs to everybody that you think. You just can keep pasting it in various different DMs and DM groups to invite people to the space. And that is what I am doing quickly as we speak. And then once I've done that, I'm going to post it on my profile and pin it. You can pin it once you've posted it on your profile. You can pin it. If you quote tweet it, if you go to the purple pill and click on the purple pill, you can retweet it from there. You can quote tweet it from there. If you quote tweet it from there, Suleiman will retweet it. Let me see if I've got the finance guys all invited. I have to send Jonah the link twice because you never know which account Davos Jonah's going to turn up on. He's got two accounts, like every Fed has. So let me send it to Hum. This is how we got to do it, guys, right? Let me send it. I think I've got almost everybody right. And then let me just retweet the space and then we can get on with it. Right. Let's go. Okay, now I need to share the space. So I'm going to do that. Share via post. Welcome to Robert and Brother Hassan as well. Breaking news and updates is what I'm going to put today on the ceasefire. There we go. Now I'm going to post a tweet. I'm sounding like Suleiman, aren't I? I'm doing it while I'm talking to you guys. And once it's posted, I'm going to pin it to my profile. When you pin it to your profile, guys, everybody, all of your followers, it doesn't matter how small your account is. My account's really small now. They'll be able to see that you are on this space and you have shared that tweet. So, I am Queen of the Seven Kingdoms. Thank you. Thank you, Wellness Warriors, for quote tweeting. Appreciate it. What? I do stand with you, Dynamic. Yeah, I'm just waiting for my tweet to go through, and then I'm going to go to a bit of the news really quickly. Right, my tweet's gone through. Let me pin it. Right, let's go to the
And then
news
once
now.
you've given the news for a few minutes, we definitely want to speak to Robert about this blockade and the financial impact it's going to have. Because, I mean, this is huge, right? He's basically saying that he's going to block everyone now. But anyway, go ahead, Beatrix.
Yeah, so a reporter asked Trump, Iran does not listen to your threats about reopening the Strait of Hormuz. And Trump said, how do you know that? Oh, and actually, this is old. So then the reporter said, oh, because it's still blocked, blah, blah, blah. Anyway, let's go to the main breaking news. Apparently, we heard today that the UK is building a coalition with France and others to keep the Strait of Hormuz open. And they're working to assemble a military coalition. We've been hearing this for a couple of days. UK mine hunting systems are already in the region since last month. And the UK has drawn a clear line that the Strait must not be subject to tolling. This is CNN reported all of this. But then the UK turned around and said, no, we reject these claims that we will take part in a US blockade of Hormuz Strait. They're not taking part in the blockade, but everything else they're doing. Full on military work and exercise they're doing. That's the UK. Let me just go to the actual, because I'm just skipping past the other bits of news that I was going to read out, so we can go to Robert really quickly. The IRGC said any US military vessels approaching the Strait of Hormuz are considered a ceasefire violation. Trump has officially imposed a blockade on the Strait of Hormuz, and he said Iran's actions in the Strait of Hormuz are blackmail against the world, and the leaders of countries, especially in the United States, will never succumb to blackmail. I've instructed our Navy to track and intercept every vessel in international waters that pays fees to Iran. Any party that pays illegal fees to Iran will not have safe passage on the high seas. We will begin destroying the mines planted by the Iranians in the Strait of Hormuz. When he says we, he means the UK. Any Iranian who shoots at us while we're clearing mines from the Strait of Hormuz will be killed. Most of Iran's leaders, including the former supreme leader, were killed as a result of their nuclear ambitions. The US Navy's blockade of the Strait of Hormuz will begin shortly, and other countries will have a role in this blockade. Iran promised to open the Strait of Hormuz, but deliberately failed to fulfill its promise, causing concern and unrest in many countries. Iran is not ready to give up its nuclear ambitions. What was agreed upon is better than the continuation of the military operation, but it does not compare to nuclear energy being in the hands of volatile people. Freaking hell. This guy is mates with Netanyahu and he's calling the Iranians volatile. He says, I received a briefing from Vance, Witkoff, and Kushner regarding the meeting held in Islamabad. Most points were agreed upon, but the only truly important point, the nuclear file, was not agreed upon. So that's what he said. So he's going to put a blockade on. Suleiman, if you want, I can give it back to you now so we can talk about that now that people have been updated what the current situation is.
Sounds great. Sounds great. And then we'll give you a recap of all the news. But while I got Robert here, I want to try and pick his brain. Robert, thanks for joining us. Hope you're doing well.
Hey, what's up, guys?
Yeah, doing good, doing good. So basically, obviously, the Strait of Hormuz was under the control of Iran. There was, I believe, I did see one report that possibly 15 ships had gone through yesterday, the highest there's been since the start of the war. But now Trump has created or said he's going to put a blockade on the strait, a choke point basically. Obviously, we'll talk about the geopolitical reasons for that, and I personally think it's a bad decision now, although I think it would have been a good decision just solely from an American point of view, obviously not from a humanitarian point of view, if it was done before the war. That being said, now the strait is closed. The Trump are saying they're not going to allow any oil tankers out, even like Chinese ones, any pro-Iran ones. So it means like zero is going to be coming out of the strait. What's your thoughts on that and the implications, financial or otherwise?
So it's basically a return to kind of what we feared in the initial stage of the war, which was about 100 million barrels per day of oil are consumed. So that is the demand side. And obviously, with a physical commodity like oil, because you cannot print it, supply and demand must always be the same. They must always balance. And price is the way to get that to happen. So, for example, if there's 20 million barrels per day lost from the Strait of Hormuz, that would be about a 20% reduction in oil supply. But because it's a physical commodity and you can't print it, that's also a 20% reduction of demand. There must be a 20% reduction of demand for oil due to the fact that you cannot print it. What does that look like, kind of in real world terms? We'll go back to, April of 2020, the height of the COVID lockdown. During that period of time where the global economy was shut down, here in LA, Sunset Boulevard, Melrose, all the Hollywood, right? It was all a ghost town. Stores were shut down, completely empty, no one on the street, no one flying, no one going on cruises, no one on the roads. That's what it looks like when 22 million barrels per day of oil are not consumed, when you have a 22 million barrel reduction. So we're talking something roughly equivalent with that, just with the Strait of Hormuz. Now, there's positive offset to that, which is the East-West pipeline in Saudi Arabia that terminates in Yanbu. That was carrying oil before the war, and so what we're looking for there is how much did that increase? What was the net increase after the Strait of Hormuz was closed? They increased it by about 4 million barrels per day. So you go from 20 million, right, from the Strait being closed to 16 million because you were able to pump more oil through this kind of bypass. Well, there's another bypass, Fujairah, the pipeline that goes from the bad side of the strait to the good side of the strait. That only increased by about 500,000, so 4.5. Then you have the SPR, which is the strategic reserves that various countries have in the developed world, at least part of the IEA. They are releasing about 2 million barrels per day. So, you increase from the Yanbu, that's about 4. You get another 500,000 through the Fujairah pipeline, that's 4.5. Then you have 2 million barrels per day of kind of strategic release. So you're up to 6.5 million barrels per day, 20, right? Minus 6.5. And we're still talking a oil supply disruption that is, at least now with Yanbu still flowing, quite bad. And to compare it to 2022 with, Russia, Ukraine, that saw about a 1 million barrel per day disruption. So, you're talking about something 8, 9, 10 times worse than that. And during or after that price shock, where oil, kind of went vertical due to that 1 to 1.5 million barrel per day loss, we got here in the U.S. We got 2 consecutive quarters of negative GDP. That was traditionally the definition of a recession, and you got a bear market in the stock market. Now, the issue is ultimately, the point of contention for a lot of people is, okay, yeah, all of that might be true globally, right? Europe and Asia, who are not entirely, but very, very reliant on energy imports, they are going to be absolutely screwed. But the part that people are missing is, even if the US, right, we're a net exporter, only about 1% of our GDP, of our economy, comes from oil and energy. 1 to 1.5%. 60 plus percent, 65, 66 ish percent comes from consumer spending. Well, that consumer spending is kind of by definition debt driven. We as a nation here in the US overconsume. We run a twin deficit, current account deficit and a fiscal deficit. So by definition, we overconsume. How can an individual spend more money than they make? Well, debt. And so, kind of in the aggregate, zooming way out, America is always going into more and more debt to overconsume. Well, the problem is the cost of that debt, right? That is bond yields. Bond yields have been moving higher since the start of the war due to the fact that oil is moving higher, and oil is a key input for everything, right? We live in this kind of daily supply chain sort of arrangement, right? You order it and it's there, it's ready right away. It gets from China, to Thailand, and then from Thailand it gets repackaged and sent to America, and then it goes to a warehouse, right? All of that requires oil, whether it's crude oil or derivative like diesel or gasoline or jet fuel. Oil is critical for everything in the kind of interconnected supply chain. So the cost for all these companies, right, is going to go up, and the price is going to go up, right? They're not just going to eat it, right, and start running a loss. They have a duty to their shareholders in our system to make a profit. And so they're going to raise prices. Well, that is what the bond market has kind of been primarily worried about. That's why you've seen bond yields going higher. But you've also seen bond yields going higher due to kind of balance of payments sort of things, where, if you're in France and you are already running a current account deficit and a fiscal deficit, and then the price of oil goes up, well, not only do you have to raise dollars to fund all your energy, but you also have to account for the fact that the euro is weakening relative to the dollar. If you're in France, you are by definition, you're short dollars due to all the euro dollar denominated debt, and you're short oil. You rely on energy imports. And both of those things, were going up. So the effective burden for you was going up and up and up. You're getting further burdened, further pressured, further current account deficit as the price of oil is going up, because you need oil. You need to import oil. You need to import gasoline, diesel, right? All the refined products. You need energy. You don't need to import U.S. treasuries. You don't need to import U.S. equities, U.S. stocks, corporate bonds, mortgage, right? None of that really matters when the price of energy is doubling. You need energy. And so in order to fund that higher energy bill, what are they doing? Well, we know from 2022, which again, this is 7, 8, 9, 10 times worse than 2022. We know that there were hundreds of billions of dollars of U.S. Treasury selling from Europe and Asia, and that makes sense, right? The price of oil was going vertical, and they're short oil. right? They rely on energy imports, so they have to raise dollars. And not only that, but their currency was weakening, so the effective burden was even worse. And what do? We know that they raised all, they have a huge pile of U.S. Treasuries, U.S. stocks, U.S. Corporate bonds, mortgage-backed securities, financial assets. Foreigners own about $69 trillion of U.S. Treasuries, stocks mainly. They can sell a long time, and again, this is 7, 8, 9 times worse. We know in 2022 they sold hundreds of billions of U.S. Treasuries, and then in 2022 they sold over $1 trillion of U.S. stocks. Now, currently, the stock market cap, just for context, capitalization is about 65 trillion. So that was the amount of selling for a 1 to 1.5 million barrel per day oil disruption. We're talking about something that is, 13, 14, 15 million barrels per day, depending on, the finer details, something, significantly worse. And the problem is, like I mentioned with the US over consuming, well, that requires debt, not only for the government, but kind of broadly speaking, we need debt. Well, the cost of that debt, the financing cost of that consumer spending, which is 2/3 of the economy, is going up due to the fact, number one, that oil is going up. So that kind of inflationary concern. Bonds don't like inflation. It's kind of their worst enemy. So bonds are selling off, on fears of inflation. We got a CPI print on Friday. Came in about 3.5%. It's probably going higher, if this disruption continues. So that's what bonds are worried about. But they're also getting sold by Europe and Asia, because their energy bill just basically doubled, and not only that, but the GCC, they, have been running very, very large current account surplus. Well, the other side of a trade surplus or a current account surplus is that you are providing credit. There's outbound capital flowing to the rest of the world. The two are kind of mirror images of one another. And the GCC was a huge investor, or at least they pledged verbally that they would be a huge investor in a lot of this data center stuff that is kind of the one sector of the US economy propping everything up, right? The kind of AI data center build out. Well, the problem there is, in order to meet the demand for compute that is going to be required just in the next 1 year, to say nothing of to meet the energy demand, which is set to 10x over the next decade from the AI theme. Both of those are going to require trillions of dollars of investment. Well, where is that investment going to come from when Europe and Asia are getting decimated, right, by a doubling of their energy bill, which they need, and the GCC, which has been a ever larger kind of growing area or region when it comes to kind of global capital. They have been a growing, they've turned into a significant kind of regional area to pay attention to when it comes to kind of macroeconomics and international finance. They're getting decimated, right? Because they have to sell the oil. How are you going to get the oil out to Asia, to your buyer in Europe, right? If the Strait of Hormuz is closed, well, you can't. And so what do? You shut in capacity. And if we look at how much capacity has been shut in, you're talking, according to Rory Johnston, about 13 million barrels per day. So again, that alone, the shut-in capacity alone, the oil output that has been, they capped the well because there's nowhere to put the oil. The tanks are full, the inventories are full, and they can't get it on a ship to go to Asia or Europe. Oil is a constant flowing sort of system. You need constant flow. And when there's not constant flow, it creates havoc. It's the kind of thing like a garden hose where you kink it, there's a huge air bubble, that starts to form. We are just starting to see kind of the early stage of that air bubble. But at the end of the day, oil demand, oil consumption, or put another way, economic activity, because that's really what we're talking about when we talk about oil demand. We're really talking about economic activity. 20% of global economic activity, if it was just a straight, needs to go, needs to vanish. It can't happen. There is no energy for it. And again, including the offsets, you're looking at about, 13 million barrel per day disruption up to 15 million barrel per day if you include damaged refineries. So, the global economy must shrink by 13 to 15%. Well, again, to make a comparison for context, in the second quarter of 2020, the US economy was shrinking. A third of the US economy was evaporating, vanishing every single year at an annualized rate during that period of time in Q2, where oil demand fell by 22 million barrels per day. The US economy was shrinking a third per year. So every year, another third of the US economy, 30%, was evaporating and just vanishing into thin air. That's the kind of world that it requires in order to get supply and demand to equal out when you're talking about a disruption of this size. So it's, from a geopolitical angle, it's definitely over my head. I mean, I got, spy puts and stuff on Thursday, Friday, because I knew a deal was not going to happen. But like, I never would have imagined that Trump would be imposing a full and total naval blockade on the strait. Like the calculus there and what's going on, what the 4D chess is with that, I'm not sure. Sure, again, U.S. is a net importer. Net exporter of oil. But the global economy is so interconnected. Foreigners own $69 trillion worth of U.S. bonds and U.S. stocks and other assorted kind of financial instruments like MBS. They can sell those for a long time. And what that will result in is a lower stock market. Well, if we get a lower stock market, we get a recession because of that consumer spending. Half of it is being driven by the top 10% of income earners. And the only reason that is happening is the top 10% of income earners own 92% of the stocks of household equity exposure. So stock market's been ripping higher. They feel rich. They go out and they buy the Ferrari, they buy the, Gucci handbag, whatever it is. They've been propping it up. But with the stock market going down, that wealth effect goes in reverse. So you get a recession there. And then you also got higher interest rates, and that'll tighten financial conditions and make the debt that is required to kind of, run the U.S. economy, because we overconsume. It'll make the cost of that much higher, and again constrain economic activity and tighten financial conditions. So the U.S. is not going to emerge unscathed.
Yeah, appreciate that, Rob. Great overview. I think it's very detailed. I think people really do appreciate it. So I want to welcome Simon onto the stage as well, and Hassan. Simon, hope you're doing well. How are you?
Great, thank you.
Simon, there's a blockade on the Strait of Hormuz. Trump said he's going to put blockade. He said no ships are going to go out. Yesterday, I believe 15 vessels did come in and out of the Strait of Hormuz. Now it's going to be back to zero, complete blockade. And obviously, as you know, with a blockade, it's not something that is short term. It's the aim of a blockade is a long term situation. What's your thoughts on that and the financial impact that it's going to have?
Yeah, so I think Robert covered the financial impacts very well. Nothing has effectively changed from where we were on the previous path. So overall, though, in terms of the game theory, I think this gets us to a deal closer. So the market was pricing in a deal. The negotiations happened yesterday. I call it more of a check-in on progress, I think, because I don't think these negotiations ever stopped, despite the rhetoric in the public. I think clearly the game-changing negotiation here is the Strait of Hormuz, because it changes everything about the previous world order. I personally believe that there are many vested interests in whatever happens at the end of this. There's China to consider, there's the Gulf states, there's Iran, there's Oman, and then there's the private sector within America, where BlackRock and its portfolio companies have been trying to privatize ports as the US empire is not going to be guarding the world in a multipolar world anymore. So I think progressing this to the next phase of escalation, as in a full-blown blockade, draws us to, I think, closer to What is this deal eventually going to look like? And how do we create an economic crisis on all sides globally in order to force a deal? If the blockade can be enforced, I'm no military expert, and I'll look forward to hearing everyone else's opinion on that. But if it can be enforced, then this is going to hurt the Iranian economy, as well as the Chinese economy, as well as the American economy, as well as the Asian economy, as well as the European economy. And everyone's kind of in a different pecking line in terms of the impact. The continue on the path we're on, and there will be at some point the destruction of the American financial system. I think at the end of that, that would only benefit China, as everyone would reconfigure around the SIP system, which has already been built, and the Enbridge system, and all the other BRICS infrastructure that has already been built, if we go that far. In terms of who's going to immediately feel the pain, well, it's going to be the developing countries. Bangladesh is in a state of crisis. Vietnam, Philippines, Indonesia, like these countries, they're at the point where it's potential food crisis, fertilizers, food insecurity. These types of countries. Europe is in an absolute energy crisis. So expect the World Economic Forum to be licking their lips around building out the next phase of the police and surveillance state with energy lockdowns and all sorts of stuff. That would be a beta test for what they do in the US. And if there is an economic crisis in the US, then they'll just implement domestically what they beta tested in Europe. And a bunch of energy contracts are being negotiated. We've got to find out what Europe's going to do. Most likely, they're going to look to solve the crisis with American energy. It would be my guess. And basically, this is going to be another ginormous wealth transfer into the highest concentration of power in the world. Again, so we've seen that time and time again. But before we destroy the entire global economy and go to World War III or nuclear, I feel that there's definitely going to be a deal. Where does that deal kick in? We got oil prices below $100 on Monday, depending on how seriously the market takes this and what actually happens. We'll go back above $100 again. Then we'll hit $115, and Trump will pull a rabbit out of the hat again once the bond market, the 10-year hits 4.5%, or the 30-year hits 5%. And each time we have to do something more serious. So last time it was effectively a rhetoric around destroying Iran in a civilian terrorist attack that had talks of a nuclear component to it in terms of the rhetoric of the threat. The markets didn't like that, and so Trump capitulated in the final hour and said, "Right, we're all doing a deal." Then that bought them another week. Then we sit round the table and we just do this rodeo again, probably for the rest of the month. And every week that there's not a deal, we increase the likelihood of a global economic crisis, and that's the game. There is no game at which the world figures out how to build infrastructure. That can happen with 2 to 3 to 4 years if this ends up like a Ukraine war. But for the next 3-4 years, we'd be in the most dire depression that we have ever experienced in trying to build that alternative infrastructure. Sound similar? Well, Trump administration part 1, Operation Warp Speed and COVID. It's almost like a carbon copy of what you need to do, but actually knowing that the world wouldn't capitulate in the same way to a pandemic and lockdown, kind of just found another way of doing the same thing. But yeah, I think this draws us closer to a deal, and the game hasn't changed. It's just the same game.
Cool. Let me give some news. Iran's Ghalibaf warns the US. He said, "We will not bow to any threats. Let them test our will once again so that we can teach them an even bigger lesson." The UK says it will not will not take part in US blockade of the Strait of Hormuz. Trump clearly claimed earlier today that the UK will send warships to help, and probably other countries will too. So the UK is claiming the opposite. It's going to be interesting to see who's right about that. Also, guys, we're live on X, we're live on YouTube. Make sure you retweet the space, reshare the space. It's the only way people are going to find out that the space is live. Obviously, they've done it where people don't get notifications on, or a lot of people don't get notifications on when we go live. So make sure you retweet the space, and YouTube as well. Make sure you like the YouTube video. Let's try and get as many people in there as possible. We're also live. We also got the second channel, which is called Moral Resistance. That's pinned in the X page. Sorry, it's pinned in the nest above me, Simon, and Beatrix, and it's pinned in the YouTube comment. So make sure you click on that and follow. Obviously, I'm putting a couple of the older interviews out, in the sense not all of the ones we put in the other channel, which end up getting essentially banned as well. And then obviously we've got quite a few interviews tomorrow. We've got Larry Johnson and a few other people coming on tomorrow, so it'll be great. So make sure you're following and subscribing to that channel and putting all your notifications on. Iran's Ghalibaf says Trump's new threats have no effect on the Iranian nation. We also have just getting the news up. Here we go. Netanyahu released a video claiming he was in South Lebanon, but they did the same thing they did in 2024. If you remember, in 2024, they basically mounted a flag just inside the border of South Lebanon. They were like, "Oh yeah, we've conquered it," and we were like, "No, you haven't." And then they got smashed, and they had to run away. And that's the same thing that's going to happen here. He's doing the exact same thing, where he's like about 30 feet inside of Lebanon and Israeli border, and he's trying to make it look like that they're in there. In addition to that, let me quickly read this super chat, because I do actually forget them, and then I'm going to continue on with the news. It says the Hungarian elections today. If Orban loses, Israel will lose an ally in Europe. The exploding pages came from an intermediary in Budapest. Yeah, he is, but remember the Russians love Orban as well, so it's going to be interesting. Released aerial footage of the Strait of Hormuz shows that Iran is controlling it. The IRGC said the following about the Strait of Hormuz. Remember, there's a blockade on the Strait of Hormuz. It says, in its 59th official statement, the Public Relations Office in the IRGC reject claims made by the hostile officials and affirm that the Strait of Hormuz remains open and under secure control management. Civilian vessels continue to pass safely under established regulations. The IRGC Navy has also stated that any military vessel attempting to approach the strait under any pretext will be treated as a breach of the ceasefire and will face a firm and decisive response. So they're arguing that the strait isn't even under the control of the Americans. So that's interesting. I mean, if the Americans can't create a chokehold on the strait of in terms of whatever comes out of the strait, then they're just like a full-on failed navy.
Sully,
Yeah.
there's just broke, but IRGC Press TV said that if President Trump moves on, Iran will respond by taking control of the Bab el-Mandeb Strait down in the Red Sea, which would be catastrophically bad. That would take another 5-7 million barrels offline if kind of Yanbu is targeted. That would be really, really bad, like catastrophically bad.
That is huge. That is huge. That's basically saying the Houthis will close off the Red Sea, is basically what you're saying, right?
Yep.
Huge, huge news there. Okay, yeah, I just seen that news what you just said now.
And just to give an update on oil, so we don't have normal kind of contracts trading, but we do have a relatively illiquid CFD market, and it's indicating oil up 7%. So WTI up to about 98.
Oh, you think it's gonna hit 98 today, right?
Well, that's what the CFD market is indicating. It's small, not a lot of volume, and pretty illiquid. Hyperliquid also has a oil contract, and if we look since the announcement from Trump, that's up by about 4%.
CFD
That's
is like a small betting market in the UK type of thing. Like,
right. Okay. Um. Okay. What else? Okay. Obviously, Trump's been
Question.
speaking. Yeah. Go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead. No, I've got a
Trump.
question after you finished,
Yeah,
Suleiman.
Trump's been speaking about the strait. He said Iran. He said we've wiped out the whole country. The only thing left is their water, which will be very devastating to hit. I was thinking about calling it the Gulf of Trump, and I decided not to do it. I think that one maybe wouldn't have worked out. I'm not sure, but I was thinking about it's going to be called the Gulf of Trump. We're not going to let Iran make money on selling oil to people or not selling it to the people they don't like. It's going to be all or nothing. As I understand it, the UK and a couple of other countries are sending minesweepers. The UK came out and denied that. I already said that. As Netanyahu said, we're the big brother and they're the small brother. Iranian Minar 168 delegation were very smart. He said the people who were dealt with yesterday were frankly very smart, very sharp, very good. They haven't left the bargaining table. I predict them come back and they give us everything we want. I want everything. I don't want 90%. I don't want 95%. I want everything. Trump says he could take Iran in one day. Trump's also said he's going to place tariffs on anyone that deals with or has oil that comes out of the strait. And I believe they asked him that, what, you're going to put a tariff on China, a 50% tariff on China? He said, yeah. That's exactly it. So he's saying that 50% tariffs will also be placed on China. I read that earlier today as well. Um, they asked him, do you believe the price of oil or gas will be lower before the midterm elections? He said, I hope so. I mean, I think so. It could be the same or it could be a bit higher. The blockade in the strait, the opening up capacity in the United States, is this going to be enough to lower the price of oil and gas? Well, eventually it's going to be lower. No, it might not happen initially, but it's going to go down. Like the Dow hit 50,000, he said. On the
Well,
blocking of the strait, he said, we're putting a complete blockade. We're not going to let Iran make money on selling oil to people that they like and not people they don't like. It's going to be all or none, and that's the way it is. You saw what we did with Venezuela. It'll be something similar to that, but at a higher level. He's talking about the blockade. Iran released footage showing that they told the US destroyer vessels to turn away from the Strait of Hormuz or risk being targeted. It said, attention, US Navy warship transiting near Fujairah port on Oman's sea. This is the IRGC Navy's last warning, last warning, last warning. And then apparently it did turn back. I think Beatrix did read Trump's statement already, so I'm not going to read that. And then I want to talk about the negotiations quickly. So yesterday, as you know, there was negotiations. We covered Vance's response, but unfortunately, like I ended the space and regrettably, I kind of missed quite a bit of the news because I was too busy putting these videos up, and I was like really annoyed with myself. But that being said, let me quickly give you the news that we missed. So the Vance stuff we spoke about, and after that, the Iranian media confirmed there was no deal. The negotiations between the Iranian and American delegates ended a few minutes ago, and the two sides have not reached an agreement due to the excessive demands of the Americans. What we're hearing is, just to summarize, that the deal broke down over three main issues. The first issue, and it's completely got to do with Israel, is Lebanon. They wanted to continue bombing Lebanon. They wanted the Israelis to continue bombing Lebanon. They said, this is what Van said. Van said, look, we'll speak to them and maybe we can get them to start slowly stop bombing Beirut. And then after that, over time, we'll start including other areas of Lebanon in, but we cannot cause a ceasefire in Lebanon. The Iranians said, no, we're not going to allow the Lebanese to be continued to be sacrificed, murdered, and destroyed. Lebanon needs to be included in the deal, or there is no deal. So that was the first element. The second element was the Strait of Hormuz. The Americans wanted control over it. The Iranians wanted control over it. And that was what broke down. And nuclear enrichment, basically, the Americans were saying 0%, and Iran obviously was not agreeing to 0%. So that's where it was, and he said, "I don't want 95%. I don't want 90%." Meaning Iran gets 5% or 10%. He said, "I want them to have 0%." So those were the three biggest, it seems like, obstacles that broke down the negotiations. I just want to welcome Gary onto the stage as well, and Darkside and Hassan. Just before we get back into the financial conversation, because I think it's really important, because I think the chokehold on the Strait of Hormuz is going to be huge, and I will break it down in terms of, because people, I just saw one saying, how can there be a blockade on the Strait if Iran controls the Strait, and if they have, but I'll explain how you can basically create a blockade without having to even be inside the Strait if done right. I don't know if the Americans will do it. I don't know if I should say, actually, because it might end up like flipping following it. This is why I always stayed quiet about it, because actually in my head I always thought the right move was to do a blockade from the American side. Remember, I don't know if I ever mentioned this to you guys, but before they actually started the kinetic war, I always said that actually, if the Americans were smart, which they're not, and if the real goal was, if they were willing to be patient and not murder, the actual smart move would have been to create a blockade, and Iran wouldn't have been able to do nothing. And at that point, I don't think they would have been able to shut the Strait. And then you choke them out, and they won't be able to use their awesome missiles, their awesome drones. Obviously, Americans are either dumb or they got pressured by the Israelis, whoever it is. So now making the move now while the Strait's already closed is actually quite a stupid decision. But if they'd done this before, months before, choking out Iran, and over months, weeks, months, really choking them out, they would have, I think they would have maybe caused a lot of issues internally with Iran. But what they did was by killing the Ayatollah, murdering the girls, destroying Iranian infrastructure, the entire Iranian nation. And now, like a blockade, what will it do? It doesn't. I don't think it doesn't really achieve anything in terms of Iran's point of view. But it harms the world. So this is a bit interesting.
But it
But
does
Hassan,
pass. It does pass the blame. So now, do you remember what we were debating before? We were talking about, well, if this really impacts people, then they're going to start blaming Iran over time. Now there's no one else to blame but Trump and Israel.
true, exactly. They blame 100%, hit the nail on the head. They'll blame Trump and Israel for the blockade. They'll blame Trump and Israel for this war to continue. I had Tucker Carlson today on BBC, and he was just laying the whole blame on Israel. This is clearly what everyone's believing and thinking. And they're just basically, the way they're creating it is like Trump's just a slave and Keir Starmer's a slave. But the point being, I mean, I don't think he's a slave. I think they're controlled, but I think he's very much complicit in this. But that being said, this is you're right, 100%. But Simon, I guess what I meant was, if before the war they'd created this chokehold, I don't think the world would have blamed America. They would have thought, look, they're doing a non-kinetic way of getting stopping the Iranians from doing whatever they're doing, and they're creating a chokehold. And I don't think Iran would have closed the strait, and they would have just choked Iran out in terms of not allowing their oil to get out. But now it's like a totally different situation, is what I'm saying. But Hassan, just want to welcome you in before we get into the finance aspect of it. What's your thoughts? The negotiations have broken down. They've capitulated. I mentioned the 3 points they broke down on. What's your thoughts on that? They're still saying there's a ceasefire for another 8 or 9 days. What's your thoughts?
Yeah, hi Simon, hi everyone. By the way, in terms of blockading the strait, I don't think that would have worked because I believe that Iran would have retaliated and would not allowed, like, they could have tried to blockade only their ships, but then Iran would have blockaded everybody else's and it would have effectively closed the strait as well. Because they did threaten that several times. They said, if you try to do that, we will also target your ships, and I believe they would have. But in terms of the what I said yesterday, what did I say? I said there was no negotiation, and that became apparent as we went through the day. And it was clear that those representing the Republic were aware there's no deal to be made. They are dealing with the ones who killed the spiritual leader of the Islamic Republic in cold blood, and his family, and slaughtered all those girls and slaughtered many other children and innocent people. And so when they were sat down with them, they knew who they were dealing with. They knew they couldn't be trusted, and they knew that there was no deal to be made. They attended for the sake of showing the world that they are always rational actors, always looking for peace, but that the opposition is not interested in peace and is fully controlled by the satanic entity of Israel. So, so I said there will be no deal. There is no deal, and we are further than a deal, not closer to a deal. The reason being, there's something called the sunk cost fallacy, whereby you continuously believe you want to make up your grounds and return to, you're gambling in a casino. You've lost $1 million. You now bet another $1 million to recover that $1 million, and you keep going and going. So you saw what they're talking now about their maximalist demands of 0% enrichment and no ballistic missiles, and it's like the strait's closed, mate. What are you talking about? Like, what planet are you on? The negotiation is much further along, but for any negotiation to take place, they would have to admit defeat. They would have to admit that they are equals with the other party, and that is something they will never ever do. And so this will go on. I'm expecting it to resume as a war in the next week or two. It might not happen. I don't think it's definitely going to happen, but I'm expecting it to, because the entity is unable to live without shedding blood. Its very existence is built on killing and murder and genocide. So I'm expecting it to pick up at some point. If it doesn't, then this kind of status quo will continue. Blockade or not, I don't think Iran cares anymore. It wants it can close Bab el-Mandeb if it needs to, and then cause a real choke on the world economy. So that's a likely thing to happen, I think, in the next phase as well. I believe the US is currently bringing over more troops and more arms, so it's kind of reloading right now for the next phase. It's obviously used up a lot of bombs, a lot of ammunition, and so it needs to restock, resupply, prepare for the next round, and I think that's where we're at.
Hassan, let me ask you a question. I was going to jump in with this earlier, just really quickly. I still don't understand why Iran went for this negotiation. When the way you describe it is pretty much what they said. Every step of this negotiation, the build up to it, the attendance of it throughout, we don't trust them, we don't trust them, we don't trust them. But yet you sit on a table with them, knowing everything that they've done. So I've got to that stage now where these statements that are coming out from either side, the threats from Trump and the kind of defiance from Iran, we will not allow this. It's just becoming meaningless to me. It's just like a lot of noise from either side. I feel like we're being kept in the dark. There's things going on we don't know about. But surely Iran is in a worse position now than it was in before it went to the negotiation. Isn't it?
No, I don't believe it is. Look, it was a publicity
opportunity. It didn't have a blockade before, did it? It didn't have all these countries. The UK is coming on board and all of these coalitions coming on board and this masterminding and this strategy. None of that was there a week ago.
That was going to happen anyway. I said that it was going to happen yesterday, if you remember. I said more countries will be involved. So, look, I don't think it was a loss because maybe it looks like it a bit, but the objective was they went to Pakistan, lots of publicity with Pakistan, improved the relations with Pakistan. They knew it was gonna fail, but they went anyway to show the world. I think that they're always open to peace, even if there's even if the chance is 0.1%, they still give it a go. But they knew with almost certainty that nothing was going to come of it. And what have they got to lose? I don't understand what's a loss here. They're preparing for the next round. The military is engaged. The RGC is reloading, rebuilding the stockpiles. China's is sending some supplies. Whatever happens, they're going to do that. But so I don't see where the loss is. What can you explain to me? What have they lost by going there? I don't understand what they've lost.
I don't know. I just think that there will be other people who will question what did they gain from going there. I don't understand.
Well, it's always going to be the case that when you are you're not in control of the propaganda, that you have to take the softer line, or the line that might appear weaker. So what that means is, even though there's no negotiation, no, this isn't a negotiation, it's a complete sham. I'm going to go ahead with it just to show the world, look, we are rational, we're prepared for peace. That's pretty much it. There's nothing else that comes out of it other than that. There's no other benefit to it. It's just otherwise, and you've got, although everyone's going to make a big deal of it, the media is going to say, "Oh, Iran didn't attend. Iran doesn't want peace. Why is this happening?" It's just not worth the headache. Like, if you just don't need that headache. You just want to say, "Oh, we tried to negotiate, but blah blah blah. They didn't want anything." If you didn't do that, we wouldn't even be able to say that. So I think from Iran's perspective, as I said, it's suffering. It's been hit very hard, and it just doesn't want to give this image that it doesn't want to engage at all. It knows that who it's dealing with. It knows that it's dealing with America, speaking on behalf of Israel. Knows that very well. You've got Jared Kushner, the Jew, and you've got Witkoff, the other Jew, and then J.D. Vance, who is practically a Jew. They're all attending on behalf of Israel.
Iran even said, we don't want to negotiate with Witkoff or Kushner. They don't represent the USA. And it's like, how is that not front page news? That we have these high ranking diplomats that don't represent America. They represent Israel. It's just wild times that something like that, like a statement like that, can be made and no one blinks an eye.
Very
Well,
well said,
Robert,
Robert. Really,
Kushner does manage Trump's personal family office fund as well.
great point there, Robert. So basically, it's an opportunity. If you notice, it has an impact. It's an opportunity for Iran to say, look, these guys that we're negotiating with represent Israel, and it creates a kind of fracture in America. It's a small fracture that they need to create repeatedly, over and over and over again. Iranians are very patient people. We saw Tucker Carlson come out and speak with BBC News. We saw him come out and continuously attack Israel and say and attack the people who are representing the government, call them a slave for Israel. These things have an impact. They're small fractures that you build up over time. It's painful for us to see that Iran go there, but it's not lost anything. My point is not lost anything, and it's using it as a PR opportunity. 240 million. Pakistan is really, every Pakistani I know now, Pakistani friend of mine is in love with Iran, really supporting Iran, rate Iran. They say they've done amazing things. They appreciate and they understand Iran probably more than anybody else. And that opportunity to build that and those ties and to build that love and that brotherhood between those two nations is a great opportunity as well. It has an impact on the government. It has a long-term impact. So those are the kind of things they're thinking about, I think, when they go to do these negotiations.
I do think one thing that has been strategically achieved here is what we were talking about earlier, that whatever comes next, which will be disastrous, you can say America and Israel started the war. America and Israel are responsible for all the high gas prices. And now there's a blockade. So tell America to end the blockade. So the worse this gets, everyone looks to Israel and America and says, end the blockade. So now it's not Iran open the strait, it's America end the blockade. So all of the pressure from here goes back to Israel and Trump. One other thing that I think is worth looking at as well is one of the Pakistan has actually, ever since COVID, actually, been in a long-term financial crisis with its dollar reserves. And it hit, like, during COVID, the complete endpoint. And China gave it an effective bailout and provided it with some dollars. But so did UAE. And at the same time as this meeting happening in Pakistan, which obviously represents, I think, to a certain degree, China's interests, there was a switch where UAE, because it's going through its financial hardship right now, called on its debt to Pakistan. And Qatar and Saudi decided to pay off the dollar debt to Pakistan that then went over to UAE. So that represents kind of a bit of shift in terms of negotiation leverage with what's happening in Pakistan. I think that that's not really a coincidence. I think there are definitely things going on And obviously, Pakistan has the route into Iran, and both America and China. So there's the opportunity for Pakistan here is absolutely huge. If they can actually end up being like the broker of this deal, even though it is just greater powers, and they are under some serious financial stress, and this is going to make things significantly worse for them. And Saudi and Qatar are bailing them out of their last dollar reserves for all of their dollar debt.
Yeah, and their foreign exchange reserves, I just looked, from 2023, January 2023, have gone up from 8.5 billion to 21 billion or 22 billion in terms of dollars. So when did that bailout? Was it kind of like early 2020s, 21 or
Yeah,
22?
at some point during the peak of COVID, I can't quite remember, like after lockdowns, anyway.
Yeah, their currency looks pretty horrible compared to the euro, compared to the dollar. It's kind of in free fall.
Yeah, they're just stuck between global powers and like but it would be a massive deal for them if they can get this deal done. But yeah, I do think this just I do think there is a strategic game here, because it's effectively, if America is doing the blockade now, and we know if America stops the blockade, it just goes back to Houthis closing the strait. Then now, everything that follows, there's nothing you can say to Iran. It's just like this is inflicted by Israel and the Trump regime and the Epstein regime, is what people will be saying.
Yeah, see, with the Bab el Mandeb, that takes, call it 15 million barrel per day disruption, even with the offsets. You take one of the biggest offsets, out of the picture, and you're up to 22 million barrel per day disruption of supply if the Anbu the Red Sea gets disrupted. The world is going to have to look like Q2 of 2020. The difference is, number one, we can't just print a bunch of money. Central banks can't just print a bunch of money to stimulate demand, right? Which is very easy to, if you have a demand shock, that's very easy. You just print a bunch of money, airdrop it to people. They'll spend the money, you'll get demand. The problem is this is a physical supply issue, right? And it's dependent on the physical world, which I always point out does not move at the speed of light instantaneously like financial markets do, and we're kind of used to in our financialized economy. It's we're talking months to get some of this shut-in capacity back up and flowing, and then another month, to get it to Asia, Japan or Europe or whatever it may be, and even longer if they have to go all the way around Africa. But there's really no place to kind of pick it up. The Suez Canal is limited in terms of the size of ship that can pass through it, and even the ships that can pass through the Suez Canal, they have to offload some of their oil. Right, there's a pipeline that kind of follows parallel to the Suez, so you have to stop. There's only, I think, two or three, port terminals. Right, you stop your tanker, you offload the oil into the pipeline, then you go through the Suez, then you have to park and pick it back up. So it really could be a really catastrophic disruption, especially if they target the actual terminal itself and start hitting ships in the Red Sea. That takes away 7 million barrels per day. Just that Yanbu pipeline alone is, call it 5 times worse than 2022. Just that alone, to say nothing of the Strait of Hormuz or the damaged refineries or the shut-in capacity. I mean, this is really bad. Global recession. I think we're getting to that point where it's not really a question of, global recession. Do we get it? I think it's more a question now, within the next week, probably, of global recession or global depression. I mean, it's really, truly that bad.
I think the other thing this does is it kind of means that you're going to. So what's Trump going to do? He's going to try and negotiate a bunch of deals for Chevron, Exxon, Cheniere Energy, and everyone will kind of have to. They're not negotiating with Iran anymore. Because if they can enforce this blockade, I've got no idea whether they can. I don't know if we've got any thoughts on that. But if it turns out that America's now enforcing the blockade, then yeah, Trump will just be negotiating for the highest powers of the deep state, corporate interests and transnational capital.
Yeah. But where do you, looking at what's happening? I mean, Jay, let me just explain. Oh, sorry, let's go to Gary first, and I'll explain it. Gary and Darkside. Darkside, I think you jumped in a bit before, just before Gary did. What's your thoughts on this? The negotiations broke down. The Strait is closed. Trump claims that he's going to do a blockade on the Strait. We don't know if it's going to happen or not, if it's happened or not, but he is claiming that. What's your thoughts on it?
Oh, my gut instinct is the blockade has something to do with the reports that China was bringing manpads and other military hardware into Iran. Um, but again, since I'm wearing my tinfoil hat, I'll say that this just continues to choke off Europe and Asia, leading to what will be an inevitable financial crisis of epic proportions. So, Agenda 2030, playing out right according to schedule. The World Economic Forum must be smiling. And I imagine we'll see shortly the energy lockdowns, carbon taxes, all of the dystopian nightmare that will lead to a central bank digital currency, which is, I think, is where Europe wants this to go. And societal instability as well, to issue in Simon's surveillance state that he talks so much about. So, all not good, but not surprising in the least, right? If I'm not in the global grand strategy plan. That being said, all of these things will end at some point with negotiations, but I think there's still a lot of damage to be done before we get there.
Thanks, Darkside. Gary, want to welcome you into the conversation. You were saying there's not going to be a deal. Things are going to escalate. Your brother said there was going to be a deal. You seem like you're going to be more right now. What's your thoughts?
Psychopaths don't settle deals. They keep doing. They keep being aggressive. So until the psychopaths are put down, we are on a one-way fucking psychopathic train ride. I don't think I have any other things that could be brilliant that would be said any better. Quite personally, although dark, I just think it's accurate. And like anyone trying to defend this now at this point, it's like, bro, I don't need to read anything about history. I just need to look at the last maybe, I don't know, 2 weeks. I literally could join planet Earth 2 weeks ago and have an extremely good assessment as to who the agitators are here. So I'm going to listen. Hope I'd like to hear some facts. Real data. And then closer to 6 p.m. tonight, it'll be really interesting in 3 hours or 2 hours and 57 minutes what oil is going to do. I don't know if anybody's got a dated price for tomorrow's delivery, but I suspect this is going to get out of control.
Has anyone got any?
I didn't want to. I didn't want to be right, by the way, but I think I'm going to be.
Gary, do you have any? Is anybody able to estimate what the price will be for oil tomorrow?
Well, it's up about 7% on the CFD market, which the disclaimer is, it's illiquid, not a lot of volume, but Hyperliquid also trades oil over the weekend, and that is up about 5%.
So you're expecting it to go up about between 7-8% in the morning? Something like that?
I mean, it should, right? But recently the market's been quite strange, to put it lightly.
It's also
And,
more and more. It's more and more numb to this. Like it's kind of pricing in the taco. I think so. People don't believe it as much as they used to.
But surely by now, with supply issues we've had now for 6 weeks now, it's going to come up to 5-6 weeks. and no one's in sight, oil prices should be much higher than they are now. I'm just not understanding why they're like not 120 at least.
Well, I think what you're
Well,
going to see, I think what you're going to see is that you're having demand destruction at this price level already. You're having a lot of demand that just says, "Hey, I can't run this restaurant and make a margin. I can't run this airline, so I'm going to have an excuse." Okay, I'll make sure the TSA don't show up today. I mean, this is why oil is very, very difficult to control. I keep saying this over and over.
well,
Many
Gary,
have tried, and few have done it.
we already have $150 crude. Data Brent has already basically hit 150.
Yeah, no, I know. I mean, and I don't really put, like if that lasts. Um, cool. Someone's keeping this market very calm, and it may be every player just looks at this and says, "Hey, if we really start taking advantage of this, it's going to get really out of control," and it's not to the benefit of anyone. This price has already gotten out of like it's already out of control. So that's why I think you're seeing. Like I think a good I've had this viewpoint for a long time, but I think there's a good 35%, and if I really wanted to say over 50, I probably could get away with it, of the energy that's used that is absolutely not necessary. Now that doesn't mean that somebody didn't get a hamburger today, but for sure in America nobody's going to go fucking die of hunger over missing one hamburger. So I just think you're going to see consumption change very rapidly at these prices. And Americans believing that's not going to be true, believe me, ask Robert what the price is California, and then ask somebody what they're paying in the UK for gasoline in gallons in US dollars. It'll shock you.
Because my theory was always that the oil needs to spike significantly to bring about that defeat of America to come to the terms of the Islamic Republic. So maybe 150, $160, something like that. That's what I was expecting, not like this current price. It just doesn't seem to be causing as much damage as, and it doesn't look like it's causing much damage. Maybe it is much more than it looks, basically.
Well, it's a $55 product, man. Trading for $100. I mean, it's $60. ExxonMobil's making a good $15 a barrel. So their margins just what quintupled for so that we kill people, and everybody's on the edge of their chair listening to news.
Yeah, I would just add higher prices don't create more oil. They only destroy demand. They destruct demand. But regardless, if you have a supply shock that doesn't, yes, prices go up, but it doesn't mean you go to $200 oil.
So explain something to me. If it $100, does it not become more profitable to extract oil from other where it's not previously profitable to extract it? For example, shale oil, for example, Venezuela, other places where it's usually it's not economical to extract oil. It now becomes economical, does it not?
Yeah, but that
Yeah,
takes a lot of time, right, Gary?
the long run elasticity or PED for oil is much higher, right? But short run is kind of what we're talking about. The next, call it 6 to 9 months. The short run elasticity is oil is very inelastic, meaning the price has to go up really, really high to get you to stop putting gas in your car to go to work. But over the long run, yeah, it's absolutely less inelastic, although it's still relatively inelastic.
Is it not like kind of places where they're extracting oil, they stop because perhaps the price of oil goes down a certain level, but they can quickly restart when it goes up to a certain level. Does that not exist in the market?
The answer is yes. Look, the whole planet turns oil on at $100, man. Okay, the entire planet can make oil at $100, and they'll make a margin. So this is the problem. See, I actually disagree a little bit with Robert. I think this is one of the most elastic products on the planet. And you're going to see, like, I'd like to see prices go to 147 because they'll be back to 80 like so fast it'll freak you out because people can't afford 147. No airline that's unhedged is going to fly that flight. You can't do that to your shareholders. You're going to lose $500 a fucking seat, man. Right? Like it's just not. It's going to be. And I think there's force majeures. Guess what that's called? Demand destruction. So this is the cool thing about energy, man. People turn this shit off real fast when it gets too expensive. There'll be people that are looking for people that have contracts that haven't turned their volume all the way up, because they could be exploiting the opportunity. Like literally end users who are only using maybe 50% of their load today will be being pitched by brokers. Hey, let me have the other 50% of your fuel and I'll sell it for you. And it's just sitting there captive by the utility. But there's a lot of production that, at these prices, everybody's going to be pulling out, hey, how much oil do I have in my car? I mean, I'm just kidding, but you know what I'm saying?
No doubt. Appreciate that.
But
We got
by
a
the
super
way,
chat.
the forward curve at $75 only compounds that problem because they're making money at 40. Okay, I promise you, they're making a healthy margin at $45. Okay, that's their cost. Assume it's their cost of capital is 45 here and 55 in the Middle East. That's what the experts say. I'm not so sure, but man, they're making a lot of money. And by the way, no dry holes. There is no such thing as a dry hole anymore. This is a science.
Appreciate that, Gary. And another thing, guys, we've got this super chat, which is to Simon. I think I'm going to ask Simon the question. So, Simon, it says there are reports the UK and France paid 2 million total to Iran for a few ships. Hence, Trump came out with blocking the strait. He is losing allies. I know you. I think you and Joe have a slightly different opinion on this, right? You believe that this is actually bringing UK more closer to America, and they're going to be more desperate for a deal to deal with America. Whereas I believe Joe is alluding to the fact that they're going to move away, right? But if you want to elaborate on that.
Yeah, the difference between me and Joe is I believe that the UK and America are controlled by the same, oligarchy of private corporate interest and the same lobbies. And so I think Keir Starmer works for the same people Trump works for. So I can't imagine. I mean, I'd be surprised if UK and Keir Starmer actually showed some autonomy. Then it would start working with Russia and BRICS, and it would stop playing the game. But I think he's there to deliver profits for the military-industrial complex and make sure that Russia delivers, another $3 trillion of profits. Another $1 trillion of profits for Lockheed Martin and BAE Systems and Albait Systems in Israel, Germany, France, US, and UK. So but then if you're in crisis mode, I just can't. I'd be really surprised if they didn't end up just signing a deal with. The goal of this is to, just split the world up, and Europe and UK, I think, are firmly in the grips of American private corporate interest, and I think they all work for the same goal. But yeah, if UK was more autonomous than I thought, and Keir Starmer would do the best for the British people, then he'd immediately sign a deal with Iran, China, BRICS, and Russia. But I don't think he is autonomous.
Hey, a little bit of breaking news. Orban has conceded loss in the Hungary election.
Oh, thanks for jumping in with the dark side. I was actually gonna say that, and then I totally forgot about it. And I was saying that he's getting destroyed in it. So it's interesting because Orban has two positions, right? One is he's very much pro-Israel, very a Zionist, and the other one is he's very pro-Russia as well. So it's going to be interesting because he never just lost; he got decimated in the elections. So it's going to be. I wonder what the reasoning was that he lost. It'd be worth looking into, but.
But that's bad for Europe, I'd say overall. Even though I like he's got the whole anti-Muslim thing, and he's pro-Russia, anti-immigration, like, and he's really liked by the kind of the far right nationalist type of demographic. But overall, this is just turning Hungary into another another country that's just going to get destroyed into the European Union.
Yeah. But to be, I mean, look, I go to Budapest often, and I mean, obviously, I can't base. It's like anecdotal, but you do see a severe declining in kind of in certain aspects of Budapest, but then other aspects it's really good. So I don't know. It's like, but in terms of yeah, I think I mean you're right in those positions. He's also very much pro-Israel and a very extreme Zionist. So I don't know if that's had an impact on the wars, had an impact on his on it as well, or maybe the country wants different direction. They don't want the pro-Russia position as well.
Yeah, it's a hit for Israel, definitely.
Yeah, but definitely he's like very much more towards Russia. So the Europeans losing him, that would be problematic for sure on that. Simon, a question to
He
you or
voted
any.
against most of the EU positions. He was like the standout vote in everything.
Exactly, he was, yeah. But he never just lost as well, but he got decimated. So it's gonna be it will have been a big reason why he lost so badly. In terms of the blockade, I know you're kind of saying, oh, it's just the same as it was before, but is it really? I mean, there was some tankers coming out. There was about 3 to 5 tankers going out every day. I believe yesterday was 15 tankers that went out. Now they're saying that they're going to stop all of them coming out. How does that impact China? He's saying, Trump's
Yeah,
saying
no, it's
50%,
worse.
50, yeah,
It's
50, yeah, sorry, go ahead.
gone to
But
the
let me ask the
finish.
Chinese element to it, and then you can. So as he says he's going to charge the Chinese 50% tariffs. Oh my God, Joe came out the tunnels. 50. He's going to charge the Chinese 50% tariffs. He said he's gonna essentially anyone who is China friendly. He's saying that blockade is for them, right? Because oil going to China, oil going to China allies, oil going to any of these countries is basically now going to be blockaded. So from going to if this blockade succeeds, because at the moment Iran's saying it's not succeeded and actually oil tankers are going through, it'd be interesting to see what is coming in and out of the Strait of Hormuz today. But anyway, hypothetically, let's assume he's telling the truth, right? Just in this hypothetical. Um, I mean, I'm just because I'm just reading from other media as well. I do like to see what the other side say as well, and they're like, "Listen, we are dominating. You see, China. They were thinking they were going to get away with getting this oil. Now we've basically told China to sit down and get like basically sit down, boy. And so really like America's showing its powers as well, and China isn't going to do nothing, and it's going to demonstrate their military weakness." Go ahead, Simon.
Yeah, I mean, look, so what this means, it's more Joe's position. This would be a move if you're fighting for the petrodollar and you're like, you're still trying to show American dominance and take over the oil and get it all priced in dollars. That would be a move more along the line of American nationalism. But no, this accelerates to a deal, is what I'm saying. Because now you've taken everyone negotiating with Iran, assuming this can be held. I've got no idea whether it can be held or blockaded or not. But assuming that it can, then now everybody needs to negotiate with America, and it certainly harms Iran's position on the public side. If he leverages the blockade for a long time, to the point where it impacts China, then that means that everyone's going to look at America and Israel for all the destruction that will follow. And that will be humanitarian crisis, food insecurity level of pressure. So it puts the negotiation chips firmly in the hands of, American interest. It makes everyone have to do a deal faster, but China's okay there for a year, is what everyone says. Like they were loading up for this way in advance. Um, apparently, China's got everything it needs in terms of energy for the next year. And if this goes on if they hold the blockade for another year, then I can't even imagine Trump surviving that politically. Like that would be the worst depression that we will ever experience in history, and everyone will blame Trump and Israel for that. So it has to be. I think it just accelerates the deal.
So, just a quick question. What does it look like if Iran lets a Chinese tanker through the strait? and America what seizes it, boards it, declares war on China. I just don't understand what that looks like. Does that mean that China is now free to blockade Taiwan? Where does that go? What does direct conflict between China and the United States look like? I thought that's what we're trying to avoid.
Great question, Darkside. That's a golden question. By the way, I think the Chinese will be like Chinese. At least I know you all think Chinese are like the dons, right? I think Chinese will be like Iran. Like I actually think the Chinese will say to Iran, "Look, just don't give us any oil, so we don't even have to have this situation arise where our oil goes out and then American sees it." I think they are so scared of American military prowess and getting into a direct conflict with them. That's what I think will happen. But let's see what Simon thinks. Go ahead, Simon.
Well, I think that's correct, but I don't think it's because it's scared. It's because it's a smart strategy. All China needs to do here is just sit there for a year and let everyone else blow each other up, and they'll be fine. Well, they won't be fine. We'll be in a global recession, and everyone will be impacted. But it's that World War II moment. If this is to be believed, I still just think this is negotiation leverage and tactics. But if we are headed to World War III and Trump is trying to protect the petrodollar, and China feels that it's actually insecure as a result of its dependency upon the strait, then that all plays out into a World War III narrative. I think it's all negotiation leverage.
And then
Can I jump in real
Joe
quick?
has come.
'Cause
Sorry,
one more
go ahead.
question, Joe, real quick. My understanding is that a significant number of the LNG tankers and oil tankers, the super tankers, are actually trapped in the strait. Does this mean they're not allowed out, which would limit the ability, even for the United States, to distribute LNG and oil throughout the world?
I'm not sure how to answer that. We need some, yeah. Do you want to jump in, Joe?
yeah, I can't answer that, but I can answer a few things. I've been looking at this wrong for one reason is I thought there was going to be a shortage in Europe, and there's not. When you look at the actual, and this is what I did last night, when you look at the oil that went through the strait, over 85% of it goes to Asia. It's not going to Europe. Even the LNG, same story. Um, and we launched an attack on Chinese
Hold on,
shipments.
Joe. Is that correct for UK? Because UK went from Russia to Qatar for its LNG significantly.
I'm using the data from 25 because that's the one that's recorded. So if there has been a change since then, it would be wrong, right? But I can look it up right after this that I was about to say, because I don't treat Simon. I'm with you. UK is America. It's not. I don't look at them separately. Like it's almost the same. Though they're going to do the same exact decision because they have to. UK is trapped by America. They can't turn their back on
I
America
agree.
because of
I
all
agree
the
with that as well.
defense. Yeah. Um,
But that's
but
why I didn't agree with your point that they were gonna make like your. I guess you're
I
separating
never
Europe from the
thought.
UK. Oh, sorry.
Yeah,
Go
I
ahead. Sorry.
separate Europe from the UK. Just because their whole financial setup, like how they make money, is completely different. UK is very tied into America. Europe is not as heavily tied into America at all. Um, the the other thing is we've been blocking ships, right? If you look at Operation Southern Spear, okay, which started in January, we started blocking oil shipments to China, basically Russian ships, and they've done nothing about it. Nothing, right? So this whole blockade thing, if it's just to block the transport of oil, they've been doing that since the end of January, right? So this whole thing about like the pressure, it's kind of like Pearl Harbor, right? Like we did a blockade around Japan. That's why Japan attacked us because they were dying. It wasn't because they were lunatics and wanted to come and rape our women. They were literally dying. Um, and we're doing the same thing here. Like we're choking off uh, fleets that are using shadow fleets. And this is why Greenland is such a problem. because it does. Trump is right when he says there is a lot of Chinese and Russian submarines and ships in that area. Yeah, there is, because they're trying to protect their ships from getting seized by America, which has been happening since January. Right. Um, so, I think I made the decision that if Europe was gonna have a shortage. They don't have a shortage. They're gonna pay more, just like everyone else, but they don't have a shortage. That's not where they're getting the oil from, and that kind of changes things, right? I still think it's going to create a divide in Europe, and some countries are going to, you know, start to turn their back on America. Um, but China hasn't done anything. I think what they're doing is arming. They're arming Iran. They're doing it that way. They're the same way America's using Ukraine to fight Russia. They're using Iran to fight America. Um, and we'll see how it goes. I don't think the blockade will work. Suleiman, if you remember, in the very beginning, my theory was either they do a blockade or they do a decapitation strike, right? And the blockade would have taken months for it to work, because Iran is pretty self-sufficient. They can, from my calculations, and I could be wrong, I'm not an expert. From just looking at
This is
data,
true.
they could probably go for like a year without without suffering because of the blockade, right?
Yeah, maybe a bit less, but yeah.
Yeah, they could last almost a year without it being like a serious
6 months to
problem.
a year for sure. Like my view on this was I never really it is that and by the way, you did say that for sure. And if you remember when we had that discussion, I said to you that actually if America was smart and it wasn't controlled by Israel and they had patience, the right move would have been to do a blockade before they started this war. It would have been painful, and I don't agree with Hassan that they would have closed the Strait off, because that would have been that's the kind of like the nuclear option. You don't use that in that situation. And so if they'd done the choke on them, 6 to 12 months, they might have caused so much dissent in the country, they may have got what they wanted, because it would have been a slow burn. And humans are humans, like they don't have the patience. Um, but by striking, he gave Iran exactly what they wanted, because what Iran is really good at is what we said at the beginning. I said Iran needs the war. So if in the sense of they don't want the war, but it actually would benefit them over the chokehold, because Iran's prowess is in the hypersonic missiles, it's the ballistic missiles, it's the drones, it's the fact that they can hit the GCC countries, and as a last resort, they can close the strait. Was always the point that I made.
Yeah.
And America did this entirely backwards, and now the strait, in my view, won't have the impact that it would have had then. Now you've united the entire Iranian country, that even if there is a bit of like suffering for like months, that suffering, which maybe they would have only lasted 6 months, now, as you said, they may last a year. You've basically doubled it up, where people are realizing that their country was attacked and they need to go to, they need to go to bat with it. Completely in agreement with you on that. In terms of specifically the blockade, though, Joe, sorry, go Joe. You want to add another? And I'm gonna ask you
Yeah, I
another
just
question.
wanted to add one thing, and the reason why I looked at this, I'm like, why are we not at $150 a barrel, right? It makes zero sense that we're not there, based on the information I had, which was there's a shortage for Europe and for Asia and everything else, and then I look, and it's not. It's 85% of deliveries is to Asia. So Asian ships are getting through, or at least some of them. They've said, China can get their oil. Well, there's other countries around there that can get their oil, like Vietnam, which is also gets their oil from there. Maybe South Korea and Japan can't. I don't know. Um, but if that's the case, where 85% goes to Asia anyway, and they're allowing it into Asia, then this is like a 10-20% supply shock, which is not going to make it go to 150. And that's probably why we haven't been at 150. And this was what's driving me crazy. And that's why I started looking at all the data last night. I'm like, this doesn't make sense. And then I was shocked to see this does not create a supply problem for Europe.
Dated Brent did go to 150. Like actual physical oil, I guess is my point.
I'm talking about the actual
The
what's
front
trading.
month futures. Yeah.
Yeah.
So let me read a couple of these super chats because they're very much linked to the conversations that we're having. First of all, thanks to Abu Ivy with the super chat, which is on the website, as well as another huge super chat on the website from Ali, which says, "Keep up the great work. You have been a real source of unbiased information in this conflict between US and Iran." Thank you so much. I mean, the only reason we're able to do what we do is through your support. It's not easy to run these spaces for 15 hours a day. And the Hungarian, and another super chat, this is from Dynamic. The Hungarian election is today. If Orban loses, which he has, Israel will lose an ally in Europe. The exploding pages came from an intermediary in Budapest. Yeah, true. And he has lost. And I think Israel lost an ally in Russia as well. The US can and will. Oh, listen. David Z is gonna come up. We need to ask him. He'll watch David Z play down. Be like, they weren't our allies. You know, Orban made many mistakes, and he was disavowed by Putin. He was disavowed by Russia. The US can and will completely close the strait when the IAGC sinks their ships in the right spots. The escalator will be back on. Okay, you think the US is gonna sink the USS Murphy? I'm not sure if they will, but let's see, because I think they're so far out that I don't think that issue is going to arise. Kudos to Iran for keeping their cool in Islamabad. What's with the UK planes flying south from Montevideo? Yeah, UK is complicit. Like, I'm with Simon and Joe on this. They are helping with this, but just to try and do it covertly because the British public is completely against this war, like in its entirety. Um, Hitath, that was from philosophy. This is from Hitath. I did Hitath's one. Legard says, what can be expected of Friday OPEX in these time? I'm not sure what that means, but maybe the finance guys knows what that means. And then obviously one to Simon. Simon Habibi, what negotiations, my brother? Obviously they disagree that negotiations are occurring. So Joe, I guess what I'm asking is this blockade that the United States of America is putting in. If we go with your argument, this is solely going to be a blockade on China and its allies, right? And
When I first read it, I thought it was the other way around. I thought they were going to blockade things going into Iran, not necessarily blockade things coming out.
well, both. It's both, isn't it?
Yeah, now I assume it's both because they're already blocking ships from. They're blocking almost any tanker that is transporting oil that's not being traded in the dollar, and that's what they classify as the shadow fleet, right? It's only shadow because it's diverting sanctions because they're not trading with the dollar.
Right.
That's all it is. There's no
So,
shadow about it. It's just simply they're trading in a different currency.
okay. So coming to the point, I mean, they said they're going to put 50% tariffs on China. They're saying that they're blockading any kind of, and the reason I'm bringing this up is I think this aligns more with your kind of original supposition, right? Which is, and correct me if I'm wrong if it's not the case, because you said you changed your opinion about the Europe thing, that this is a Trump last gasp effort to basically, essentially fight off China, isn't it? Is what you were basically saying, and save
Well,
America.
it's not really to fight off China. I just think you can't have people trade off the dollar and the dollar still remain powerful. So I thought it was the last Hail Mary for them to maintain USD dominance, right?
Okay.
But then
So,
you look at some of the moves Trump makes, and I'm like, is Simon right? Because if he does that to China,
yeah.
China just blocks off resources. I mean, our F-35s are already just not F-35s anymore because they don't have the tech in the front of the nose because China won't give it to them anymore. Put on more tariffs. Now what? Now you can't build GPUs to win the AI race. Like it almost seems like he's trying to destroy America with some of the decisions he's making.
Well,
But
he
is he
also
doing that because
said,
he's dumb, or is he
well, is he
doing it
being,
because he's
is
being told
that,
to?
or and he's being pressured, right? Because the media came out today and asked him and said, where China is supplying Iran with military equipment, so how are you going to deal with it? And he was like, well, they better not, or they're going to pay. So the point is, coming back to your supposition, this specific blockade that is going to go on against essentially all ships going in and out of Iran. I agree with you. I think Iran's quite self-sufficient. This is going to impact probably China, Asia, he probably realized. I believe there was a report yesterday or day before that South Korea was going to unfreeze $6 billion worth of Iranian assets. So it seemed like some of these Asian countries were definitely redirecting their deals and alliances, and this is maybe his way of blocking them off. What do you think is going on here? Because it's just like there's not this tactically is not really an attack on Iran. It's an attack on Iran's allies or China's allies. And the reason I
Well,
say that, just one last point, is you remember those same social media guys who were creating the narrative against Israel? Now they're redirecting the narrative and saying, actually, guys, this is a war against China right now. Go ahead.
yeah, I mean, a long time ago, Suleiman, we had a conversation. Simon was there. I don't know if he remembers. And I said, I have a feeling that they're going to try to stabilize the Middle East and they're going to move their efforts to Asia. And Asia's going to be America's new Middle East, right? This was a long time ago, probably like 2 years ago. We had this conversation. But I thought they were going to do so by allowing Iran to have a nuke, because if they have a nuke, Saudi Arabia has power, Israel has a nuke. Typically, what would follow, it would kind of stabilize because people would stop attacking each other, because then they have a problem if they do, right? Um, Kind of like Pakistan and India, right? Although there's still skirmishes between each other, you know, the fact they both have a nuke keeps things a lot calmer than normal. Um, I kind of thought the same thing was going to happen. I see that I'm wrong about it being a nuke, but um, it is really, to me, about the dollar. The only currency people are really trading in otherwise is the yen, the yuan. Sorry, you saw. I think it was two summers ago or last summer when France did its first deal with China. The very next weekend, you had riots, race riots, in every single city across France, that were very strange, very not organic. Um, do you remember that, Simon? Where there was like, every city in France was on fire, basically.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. What about it?
Yeah, that was 1 week after Macron did a deal in just one, um, which America did not like and spoke heavily against. Um, it is the biggest thing. Like, no matter what, America without having dollar dominance loses its power. It can't borrow. The reason why other countries would love to trade in their own currencies, because they could raise their own they could strengthen their own currency and then borrow against their own currency the way US does. But no one else gets to do that except for America, for the most part, because of the way the system is. If you have somewhere where that starts to leak out, it's basically like someone who has, an investment and they're not getting their dividends on a certain asset. um, America has enforced that by with military strength over and over and over, and we've done it, like I said, 15 times since 1977. To me, this is the same deal, except we have people in office that I believe are absolute idiots. It's probably the only thing I agree with Ryan on when it comes to this conflict is you have to factor in the retard factor. Um, you have to times it by retard to figure out what's going on. And the whole tariff thing doesn't make sense, because if you raise tariffs, then that actually makes you less less dominant in the global reserve, because then you have trade parity, which was what they kept saying they wanted to do, which makes zero sense if you want to be a superpower. Um, uh, then he's like, "Oh, if China sends weapons, we're gonna raise tariffs again." Well, they already cut you off of one thing you need. You want to get cut off again? um, you see South Korea, what you just said to me, which is surprising and not surprising. I'm surprised that they're doing it so quickly, but I think South Korea, Japan, I think they start to form more of an alliance with China than they do America. It doesn't make sense for them to be aligned with America anymore at all, for their own good, for their own sovereignty. Um, and I guess this just seems like it accelerates it all, right? Him saying we're just going to go get Greenland again. You're pushing away your allies. That's how empires die. You now see Spain,
Japan-China
Italy,
alliance. You think
Portugal.
so, Joe?
What? They're already started. They're in
Japan and
some kind
China
of a
blood. They got
bro.
beefs.
They are in an accord
That's why I
already.
said India, Pakistan, bro.
Yeah, but they're already in an accord. Like they already signed an accord for like trading Japan, China, and South Korea, which no one saw coming, and it came because of Trump. But it came right after Trump started doing the whole tariff thing. Right? They're talking now. They're not like they're not they're not holding grudges. It doesn't seem like anymore.
I don't know. But coming back to the point of what we're talking about in terms of the Strait, so from a like the issue is, I think Simon said it as well, and one of your see your thoughts. I said it as well. I think the Chinese are going to be very averse to any kind of engagement with the United States of America, and so what they may do is just not even allow any tankers to come out of Iran. Okay, that's fine. But does that mean, actually, this is to you or just Simon? Does that mean that they're just gonna not allow any tankers for their allies? I mean, China's not really loyal to their allies. Like the allies get hit, they're not gonna do anything, right? So that doesn't matter. Or do you think China just stops all oil coming
Yeah,
out?
no, China just mops up. So China's in a this is the trade war. So if China needs to respond, then it just destroys Americans' essential imports. We're back to where we were during the capitulation taco event, where bond yields started going through the roof. And China said we're going to restrict your rare earth minerals, and then we were in this exact same scenario where every week Trump would say, "Oh, we're not doing a deal. We are doing a deal. We're not doing a deal. We are doing a deal," and then he just tacoed, and effectively China got. There was a pro-China deal. China gave some concessions to give him something to save face, and then he just created a magatard narrative, and the bond market calmed down.
But
This
just
is the
on
exact
that,
same thing.
yeah, yeah. So just on that, that'll be for the. So you're talking about the scenario where China wants oil. Now China's like, actually, we can't get the oil from Iran because America's got a blockade. And so now what we're going to do is, and by Trump saying we're going to put 50% tariffs on you, so they're going to respond. They're going to do all the things you said, and then Trump will have to capitulate at some point. The other point is, I guess the question is, what about China's allies? So what about oil tankers that come out of Iran to China's allies? For example, Pakistan's an example. Pakistan's kind of been the negotiator in between them. You've got Indonesia, you got Malaysia, you got which other countries? Korea, Japan. They're all. Are just some examples, but there's many countries like that. Does China step in and help those countries out or not?
Well, it depends if they believe that the May meeting is on and we're going to get to a deal and the real people that are
And funny enough,
negotiating the
that
deal.
we literally got a
Yeah.
super chat on this, Simon. So I'll ask the super chat. He said it more eloquently than I kind of did. He said, "Hi, Suleiman. I'm from Taiwan. You mean China? So I'm wondering, since we are an ally with the US and we bro, this is now you let it, bro, go back to this is why, bro, go back to China, blood. This is now you're asking this question. Go away, go away. Anyway, he says, "Hi Suleiman, I'm from Taiwan, so I'm wondering, since we are an ally with the United States of America and we really, really need the oil from the Strait of Hormuz, how will this affect us politically and economically? Thank you." I think that's just so perfectly put, that question, in terms of what I was trying to say in such a
He's from
concise manner. What's
he's
your thoughts
from
on
East
that?
Yeah,
China soon.
exactly. Um, China has everything they need to solve people's problems as long as this is kind of done within the next 3 months. So, if assuming China's not hoarding its energy, firstly, China has two things. It's got the largest infrastructure of renewable energy, solar energy, all that type of shit that they've been building that they can sell to Europe, they can sell to the Asian countries, they can sell to anyone that wants to hedge their way out of these fossil fuel dependencies. But they literally purchased for a decade and accelerated significantly leading into this the purchase of $1.6 billion barrels of oil. And so they already bailed out Singapore and they could bail out Taiwan. But what are they going to say? Yeah, we'll bail you out, but reunify with us. We don't need to invade. Let's change the relationship. And so China will just negotiate into every bailout package. They'll love it. There's not a chance in hell that this makes China weaker,
So,
other than the impact of a global recession.
so Suleiman, I have a solution for peace though that I think everyone on the panel would agree with me. Based on all the information that's
Don't
been
try
coming
it.
out.
Everyone listen to this, but just
He's
have
got a
your
meme
eyes
coin,
wide
man.
open because we
No,
don't. Go
no.
ahead, Mr. D.
Joe is about
I
to launch a meme coin that solves the world.
no, I guarantee. Look, Simon, even you'll agree. If Iran, instead of giving half the fees to Oman, they give half the fees to World Liberty Financial, I guarantee you, Trump all of a sudden would put all the pressure you needed on Israel and take the deal, and there would be no blockade.
Justin Sun and CZ, they brokered the deal between America and China.
Did you see? Did you see what Justin Sun came out with today?
What
What?
did he come out with today?
That the World Liberty Financial put in back doors into their token, into their smart contract to be able to lock and take anyone's money that they wish um, on their contract, and that Justin Sun didn't know about it. Yeah, there's so much crime that has been. If you look at World Liberty Financial in the past 2 days, the amount of info and insiders that are speaking up, it's
Yeah,
crazy.
I
It's
saw
crime
one thread.
season.
Yeah, I saw one thread where a guy basically laid out how Trump essentially took investments into World Liberty Financial in order to give multiple pardons and not just Justin Sun, but there was a
With
huge number
Steve
of them.
Witkoff too.
Yeah, it was exactly, and the whole
BZ also.
yeah. There was loads. He was mentioning quite a few names on there, and it wasn't shocking because we expect this from them. But yeah, that definitely happened. But no, I don't think that would solve it though, because that's the whole point. Iran doesn't agree with, because Trump's argument is that yeah, we want 50% of the strait, and Iran wants control of the strait. The 3 points of disagreement are: Trump wants control of the strait, or at least 50% control of the strait. Trump wants Lebanon to not be part of the deal. When we say Trump, we mean Israel. And the third one is nuclear enrichment. He's saying 0%.
But I think
Whereas
what Joe was saying, the Q magatards will be talking about. He's taking on the Fed. He's going to replace it with World Liberty Financial. Then he's going to go close the Strait of Hormuz, and then they're going to open it up with a stable coin. And he's paying 65D chess.
it's called the Strait of Trump, they're saying. But the yeah, so this is a so sorry, Simon. I mean, Joe, you didn't answer the. So I don't know if you answered the question. That what does Taiwan? How does Taiwan deal with the situation?
Yeah, Taiwan can get all the oil that they want from China as long as they sign up to a good relationship with China.
Yeah, look,
No
Soleiman.
blood.
Soleiman, even Trump's reply, like he's like, "Oh yeah, trying to go ahead, take Taiwan, see what happens. We'll see what happens." But it was such a soft reply that it almost felt like an invite. Like if this was like
But
last year, he
but
said that.
Simon, Jacob,
Remember,
you must think
remember,
that this
look,
adds.
if the world, if America does a blockade, then the world, if this is genuinely, there's an alternative to World War III, which is just the world sells their treasuries to buy oil. You're done. America's over. Just take your treasuries. Take the whole world. Just takes their treasuries. Japan, China, all Europe, all of them sells them for dollars, purchases oil, and then uses oil to bid up the price of gold, and then the dollar's over. If they want to do that, it's easy.
Yeah, like so, Soleiman, remember what you just
Does
said?
this
It you
not add to
said
Simon's argument over yours, though, Joe?
it's both. It just
No,
matters who's
because
in
listen, he's
charge.
because no, but Simon's argument, an element of it is that Trump is essentially working. And Simon, correct me if I'm wrong, but Trump's kind of working for China in the sense of he's strengthening them. Your argument is no, he's doing it for America, the American corporations. But like the Taiwan thing is a very good point, that now Taiwan, who has been a loyal ally to the United States of America, they do rely on Taiwan still for the semiconductor chips. They haven't been able to, you know, been able to replace that to the extent that they need to, and amongst various other things. And you're basically saying, both of you are saying, oh well, you know what, like China can just like deal with Taiwan, like they can just like essentially become China, or they can have trade deals or whatever, which is essentially making them reliant
Oh,
on
well,
China. So
there's not a
that adds
great
to Simon's
choice.
argument over yours, right?
That one is more Simon, right? But
Oh damn!
because he believes
I was
he
ready to push back there. You just conceded,
no
Simon.
no he believes that there'll be two hemispheres of power, and that's what the end of this is. I believe that'll happen, but it's because Trump doesn't know how to play. He barely knows how to play tic tac toe, much less chess. Right? He, he
Yeah, me
he's
and
making
Joe
That's
have the
decisions.
basically
same.
he
Me and
plays
Joe
fighting
have the
chess.
same outcome, but he thinks Trump is an idiot, and I think Trump is just corrupt and doing the rational action.
Well, the fact they didn't do a blockade to begin with was dumb. The whole tariff thing, pushing your allies away, is dumb. But these are things that Reagan also used to a degree to protect American companies. So I'm like, is he just following Reagan's protocol, or is he actually taking orders from someone? And that's where we're divided. I think we wind up in the same place only because this administration um, doesn't seem to make very smart moves. Like even the whole decapitation strike. How do you not know? Honestly, how do you not know that that is not going to cause
But they knew. But
a
Joe, you're
revolution?
saying that, but they knew. The CIA, his entire intelligence apparatus said that it would not. He took the word of the Israelis over his own intelligence. So he knew. So how can you say that's incompetence? He knew.
Because he doesn't trust our own. Do you understand? His
He
whole
trusts the
first term,
Mossad. He trusts the
he,
But I
Mossad over
think
there.
I
yeah,
think that's the
his whole
exit.
first term, he kept talking about how he wanted to get rid of the FBI and CIA.
But
Remember
I've
his
I've
whole.
always I've always believed that Israel is the cover story, to say it wasn't us, it was Israel. And so you just perpetuate that Israel forced us into this. You release the Epstein files. You perpetuate the narrative that Israel rules the world. You say that this only happened because he was blackmailed, and then all the America that you get Tucker Carlson, Candace Owen, Nick Fuentes, everybody to you perpetuate that narrative. The entire America starts hating Israel, and then you get a when you break the empire, you get to blame it on Israel and say that it was them, it wasn't us.
Except it was Israel. But anyway, that being said, guys, this is the issue is Joe. I think you just conceded to Simon. This is
I'm
crazy.
not conceding. I believe the same thing happens. But look,
You're
Simon thinks there's a master plan behind Trump that's making him make the decisions he makes. And I think it's just a bumbling bunch of idiots who put in Fox News hosts as the head of Department of War. Like, make it make sense,
okay. So
right?
last question before I
Either
let
way,
you
it's the
finish.
same outcomes, and it's kind of irrelevant, right, Joe? We'll just
Yeah,
argue about
exactly.
it forever.
Exactly. I don't know. I think your argument's stronger. I think Joe conceded. But Joe, just a last point.
What?
Before
Yeah, Joa conceded.
no,
Joa
he
bent
didn't.
the
Joe
I
didn't
knee.
have
I
concede.
see no
historical.
Joe
knees
didn't concede. He's
bend.
actually got.
I
Joa
He's actually
have
bent
made
the
some strong
I
knee.
have
arguments.
Davos
Joe
historical
Jonas
hasn't
bent the
conceded.
knee.
precedents.
I
I
Joe,
seen
have
your knees
historical
bend. You bend the knee
precedents.
to Simon.
no, he's not. Joe didn't concede. Joe is a smart guy. Okay, Joe,
But hold
because
on,
you're
hold
so
on. If
smart, I'm
you
gonna
if
ask you.
you if you think that Joe conceded, there's a problem here. You got Solomon and Beatrix. If you think that under Joe's model, Israel rules the world. Under my model, Israel's just a tool for the
No,
military-industrial
Israel
complex.
does not rule the world.
Oh,
No,
I
have I
don't
under
got
believe
that
Joe's
that at
wrong?
model,
all.
Israel doesn't rule the
I
world,
think
bro.
America's trying to do what's
But
best in
he's conceded
American
it
interest.
now.
They're just
Joe
not going to
said by
be able to.
Tuesday. Joe said if there's not a deal by Tuesday, he accepts that Israel rule the world, then he's gonna concede to us.
Yeah, but that changes now. That
Oh, he's
changes
like, oh,
because
he's changed now. Oh,
Suleiman.
slippery Joe. Oh
Conceded
my
too.
god. Oh my god.
No, because
I'm looking at my calendar. I
Suleiman,
literally had it written on my calendar.
because
Joe's deadline day.
everyone up here was saying that there was going to be a shortage in Europe. Europe does not
Oh
get their oil
my
from the Strait.
god.
So I went off of the information I was
They
getting.
never want to blame Israel. Oh my God. Now he's like, guess what? Everything I've been saying in the spaces for the last so many years, I now re-looked at the calculation and now Israel still doesn't rule the world.
Because there's no shortage in Europe.
Oh my
If there
Joa, the
was,
God.
Europe
chat's
would have to make a
asking.
decision. Yeah.
The chat's asking, where were you during Pearl Harbor? They're saying you're compromised. They've gone back on it like the other night. Joa, dual nationality. Yeah, I agree. Look, Joe's doing pure, like, he's doing Zio propaganda here, guys.
I do
Davos
have dual
Jonah, we call him
nationality
Davos
though,
Jonah.
but
Yeah.
it's Portuguese and
Goalpost
American.
moving,
It's
Joa.
not
They're
Israeli
saying,
and
Joa
American.
moving the goalpost. They're saying, look, they're on it.
Yeah, because I had bad info, which was that Europe had a shortage. So I assume they would have to make a decision very soon as to how they're gonna get their oil. But they don't have a shortage, so that's not the issue.
A good it's a good thing to change your position when you see different data. So respect you.
Yeah,
Oh my God,
thank you.
don't, Simon, don't go there.
Go on, someone's got to stick up for Joe. I'm going to need him one day.
Beatrix, that's how you Beatrix things all the time. You have this thought, although you get presented different information, but you
Oh my God,
continue down
Never
the
someone's
same
saying you're
ever,
line.
Michael Jackson's handler. Were you Michael
never
Jackson's handler? That's
ever
what this.
Beatrix. Never ever Beatrix. So, Joe, one last question before we go on to uncommon. Um, from a just from a kind of tangible perspective, if, and by the way, Iran's denying this, and I'm not too sure the Americans are going to get this right. I do think that there is an ability to choke out and choke the Strait of Hormuz if you're done the right way. I'm not sure if they're going to end up doing the right way. I was going to explain how it should be done, but maybe I shouldn't, because I just don't trust that the Americans are going to make the right decision. I know you're like, oh, bet the Pentagon has it, but the problem is the Pentagon has many different processes they should make, and what this administration has demonstrated, they always choose the worst option. So, Joe, if this happens in terms of the strait being closed, the blockade by the United States of America, and you have this blockade, tangibly, what actually happens to, for example, some of the countries and who are going to be impacted the most and these type of things?
It's going to be Asia that's impacted the most. Like, this is where the information was bad and why I have to change the opinion. 85% plus is going to Asia, right? They were already going after shadow fleets, they call them, right? So they were already kind of doing this, but not at the scale they'll be able to do it now, right? So that's going to increase a lot. This, I think, could drive up the price of oil a lot, because then if Asia's not getting its oil, which Iran was allowing them to get, then you really have a problem, right? Because then the Asian countries are going to be bidding for oil. The price is going to go higher, and now there's less oil on the market, right? Um, this is completely and this is what I mean about Trump doing the opposite of what he says he wants to do. He says he wants to straight open, but doing this actually increases oil prices. It doesn't decrease them, and it's going to increase them a lot. With him, we're going to see 150 for sure if he does this,
You
right?
know,
Because
Joe,
where's Asia going to get their oil?
Joe, just to kind of correct you a little bit, I think when you're looking at these statistics, you're looking purely at oil, raw oil. But when you look at diesel and jet fuel, the numbers for Europe range 15 to 25%. So it is more significant than you might think.
Yeah, well,
So it's
85 would be 15%, right? So if
yeah, but
85 is
even
going,
if you cut back 15% of Europe's fuel oil, right? Not just oil, but actual, refined products, like that's COVID level disruptions. So you can minimize it, sure, but these are real numbers. And of course, if you go down my thesis, which is this is what Europe wants, they want to issue in some dystopian, climate lockdowns and all the other crap that goes along with the Agenda 2030. The numbers are far more significant than I think you're suggesting.
yeah, I
What
mean,
about
look, the
LNG, Doc?
the, the only reason I looked at LNG for UK, it's only 10% of it. The Dark, what made me look down this road and say, because the data just wasn't matching the info I had, which was a lot of the airlines on Friday announced that they're cutting back flights by 10%, right? And I'm like, only 10%, but shouldn't it be way higher than that? And that's what made me say, okay, they have a 10% shortage, could be 15, like you're saying, because they have some in reserve. Um, so yeah, I don't know if this is COVID level though. If it's 10%, if they have some in reserve still, you would still think that's COVID level, because you're not like you're just stopping the economy, but part of the economy by 10%.
Yeah, again, I'm going on my thesis that Ursula and her psychopathic friends want nothing more than to see that number rise. So I mean, I get the numbers. Main, we could. I've seen numbers 10%. I've seen 25%. But regardless, um, I just think Europe's going to use this to usher in a massive crisis.
But why would they've already been attacked by America for years, right? The pipeline, the increasing interest rates, the attack on the euro, the attack on the pound. Um, America's been attacking Europe for many years. Why would they allow them to put the final nail in the coffin? And this is me thinking
Why
opposite of
did they let
Simon,
them?
that
Why did they
states
let
act
them
like
blow up
rational
Nord
actors.
Stream? Why did they let them blow up Nord Stream?
They didn't let them. There was almost no one in Europe that had the capacity to blow up Nord Stream.
No,
Like
America, CIA did.
how would they stop them?
Yeah, the thing they did
They
is they
went
covered
along
up
with
for
it.
it. They just didn't mention it, even though they know that CIA did it.
No, they went along. No, that's not. They also went along with it. There's a very well-known evidence now that Germany was aware of it. So was the UK Prime Minister at the time. Remember, that's how we were able to get some evidence that they were involved in it because of her phone. So it's not just that they were not able to do it; they were complicit in it.
That's a corporate WEF agenda, like clearly.
Yeah, that's been my point, right? Is that there's an agenda in Europe to destroy the place.
Yeah, they're dark. That they're already launching a type of digital wallet for businesses all across Europe. We just announced last month. Last month. So I do see them already implementing that. I don't know if they need
Yeah,
this to implement the
CBDC
rest.
is already live as well.
Yeah. Yeah, but it's not in use yet, really.
Not yet, no.
No, you have to crash the banks first, right? The CBDC requires that you crash the banking system.
Let's get Robert, if you can come up on. We're trying to figure out the data for European dependency upon the Strait of Hormuz.
Yeah, that'd be great. And good. Let me just give some more news. I want to get Uncommon in as well, and I definitely want to hear from Robert. Um, it says Orban to become Peter Magyar officially defeats Viktor Orban to become the new Prime Minister of Hungary. EU's von der Leyen says Europe's heart is beating stronger in Hungary tonight. Pezeshkian made a statement, and actually, I'm not sure if the Iranians are going to be happy with it or what, because the statements, the Americans are presenting it as him bending the knee to the Americans. He says, if the American government abandons its totalitarianism and respects the rights of the Iranian nation, ways to reach an agreement will certainly be found. So people are not happy with his statement. The Americans are presenting this as him raising the white flag, just to let you know what's happening from the geopolitical perspective. Uncommon, thanks for joining us. Hope you're doing well. Give us your thoughts.
Hey, what's going on, everyone? Yeah, I mean, I don't, just based on that statement, I don't know if I read that as bending the knee, but I could see people trying to spin that one way or the other. It's interesting that Iranians are not happy about it. But anyway, I would say that I do disagree, I think, with Simon on the idea that a blockade signals that they're working closer to a deal. I think it's more of that they're trying to, I definitely think that they're trying to march us into a war. It seems like a larger scale war, and doing something like this is insane. I mean, the idea that China's just going to sit by and take it, maybe they will, or maybe they won't. You have no idea what will happen when you start doing things like this. If you go back and even, I mean, I hate to bring it up because it's so long ago, but it is. If you look at like the defining moment of World War II was when Britain gave the guarantee to Poland. You know, a country it couldn't really protect, and they thought that that would stave off Hitler from invading Poland. And what it did was Poland got a lot more stiff necked about giving over Danzig to the Germans, which was a German city. And so they stopped negotiating with Germany, feeling this false sense of security. And then things escalate. The point isn't that it's the exact same. It's not. Nothing is ever the exact same. The point is that these things have unintended consequences. And just like I think Joe has said it correctly, Pearl Harbor was a reaction from the Japanese from the United States cutting off their oil. That is correct. Nobody ever talks about that part of the story. Japan didn't want to just start bombing us in Hawaii, they felt backed into a corner into doing it. Which, of course, if you read more revisionist history, you'll see that it's argued that was on purpose to get the United States and dragged into the war. I tend to believe that, but it is debatable. But the reality is that we have no idea how China or Southeast Asia is going to respond. I tend to agree with Joa's message. I think the world is being divided into countries that are effectively, whether they support or are controlled by Israel, and countries that are not. And if you go back 2 years ago, Alex Karp said, who is the CEO of Palantir, by the way, which Trump just dropped 2 days ago, their ticker symbol, so whatever that means. 2 years ago, he specifically said the West needs to get ready to go to a global war with Russia, China, and Iran. And it looks like they're going to manufacture their wish. And I think it seems like they're going to do anything necessary they can to bring that about. I mean, Jared Kushner and Steve Witkoff did their job. They made sure a deal could not be reached. And I think the idea that they're working towards some sort of deal just does not seem what's going to happen. That's why, and I do. Suleiman mentioned this the other day. I went back and I listened to Scott Ritter and Judge Napolitano and Larry Johnson. They'd had a roundtable on Friday, and Ritter makes a lot of good points that are logical. He says Trump wants to get out of this war because he cares about his legacy and he doesn't want to lose the midterms and blah blah blah. And it's very rational, but it's just not accurate. What Trump is obviously controlled, or he does exactly what the Israelis want him to do, regardless of if it's intelligent or not. And so this idea that I think he's trying to worry about the midterms, I don't think he cares. I think he's worried about whatever Israeli global interest is. And so I think people should be very concerned. And I honestly think it's like literally if they went back to bombing Iran, that would probably be more intelligent than literally bringing more people into the conflict, which is effectively what they are doing. I mean, I think this is actually the most insane move they could have made. But anyway, that's my thoughts on it.
Uncommon. You know, when he loses the midterms, he's just going to make the same statement they made when they lost the some of the elections prior, and they'll just say Trump's name wasn't on the ballot. That's why they lost. So he's already got an excuse for why they lose the midterms, and then in the next general election, he's not. Next main election, he's not going to be in there at all himself.
Yeah, and if they can bring us into war, I just think that it to a certain degree, focusing on the midterms it's the minor picture. Like the Israeli interest, they don't care about the election. They have to get us going to where they need us to go beforehand, right? And there's a possibility if they can get us into total war before elections, they'll be suspended. I mean, and people say that sounds crazy, but that does happen. I mean, maybe that is crazy. I hope it doesn't happen, but all signs are pointing towards Trump is not going to back down. Iran is not going to back down, and they're escalating. The language is escalating more to include more countries that are, that have sovereignty. It's basically countries that have sovereignty and countries that don't. And I think that's what it's going to shape up to be.
Yeah. I've got a few more questions for you. Just a second. Doc's here. Doc, hope you're doing well. Give us your thoughts.
I got to run to something, but I'll jump back on later,
No
probably this
problem.
evening.
No problem. Thanks for coming. Appreciate it. Okay. Seems like Doc's not. Doc may be having his ice cream, so we'll come back to him in a bit. Actually, I've not got the thing on. Guys, by the way, do follow the second YouTube channel. It is linked in the YouTube comment and it's linked in the tweet above. Tomorrow, we've got so many interviews. We'll be streaming from that channel, the interviews at a minimum and maybe the whole day. So make sure you're following that channel. Click on the tweet in the nest and follow it and subscribe, and same with the X page. Let's Simon. How long do you think this blockade can continue? How long do you think this? I know you see this current thing as a negotiation, but even then, this alleged blockade, how long can it continue?
Well, so let's think about this. So nothing has changed in terms of the economic consequences. If we're there's meant to be a Xi Jinping and Trump meeting on the 14th of May. And we're led to believe that prior to that meeting, Trump is enforcing a blockade upon China. So if this is really a genuine escalation cycle, you'd expect those relationships to start breaking down. We enter into a trade war. That would crash the US stock market because it did last time. I think it had there was a if you enter into a trade war and you constrict the goods that American tech sector needs and everything else. So yeah, that would be the escalation cycle. You'd have disaster in the bond market. You'd have disastrous oil prices, which would create higher inflation. We're already at 3.5% based upon the print on Friday. Then that would break mortgage markets, private credit markets already starting to break. And you'd have a significant correction in the stock market, as well as data that indicates unemployment and recession. So I think if that meeting moves and there is actually a full blown blockade where Iran can enforce on one side and America can enforce on the other side, yeah, I don't think it can last long. Like I really don't think it can last long. I mean, maybe it can last for the rest of the month, but the markets are going to bleed, and once we hit that first real crisis, like Taiwan, which breaks all the the semiconductor chips, once we hit that type of scenario where those supply chains break, you're talking trillions of dollars of value to be wiped off the markets, the stock market. So if there is a blockade for the rest of the month, I think all markets are going to be in a really bad position. Yeah, I don't think you can enforce so would this work where Iran effectively can stop ships coming out from Saudi and all those places, the GCC, and then on the other side, Iran can't get their ships out because it then hits the blockade and no one can get in unless they negotiate with the US. So basically, on the GCC side, you have to negotiate with Iran, then you have to go negotiate with US to get something out. So that doesn't sound like a scenario that can last for long. Then you get a reaction from the Houthis. They close the Red Sea. Then everyone has to sit round the table, do a deal, or effectively, um, yeah, I think China just sits back and watches everyone blow each other up for the rest of the year. And if China then starts to hit the point where it can't get its resources, then we're in World War Three. Like that's the cycle we're going from here. And if we're in World War Three, then someone decides to use a nuke, maybe. So I think a deal is way more likely, and I think it would have to be done before that meeting between Xi Jinping and Trump needs to be a positive meeting that fixes the world and sets the new world order. And in the meantime, elites are going to be profiteering at the highest level, and there's just going to be a massive amount of wealth confiscation and wealth transfer as the middle class gets wiped out, the poor suffer again, and a few elites at the top are going to be acquiring all the assets and renegotiating all the contracts and implementing their police and surveillance state. That's the trajectory.
So I don't think people realize how much. I know people know about the rare earth minerals, but they don't understand how much stuff comes from China and you can only get it from China. Like the whole, like every single EV in America that says made in America, the batteries are made in China. Every single one, right? The all the active ingredients that pharmaceuticals use for your blood pressure medication, ibuprofen, antibiotics, all that stuff comes from China, and you're not getting it from anywhere else. These are the things that America can't do by itself for at least 5 to 10 years, if they decided to start to do it themselves. Um, this I don't see how this blockade can last long when China has so many levers it can pull without putting a single boat in the water, right? Without firing a single shot, right? It would put the AI race way behind China, way behind. Um, and we know how much is getting invested into data centers, right? What happens to that? Right? It just doesn't make like I said, I don't think Trump can even play tic tac toe. He doesn't even look one move ahead.
It's the equivalent of an actual invasion into Taiwan in terms of impact, because effectively you're breaking all those supply chains. So
Yeah,
everything,
exactly.
and they've already war gamed that out in terms of the damage. And we already know that Trump capitulates because he did last time, and he hasn't fixed anything since then because the
Yeah,
dollars, like
I'm
he
telling
hasn't suddenly built the manufacturing base.
I'm telling you, the best solution is give him a part of the toll, and he'll go away. I looked at the numbers. You know that he made more money this year, this in the past 12 months, than he did his entire 77 years put together prior to that.
And it's more
This
likely
is a
that he's
president.
just it's more likely that he's just trying to squeeze for a personal better terms in this corrupt deal.
That's honestly what I believe.
That is the narrative that is actually coming out from these Trump influencers. I did watch a bit of Jack Posobiec, and what he was saying was that the reason Trump went for Venezuela, reason he went, and by the way, I don't agree with this, but I'm just telling you what their perspective is or what they're relaying to the public. So he said that the reason they went for Venezuela, the reason they went for Iran, is to basically choke out China's allies, basically, you know, get their heads, put them on a swivel, and then go to the meeting with Xi Jinping saying, like, we run things now, and then you're in a better negotiation position. That's what their claim is, Simon and Joa.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. They to negotiate a trade deal between China and America is like a 5-year process. To think like, all right, we're just gonna suddenly change it. They've been sat down negotiating this for years before. Like it's just not reality in terms of this. You cannot be engaged in a trade war, which they are. And remember, China gave serious concessions to bail out Trump to save the bond market. And if like Trump's working against that goodwill, they can kill the bond market overnight. They can destroy America if they wanted to. They
And
just don't want to.
why are they still selling them oil from Venezuela? That's all you got to say. If they wanted to choke out China, why are they still selling them oil from Venezuela? It makes zero sense. They don't care
Exactly.
about who they sell to. They care that it's not in the dollar, right? That's the problem. And yes, China buys it when it's not the dollar. They do. But it's not because it's China. If it was, if it was Japan, it would be the same problem, and they wouldn't be attacking Japan. They'd be attacking what they call the shadow fleet, and all the sources of the shadow fleet: Venezuela, Russia, and Iran. And that's why they're the enemy. Is only because of that. Is because they want to sell oil in their own currency, which doesn't seem like a crime.
I flipping had some more news, but I forgot what it was now. Um, oh, here it is. CENTCOM commander is to visit Israel on Monday to discuss the renewed possibility of a war with Iran. So what it means is to re-engage the war with Iran. So CENTCOM commander is going to be going to Israel on Monday. Mischief, thanks for joining us. Hope you're doing well. Give us your thoughts.
Have they hit?
Yeah.
Have they hit Israel at all? Has Iran hit Israel at all?
No, since the ceasefire.
Why? They should have.
I mean, I agree with you on that. I think Iran's, yeah. I mean, I agree with you on that. I don't
But
know what you.
this might be they needed more time, and there's more decapitation campaigns until we get to the point where there is the Iran that will do a deal. Like that's how I interpret that.
What do you mean?
Well, the people that were sat around the table before the war are all still alive. They checked in Pakistan. They're still alive. And if we then need more time, and then Israel takes out some more high-level IRGC people, I imagine that
Yeah,
this is
but Israel's not attacking Iran either.
yeah. Oh no, I'm saying if they start going for Iran again. Did you say
Oh,
that
okay.
there was a meeting to say
Yeah,
Israel
yeah,
goes
yeah,
towards
yeah,
Iran again?
yeah, 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 yeah. Well,
Yeah, if that happens,
Israel and US, yeah.
yeah. So yeah, it might be a continuation of that, but we'll see.
Yeah, Joe, what was the point you were trying to make?
No, because you were talking about the influencers saying that it's because they want to attack China. It's not really about attacking China. If it was, they wouldn't be selling them things. They wouldn't be selling them oil, at least, right, from Venezuela. So Venezuela has nothing to do with it being China. It has to do with the shadow fleet, and we know because they went after the shadow, like the boats that not the fake fentanyl boats, but the other ships, the tankers. They went after them. Remember, they chased one. They said, "Oh, one got away." It was part of the shadow fleet, um, and that's what we've been doing. It's called Operation Southern Spear. We've been doing it since January, right? We've been going after ships from Russia and Venezuela prior to what happened. We've been going after them in the open sea and taking them.
Hmm. Okay, Mischief, thanks for joining us. Hope you're doing well. Give us your thoughts about what's going on. Mischief? Okay, so I think this guy just, I think he's a Zayo, but obviously they get too scared to speak when they come in the space. Okay, Gil. Go ahead, Gil. This is why I don't bring people up. Like, why request it and then not want to speak? Oh, so annoying. Okay, sack them.
Suleiman, have you seen this news? That's just, I think you might have alluded to it earlier, but Iran's Pakistan envoy says the Islamabad talks are not a one-off event, but the start of a process. Al Jazeera breaking news. I sent it to you.
Okay. So you think there's gonna, but then why did Vance come out and say they ended?
This is what I was saying earlier, that I don't believe either of the sides anymore. This is just ridiculous. I mean, why would Iran come out and say it's the start of a process? You know, especially if Vance has come out and said something opposite. Why would you do that? It's just crazy.
I'm not sure about that one. I don't think
I
so.
mean, eventually they're going to come to a deal, right? They're going.
Yeah, obviously. There's no war that doesn't end without a deal.
Yeah, and Dietrich, you had mentioned something before, but isn't it part of their religion where if someone offers a ceasefire, like you have to go listen to it? Isn't that like kind of part? I remember something like that with the Ottomans.
I don't know, Joa. I mean, like, technically, it wasn't even really a ceasefire, was it? It was Lebanon's included, Lebanon's not included. So it was a breach of a ceasefire before you even got to the negotiating table, and they still went. I just don't understand this whole thing. And when Simon said there's more damage to be done, I guess in order to make an agreement, I get that, but I think that both sides are just giving us like, just I don't know, word salads at the moment. I'm not buying it.
Yeah, I don't know. I recall something during the Ottomans that when people would negotiate a ceasefire or a surrender or anything like that, because of their religion, they would have to go and meet them. You can't turn your back on that, something like that. I don't know. I'll look for it, but I think that's probably why they went. Anyone talking?
No, but I'll read out what Galibaf said. Galibaf has said, enjoy the current pump figures with the so-called blockade. Soon you'll be nostalgic for $4 or $5 gas. Literally. Soon you'll be nostalgic for $4 or $5 gas. Enjoy the current pump figures with the so-called blockade, he says.
Yeah, there is still that possibility that Trump's. Remember what I said? Every time he makes a new one up, needs to get more extreme every time. So in the last one, he had to do the 48-hour nuclear threat. And this might just be the next made up one that leads to a deadline and a taco as well. Just market the same. Every time he needs to get the market going again, it needs to be more extreme than the last one.
But Simon, my concern is that the Iranians know this and they help him out and bail him out each time. Like, what the hell? Like, then I just feel like none of this is sincere. We're all being played by all sides then.
I agree. I think they've been negotiating the whole way through.
Because if you're in a serious war situation, and you know the other side is trying to play the markets, you're going to make it as difficult as possible for them, right? You're going to make them feel the pain. What you're not going to do is bail
Now
it out each and every time.
or you're going to release a Lego video.
Yeah.
That's literally, it's just a movie. Like, honestly.
There's also this other factor. I don't know if you guys been watching what's going on with the whole Epstein thing, but there's two women who have come out. It's why Melania came and spoke about it. Also, one of the people in the Senate said that the redacted files mentioned Trump a million times, and that they should actually call it the Trump files, not the Epstein files, because it mentions Trump more than Epstein. And things are ramping up, and these women have posted photos with them, evidence that they were around at that time, that they were involved with Epstein since 14, 15, and both of them are claiming, and they're not like in even the same country or anything like that. They're both claiming that Melania was part of it too, and that might be the thing they have over Trump.
Yeah, the one woman was deported to Brazil, and her husband has her son.
Yeah, exactly.
What was the claim about Melania's involvement?
The claim is just saying that she was involved. She was one of Epstein's girls, basically.
The woman was deported. She was separated from her son, and the woman is basically saying that Melania did nothing to help, that they were friends. And so she was deported, something along the lines of that her son went with her to Brazil, and then the son was brought back home, and the husband is friends with Trump. And basically they deported her to separate her from her husband and get custody of the son. And now she's threatening to expose Melania. And that's why they're saying Melania came out to try to get ahead of it, to say that she's not part of the Epstein files. But it doesn't make sense, because it's just like they're talking about the Barbara Streisand effect. Like, why would you come out when there's pictures of Melania at parties with Epstein? I mean, if you're going to come out and lie, you would come out and say things like, you know, I didn't know him that well. Sure, I was at a party with him. But when there's actual pictures of them together, why would you come out and say to the public, I never knew him, he didn't introduce me, I've never met him, when there's clearly evidence that they were? So it's almost just like a distraction campaign. I'm not sure if this Amanda woman is free, because she's all over X. She's on X. You can follow her, and she's stating things like, I'm going to expose you. And she's saying she's going to expose her and Trump, and I'll tell my whole story. She only has about...
Art, there's another woman that came out now, right? Who said that Amanda, that woman that got deported to Brazil, inspired her to come out. There's a video of her, and this is what she posted to open her account. She posted a video of her using her cell phone to film Melania Trump. And when Melania Trump sees that it's her, she looks like she saw a ghost.
Yeah, I saw that
Uh,
video. Yeah, I saw that video too. I guess they're friends or something like that, and she's involved as well. And yeah, there's
well,
obviously
she's backing up the story that Melania was one of Epstein's girls.
yeah, I did see that. I'm surprised you guys let me up. Like I've been requesting to come up for days. You guys, Solomon obviously likes blocking me or not allowing me up. I don't know why he thinks I'm a Zio because
Okay. Let's go to volatility.
Yeah, hi. So I had a question, directed sort of to Simon, but could this be this whole motive behind this war? Could it be potentially making amends to China, since we essentially destroyed their 25-year investment into Venezuela? And let me explain why. Even though China has been outwardly and publicly condemning the aggression of the United States, in terms of actions, they've done nothing. I mean, I'm just kind of asking this, right? Because I don't see anybody coming from this angle that maybe China is the ultimate beneficiary here, in the sense that they may end up getting more control, more access to the Strait of Hormuz, and more contracts, to rebuild Iran. And Iran becomes the loser here. China gets wealthier, and also, like you're talking about all the time, right? As far as the multipolar world, China kind of handling their eastern side of the hemisphere, the United States locking things down on the west. It just seems that if China was really, really outraged over these actions, then there would be some type of action in terms of, at least threats that, hey, we're going to make it difficult for you to get our rare earth minerals. Maybe talk of tariffs. It just seems like it's just like words. The narrative is essentially like that they condemn it, but they're not doing anything. And I just see like Iran being weakened further and further, and ultimately, China just being the ultimate beneficiary here. And then we need a narrative, right? So we're like, oh, they have nukes and they're this huge threat, which we all know that is massive hyperbole. But what about that thinking? Like, what's your opinion, Simon, and everybody else? But I just don't hear anybody saying that maybe China's complicit in the weakening of Iran.
Well, I mean, my long overarching theory, even before Trump came into power, was that China had already won the trade war, and they installed Trump in order to implement tariffs to execute the trade war rather than start a trade war. And so everything that Trump has done has been working for transnational capital, which of course China is at the base of. So that's been my long-standing theory. And I think if you go from Department of Government Efficiency, which led to the closure of, which was completely false because you can't pay down the debt. So that was about a data exercise, and it was about shutting down the covert regime change operations like USAID and National Endowment of Democracy. Then you had the trade war, which drew everyone to China, and there was massive profits for banks and financial institutions that were merging, acquiring all the small businesses that went bankrupt in America that couldn't pay their import tax. And then in the export dependent countries like Vietnam and everywhere, they had massive M&A activity into China's Belt and Road Initiative. Then we had obviously the continuation of the genocide, which exposed Israel. Then we had the release of the Epstein files, which completely tore down the perception of the American empire. And then we had the Iran war, and then the Iran war led to the closure of the Strait of Hormuz. And the closure of the Strait of Hormuz is effectively the global reset. So
There-
yeah,
there's 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 one part, Simon, which I don't think people give enough credit to. is the amount of data that Elon now has on Americans. You can almost dictate uh, elections if you have the same amount of money as your opponent, because he has spending habits. He has, and that's why X payments is actually a danger, because he has the tax info. Yes, he has it by zip code, but you can target by zip code. There's a massive amount of data for targeted campaigns that now he is in sole possession of. And although they say, oh, yeah, but the data then was closed, that's not how AI works. You teach AI something, which is what he did, and he was open about that. That data doesn't now leave the AI. The AI already learned that data. So that data is still there.
Yeah, and then Palantir and XAI got the military defense contract. So, and they installed David Sachs, they installed the three PayPal mafias. You got JD Vance with Palantir and Peter Thiel. You got all the data. You had Elon Musk that's building the social credit score. You got David Sachs that's got all the stablecoin, surveillance state, programmable money. And then you got Peter Thiel and Palantir and Alex Karp that are building out the, border control, which is effectively internal police and surveillance state within America, under the guise of pretending you're doing mass deportations. So to me, it's World Economic Forum all over it. And Trump's job is to just get rich from executing for his higher powers. And yeah, China's at the base layer. They had a century of humiliation. They built a 100-year plan. And now we're at the change of empire. Um, and China's building up the world, and transnational capital can go to Trump and say, I'd like that Venezuelan oil, please. And you can rent out the US military industrial complex as a for rent militia to get you some resources. The American people pay the debt. We're at the end of a debt cycle. And then you can just asset strip whatever you can, and manufacture civil unrest. Like, Europe's a part of that, UK's a part of that. And they're going to beta test the smart cities in Gaza and roll them out as far as we'll allow them to roll them out. Um, but yeah, it's if you take the big trends, it's demographics, I think, is the main thing. Like, what do you do with an aging population and collapsing birth rates? If you're a global asset manager and you control, like, technology that can influence every sovereign wealth fund and every central bank like BlackRock can, then you rejig the chessboard, and I think that's what we're witnessing.
So we've got some more breaking news. The Iranian parliament leader says oil prices will increase due to the US blockade. He said the following, quote, enjoy the current pump figures. With the so-called blockade, soon you'll be nostalgic for $4 to $5 gas. And then he's kind of used a mathematical formula to say that the compounding effect of the blockade would result in increased oil prices. Gary, what's your thoughts on that?
I need a few minutes, buddy. Sorry.
Okay, dark side.
Yeah, look, I think that it's a little naive to think that they can control prices because prices can be manipulated by governments. So the real question is, is oil going to flow out of the Red Sea? I think Robert was talking about this earlier. That's really the major choke point at this moment. If they do get the Houthis or somehow they strike the pipeline, um, then the game changes. Then prices go through the roof.
This is it's major, right? But I'm just surprised on the fact that I would assume that if the I guess it seems like the market doesn't agree with doesn't believe that Trump has got a real blockade in though, right, Simon?
Yeah, we'll see on Monday. But as it currently stands, the market has consistently believed that there will be a deal. Now, every I don't want to repeat myself, but every time the price of oil goes up to $115, the equation changes and Trump creates a new game. And the market then believes it, and we start over again. And this is the next one. The next one is blockade until it stops working. At which point, everyone has to do a deal because there's no other choice.
Okay, we've
What's the
got
purpose
another.
of this, though? I'm sorry,
Just
Flo's gone.
yeah, I'm gonna give it straight to you. We got another statement from Trump. He says, "Tell phony Democrat Senator Chris Coons that I'm not offering Iran anything." Unlike Obama, oh no, but this is from earlier on today. Unlike Obama, who paid them billions under the stupid road to the nuclear weapon JCPOA, which will now be expired. Nor am I even talking to them since we totally obliterated. Oh no, this is from. This is old. Oh, sorry, I'm reading the wrong thing. Beatrix, why did you send me something from like 2 years ago?
Yeah,
Okay.
I know. I sent you that from June 2025 to see what he was saying and how his narratives changed.
Go ahead, jump in, bro.
My bad, sorry. Simon, I want to ask you, right? So they keep playing the markets, the price keeps coming up, and when I say they, I think they're doing it collectively now because Iran keeps bailing them out. So let's just assume they're playing the markets, price comes up, then it comes down, price comes up, then it comes down. When eventually the market gets sick of it, paraphrasing your words, and realizes it's a game being played, no longer buys it, at which point they will have to do a deal. What do they achieve by playing the market for so long? What's the objective there?
Concentration of wealth and power. This destroys small business. This bankrupts the individual. This will lead to concentration of power upwards. And then if you get real famine and real lockdowns and real food insecurity, then you get to renegotiate terms and bail people out. So everything's about concentration of power upwards.
Okay, here's
Thanks,
a
Simon.
statement.
So that means things are going to get tougher for us. Thanks. Back to you, Saloma.
Yeah, here's a statement from Trump from earlier. I don't know if I posted this out actually, to be honest, but let me read it. So this is from 5 hours ago, so I must have. It's a long one, so let me read it. It says Iran promised to open the Strait of Hormuz and they knowingly failed to do so. This caused anxiety, dislocation, and pain to many people and countries throughout the world. They say they put mines in the water, even though all of their navies and most of their mine droppers have been completely blown up. They may have done so, but what ship owner would want to take a chance? There is great dishonor and permanent harm to the reputation of Iran, what's left of their leaders, but we are all beyond that. As they promised, they better begin the process of getting this international water open and fast. Waterway open and fast. Every law in the book is being violated by them. The laws! I have been fully debriefed by Vice President J.D. Vance, Special Envoy Steve Witkoff, and Jared Kushner on the meeting that took place in Islamabad through the kind and very competent leadership of Field Marshal Asif Mania and Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif of Pakistan. They are very extraordinary men and continuously thank me for saving 30 to 50 million lives in what would have been a horrendous war with India. I always appreciate hearing that. The amount of humanity spoken of is incomprehensible. The meeting with Iran began early in the morning and lasted through the night, close to 20 hours. I could go into great detail and talk about much has been gotten, but there is one thing that matters. Iran is unwilling to give up nuclear ambitions. In many ways, the points that were agreed are better than in many ways, the points that were agreed to are better than us continuing our military operation to conclusion. But all those points don't matter compared to allowing nuclear power to be in the hands of such volatile, difficult, and unpredictable people. My
my three representatives, as all of this time went by, became not surprisingly very friendly and respectful of Iran's representative, Galibaf, Aragchi, and Ali Bagheri. And that doesn't matter because they were very unyielding as to the single most important issue. As I have said right from the beginning and many years ago, Iran will not have a nuclear weapon. So there you have it. The meeting went well. Most points were agreed to, but the only point that really mattered, nuclear, was not. Effective immediately, the United States Navy, the finest in the world, will begin the process of blockading any and all ships trying to enter or leave the Strait of Hormuz. At some point, we will reach an all being allowed to go in, all being allowed to go out basis. But Iran has not allowed this to happen by merely saying there may be mines out there somewhere that nobody knows about but them. This is world extortion, and the leaders of countries, especially the United States of America, will never be extorted. I have also instructed our Navy to seek and interdict every vessel in international waters that has paid a toll to Iran. No one who pays an illegal toll will have a safe passage on the high seas. We will also begin destroying the mines and the Iranian lids in the straits. Any Iranian who fires at us or at peace vessels will be blown to hell. Iran knows better than anyone how to end the situation, which has already devastated their country. The navy is gone, the air force is gone, the anti-aircraft and radars are useless. Khomeini and most of their leaders are dead, all because of their nuclear ambition. The blockade will begin shortly. Other countries will be involved with the blockade. Iran will be not allowed to profit off this illegal act of extortion. They want money, and more importantly, they want nuclear. Additionally, and at an appropriate moment, we are fully locked and loaded, and our military will finish up the little that is left of Iran. President Donald J. Trump. That was the statement of Trump Beatrix. Any comments?
Yeah, so when you look at the one that I sent you, the old one, because in this one he's going on about, oh, I'm not going to let them have nuclear ambitions. What he said on the 30th of June last year was, I'm not offering Iran anything, unlike Obama, who gave them billions under the failed JCPOA. I'm not even talking to them since we obliterated their nuclear facilities. So he obliterated them last year in June, and he's still crying about them today. This guy is just a fraud, lying to his own people. And you know what? Jared Kushner and Steve Witkoff did the job they had to do when they went to Pakistan, which was make sure that they go there as a token gesture and come back with no deal. And that's all they had to do. And that's what they did.
Thomas, thanks for joining us. Hope you're doing well. Give us your thoughts on what's going on. It seems like there may be a blockade. Concerns that this might impact the financial market.
Yeah, Suleiman, thanks for reaching out to me. I would say, listen, the longer we have an oil disruption, and duration is the one variable that's going to affect things. Now, I don't believe economically we've seen the impact of the energy flows, and it's not just energy; it's distillates, it's all the other things we talked about: helium, sulfur, ammonium, LNG, even more important for Europe. These things have not cascaded fully through the system. So even if all of a sudden magically it turned off and we went back to all being friends tomorrow, the damage has been done, and we haven't seen this go through the system. And it's interesting. I unplugged for a little bit because I've been plugged in a little too much. And I unplugged for about 24 hours. I feel like I don't even know what's going on. I saw in your feed that banned Lego movie. The Lego movies are fantastic propaganda. I mean, I'm a U.S. supporter, and I want to support my country, but I don't understand what's happening. But I'll recognize good propaganda when I see it, and that's good propaganda. Whoever's making that. But again, I think we're going to see more chaos in the financial markets. And I would just say this: we have not seen the full impact of the disruptions. And when we do, we'll see more things like this, the protests in Ireland and other places. People are going to start going crazy when their lives are affected.
Yeah, I post them Lego movies for Simon because I know he loves them so much. I'm like, they're so dorky, but everyone else is telling me like they're so amazing. Even my family were like, "Oh, so amazing." I was like, "Bro, they're so lame," and they're like, "No, they're so amazing." So I'm like, "Okay, cool."
Well,
We
I would
keep
just say,
getting.
look, it's just it's like I said, propaganda is a tool, and it's I think it's an effective tool. I don't like the tool, but I will acknowledge that it's very very high quality, and it's not just one; it's the whole series of them.
Oh no, I
And
know.
interest.
God, Simon, you're a big
Uh,
fan.
no, well, I am a big fan of those, but they're awesome. But the the interesting thing about this is it's going to be me and Dave Z that are going to be hit first. So we were the first to run out of diesel, and then right across from my island is Ireland, and they're starting to have the fertilizer issues, so they're going to be impacted with their food crops and their meat industry, which is Irish meat is like the best in the one of the best in the world. So they're going to be impacted by that side. And then, we're a dependency upon UK for energy. So we'll pay double whatever UK pays. And then UK is probably paying double whatever EU pays. And EU's paying double whatever America pays. And
Simon, when people go to buy gas for their car, it's the most visible in your face. You can't avoid it. Reminder that things are not the way they were a month ago or 2 months ago. It's interesting. I'm in New Jersey, and prices, I guess, peaked for a gallon of gas at around 4.10, 4.15. Now it changes depending on what neighborhood you're in, but that's roughly about the average. But it's come down in the last 4 or 5 days. So you can get it for like 3.90. So people have seen it come down. So they saw it dip into the fours. Now it's come back down. So it's treated as an annoyance. But in the rest of the world, when you read through what's happening, it's a big deal, what's happening. And I just think that people need to really think it through. I've been looking through. I was talking to some farmers in my feed, and they have they've been sharing with me some of the stuff that's going on behind the scenes in the farming markets. And I've looked through some of the research. I've used that the project feature in Claude Project, where you can load all kinds of files and have it distill it down. It's very interesting. But the North Dakota Ag Board, or for the research, they study a lot of agricultural issues. Plus, there's an AI tool called Helios. Both these are projecting food inflation of 15+% by the end of the year, but not in the U.S. In the U.S., we'll see 2, 3, 4% of food inflation, but the rest of the world is going to really suffer, especially Asia, and to an extent Europe, but really Asia. And it's beyond just the price. The price becomes an issue, but you're going to have food security issues. And so I just think you're going to see people are going to start waking up when they see the impact of this war. Right now, it's headlines and annoyance, and tomorrow it's going to be a big issue for the financial markets and the people's lives. But I would say the U.S. is somewhat insulated because of the way we're situated with our energy market.
Can I just make a point about the Lego movie, Solomon? Because
Yeah, I do. And Joe, they just debunked your claim. They said that Europe is going to be harmed. You were like, Europe's got no problems, blood.
Europe doesn't have a supply issue or very much of one, but it has a small one. I think Thomas is saying the same thing. He's saying Asia will be hit greatly, and somewhat Europe.
Wait, Simon's
They
running out. Simon said he's run out of gas, bro.
no, well, how? When
no,
there's
we've got to buy it from America, isn't it? But the
yeah,
diesel
but
and jet
you
fuel is
already,
even jet fuel's even shortages in America as
but
well.
Simon, you already do buy it. I think I looked at the numbers. It's like over 70% comes from America already.
That's up
Your
significantly.
LNG.
That's
Yeah.
up significantly. There was that was Russia and over years ago that was more Russia, but now it's like Qatar, North Sea. But yeah,
The
I think we plugged it with America probably,
the
but we're
big
going to be
problem
paying a
is
lot more for it. That's why I
the
guess there's like I think America's exporting a lot of its energy, taking advantage of the prices.
yeah. Yeah, but it's going to be mostly LNG, I think. It's not going to be so much petrol. But about the Lego movie, Salman, I don't think you give it the credit it deserves. If you think about the way the countries in that region would communicate during wartime, what Americans would see is green, white, and red flag behind, holding some kind of weapon, dressed in a way that's very foreign to us, and looking kind of scary. And Americans were taught through films and movies and TV shows that's what a terrorist looks like, right? Because that's how we see them in the movies. Um, and it didn't do them any favors in communicating the way that Americans are being taught to fear, right? These Lego movies are communicating in a way Americans that isn't foreign to Americans whatsoever. Um, it doesn't look ominous like the other communication used to. Um, it communicates the way Americans communicate, and they're beating America at the wartime communication because of it. And I think it's probably because, and this is going to sound horrible, probably because so much of the old leadership was killed, that young guys are coming up that understand it better, and they're taking risks and communicating in a way that didn't wasn't communicated before, and it works. Like no American is looking at that communication and be like, oh, Iranians are scary, but they did when Iraq communicated, right? Because it would be like these people,
Oh, I think
balaclava, just showing their eyes, and that's what Americans were taught to fear.
you really get so. I would guess that that propaganda that is being developed in the West on behalf of Iran, that someone's doing that who has
No, it's coming from Iran.
yeah,
It's
but
literally coming from Iran.
no, I get it that they're pushing it out, but who's making it?
That's all AI. That's all AI.
No doubt, but it's not like you can type in "make me a Lego movie." You have to have some direction on the AI in terms of what you want to say. And to me, what it's done is it's taken all of the soft spots of Trump and U.S. foreign policy contradictions and exploited it in these Lego movies, and it's done it in a catchy kind of way. You know, the at least that's my observation. But someone who has Western exposure, Western understanding of culture is producing these videos. Now they're likely 100% using AI tools, but I don't think that, just like I don't think someone in the West could make a proper counter narrative.
Thomas, I could literally make that in 2 hours. The music through AI, the script, the piecing the clips together, make it all look like Lego, have character consistency, which they don't. That's their weak part. This is literally a 2-hour job at most, right? And the song, if you go to Suno, Suno, you just tell it, I want to make a song about Trump and the Epstein files, and make sure that you roast him. And it'll give you everything. You don't have to. You don't even have to write
I'm
it.
familiar with Suno. I made some songs for it, and it's been pretty wild how good it is.
Yeah, I made one about Beatrix and her love for Pierce Morgan.
Don't even start,
That was
Joa. Like,
awesome.
let's
Yeah,
not fight today because you throw first punch and then I have to destroy you.
yeah, that was the number one. That went number one in the charts, Joe. I remember that. That was a pretty invigorating song, to be honest.
That was amazing,
Um,
though.
yeah, it was. It was one of the best, I would say. But Joe, yeah, I agree with you. No, but I think Thomas is right. I don't think this is coming directly from Iran because explosive media, for
It's
example.
coming from two. It's coming from two studios that are in Iran.
Okay.
That are working together to do this, and supposedly they were asked to produce this by the Iranian government.
Interesting. And one of them has got banned on YouTube as well, explosive media.
Yeah,
Um,
but the other
the
one's still up.
Yeah, yes. No, no, you're right. I mean, I didn't know that, but that's an interesting. But in terms of what you're saying, yeah, I agree with you, Joe. I was just saying myself, just personal taste. But I get it. The vast majority of the public, like I'm telling you, nearly everyone I know loves it. Actually, everyone I know loves it. But what's also
I mean,
interesting is
I think every American here remembers like stuff from Iraq, and it looks scary. It looked like they were terrorists and they wanted to kill America because
no
of the
doubt,
way
no doubt.
they even communicated to America. Because we see that in movies, and in movies, that's the bad guy, right?
Also, as I know it sounds kind of childish, but it's not. But this whole like narrative played, the whole meme game is really important. It's always worked, right? So if you remember Trump in his first administration, it was like the meme game that really helped him out a lot. You had a lot of these young guys were doing the memes and really pushing it out. And actually, I was reading somewhere, they were saying that the reason Trump's failing in the current, even in the social media battle against Iran, or even in this meme game, as per, is because all the young people have just left Trump. He's only got the boomers, and they don't even know how to do this type of stuff. But if on all the young people are actually against Trump on this war, even Americans, and so this, I was reading that someone was writing a post, and I was reading it, and I was like, yeah, good point. That's the reason why you've got this huge disparity, even in that aspect of it. What
Yeah,
do you think, Joe?
and you can tell it's an Iranian strategy because the account from the Iranian government wrote that post. They were trolling Trump, right? They said, "Hey, Greenland, if you need help protecting yourself, just give us a call." Like stuff like that, right? The thing with the steering wheel where they put like an additional steering wheel. I forget what the meme was, but that was on a official Iranian government um, social media. So you can see that it is a strategy coming from the government.
Yeah, great point, Joe. Great point indeed. Yeah,
I,
it's yeah. Go ahead.
I don't know why you don't love them. I think they're hilarious.
No, no, I find them boring, bro. But that's just me. I'm like a nerd. I've got a weird taste. But I get that 99% of people love it. So that's what I'm telling you. Like as soon as I post it, it's just easy views. Like everyone loves it on all the different social medias. It actually does even better on Insta. So yeah, the people love it. The people love the Legos. Let's put it that way. Um,
But
and
think about
the
Suleiman, the culture that we're in. You go down to Gen Z and work your way up to, say, pick an age, 30, 35 years old. People are communicating visually through visual mediums and doom scrolling. They're not reading an article in The Economist that would take them 15 minutes to read. That's just not happening. So this is the mode of communication. So when you respond with a press release, you might as well be sending out smoke signals because no one's reading them.
Yeah, well, okay, we've got some more breaking news. By the way, I agree with you. I agree with you. I'm just saying my own personal test. But CENTCOM has announced a full U.S. Navy blockade of the Strait of Hormuz, which will begin on Monday at 10 a.m. Eastern, following Trump's orders. The CENTCOM said okay, I'll get it in a second. But CENTCOM says the blockade will be enforced impartially against vessels of all nations entering or departing Iranian ports and coastal areas, including all Iranian ports on the Arabian Gulf and Gulf of Oman. CENTCOM said, I'll read part of the statement, I'll read the whole statement in a second. But CENTCOM forces will not impede freedom of navigation for vessels transiting the Strait of Hormuz to and from non-Iranian ports. So it says the U.S. Central Command Forces will begin implementing a blockade of all maritime traffic entering and exiting Iranian ports on April the 13th at 10 a.m. in accordance with the presidential proclamation. The blockade will be enforced impartially against vessels of all nations entering or departing Iranian ports and coastal areas, including all Iranian ports on the Arabian Gulf and Gulf of Oman. CENTCOM, and it means it's Persian Gulf there. CENTCOM forces will not impede freedom of navigation for vessels transiting the Strait of Hormuz to and from non-Iranian ports. Okay. Additional information will be provided to commercial mariners through a formal notice prior to the start of the blockade. All mariners are advised to monitor notice to mariner broadcast and contact U.S. naval forces on bridge-to-bridge Channel 16 when operating in the Gulf of Oman and the Strait of Hormuz approaches. Huge news. What's your thoughts, guys?
I can see the Saturday Night Live skit already. Salman. No one does a better blockade than me. I'm the best at blockades. We're gonna blockade the blockade because no one knows more about blockades than Donald J. Trump. And, like, I can see the skit already. He's blockading a blockade. Wonderful. That's gonna help.
Bro, you're so good at impressions. You literally sound like Trump. So all that time you spent with him in the Hamptons,
Oh, Beatrix might like me again then if I sound like Trump.
you might get 2,000 spaces on you.
You can vote for yourself, Joa.
You got more of a chance of a complete ceasefire happening tonight than you have of ever me liking you, Jonah Davos, Jonah.
But are you gonna do 2,000 spaces on him? I think that's a yes. So
So anyway, can we say the obvious? It's what Joa was saying, a blockade of a blockade. So you still got a blockade on one side that doesn't change anything unless yeah unless they think ships can still get through.
I posted a tweet out where Chinese social media are taking the mick out of the blockade, and they're basically saying or presenting something similar to what Joe was saying, where it shows like the Iranian blockade in the actual critical bit, and then they're like, oh yeah, the American blockade's here, which is like much after the specific blockade, which is hilarious. I know you love your Chinese, Hyman.
But yeah, I guess it does stop things getting to Iran. Like that's the idea. So how insulated are they? Is the question.
I don't know, but how infeasible is it to do it by land? I know it's nowhere near the same. I know they wouldn't get the same amount, but like realistically, through Pakistan, they could transport. Or I just don't know if it would be enough. Anyone know?
Do they get their goods from UAE from land? I'm not looking
China?
at a map. I'm just trying to think.
The
No,
you
from
know,
Iran. For Iran.
I'm gonna just bounce in here. There's a pipeline that's 2/3 empty. I pulled this data just the other day. It's
The
95
the
miles away.
the peace pipeline?
I
That's
can't
one?
remember the name. You'll be able to look it up, but this is why these tariffs or whatever they were calling it would only have so much. You can only charge so much on 1 million barrels until people look at it and go, hey, maybe we just build a pipeline. So that hub is 95 miles away, even if you had to build to it. But it, like, this is just such a shit show, man. And I'm very surprised, Simon, that you guys don't think this is going to escalate. I just keep saying this has to escalate. These
No, no,
are
I'm with
psychic.
you.
These are
No, no, I'm with you on
psychopaths,
that.
man. I think they go all the way, and they're going to paint a picture that you can already see it's coming, but they're painting a picture that this is what's necessary, and it's a
So
torn
if
fist.
what you think China just does a blockade on all its exports to America again?
Well, I don't know. I mean, I don't know what China's going to do. Let's say China doesn't do anything. It just seems to me like we're escalating on escalations. And every time we have a calm down, we escalate again. And all you're doing, it's very obvious to me. Hey, let's grab 10 days so we can reposition our troops. I mean, let's be honest. Okay, that's what's fucking going on.
But I think the analysis, Gary, was
These
that
are
to do
these are
it.
they're warriors, dude. They only know one thing. They're psychopaths. They only know one thing. They don't know anything about peace. I think these people want to take us into the Stone Age. Seriously, okay? They are convinced there's a population problem. Maybe they know something that's coming that we don't know. I don't know. But these people are not. I mean, like we're watching an evil Saturday Night Live skit, man, and we're like they're probably all sitting there shaking their heads, going, "Wow, isn't this amazing?" They don't even know what to say. We're overwhelming the population with our obscene, out of the box. Hey, we don't even care what you say about us anymore. I mean, they're being so obvious that it's not obvious. You know what I'm saying?
I didn't want to scare you for the last bit there. I think I lost your last sentence. What was not obvious?
I said it's so obvious what they're doing. It's not obvious. You know, it's that double wink, double wink, double wink. I mean, I feel so stupid right now. I gotta say, I feel so stupid. I can't imagine what the normal Americans doing. They're going to be holding on to anything stable they can possibly hold on to. This is very, very hard to really digest. Um, I wouldn't say I'm the weakest guy on the planet either. So I just, they're going to win too. They're going to get what they want because there's just Americans are just dead, man. We have turned into apathetic little pussies. Like what Ireland's doing, that's what I'd like to see happening. Okay, there's people revolting in the streets finally. I think it's too late for them. But
Gary, if you walk outside, I mean, I took about 24 hours off of social media because I was on.
Yeah, probably felt a lot better, didn't you?
I did, but I also at the same time felt disconnected a little bit about the details of what's going on. And so, but what it exposed to me is like when you go out and you go to the store and you walk around, you talk to people and stuff like that. At least in the circles that I interacted with in the last couple of days, people just aren't paying attention to any of this stuff. That, if it's anything, they'll comment on the price of gasoline, and it's a minor issue. I live in an affluent part of New Jersey, so it's not like people are hand to mouth around me, but people aren't concerned that things that are happening halfway around the world that are going to affect our way of life in some shape or form. We just don't know to what extent. And again, I just go back. I don't think that the effects of what's happened so far have been felt. And if the CENTCOM blockade that Suleiman read the announcement on is real and not just a social media post where they're going to do Lucy with the football and pull it back, then this is really an escalation, and we're not going anywhere back to normal. We're adding to the level of disruption that exists there. And, I just think you go right down the list. Oil gets the headlines, but Gary, from the energy industry, LNG is a big deal. Not a big deal for the U.S. We got lots of it. Europe's fucked on LNG.
Yeah, but it will be a big deal. Okay, like now, oil's following the price. It's gonna hurt the economy. Okay, you can't pay someone $65,000 a year. It costs them $50 to drive to their office, and now it's $75 a week to drive to the office, man. I mean, like, you're squeezing people down to nearly nothing. I have a policy now. I won't hire anyone under 10 grand a month because I figured out, like, anybody making less than 10 grand a month, they bring their problems to my house. Like, and I don't need any more problems. Okay, like, and there is a level. And somebody said, "Hey, food wasn't going to go up here, dude. Everything's going to go up here short term." Like, if you guys that can't buy Bitcoin want a good investment idea, go buy some canned peas, dude. Canned corn, anything that'll last a long time. You'll make more money than you will on Bitcoin. I mean, that's a shitty fucking sad state of affairs when I spent my whole life in economics and finance, and I'm like, dude, buy some canned corn. And by the way, the toilet paper I bought in 2020 has appreciated 300%. It's been a great trade.
You kept toilet paper since 2020, Gary. Like, seriously.
When they were making fun of the hoarders in America, I am that guy. Okay. I am that guy at 2 o'clock in the morning, gets out of my bed, brings my SUV and go, dude, I'm going to stack this shit until I can't take any more of it because I know it's going to be valuable. Tell you a very interesting story, okay? And won't be a long one. My housekeeper, who's been with me for 19 years, I asked her a year ago, I said, hey, when was the last time we bought toilet paper? And she said, oh, wow, I haven't bought toilet paper since before COVID. And I went and replaced it all 3 times more expensive. So that was not a bad trade, okay? Like it doesn't go bad. Can of corn's going to last you 10 or 15 years. It doesn't go bad as long as you don't have humidity, and you're always going to need it if you're alive.
That outperformed Bitcoin, Gary.
Oh, dude, outperform. I mean, I think people, people talk about doing $1,000. And dude, get your shit together in your house. Don't buy IBM stock or Bitcoin. You need food, water, emergency gear, a weapon, some ammo, fire making equipment. I mean, this world's crazy, man. Not to spend $1,000 on an inch. You have insurance on your car, okay? Some batteries, flashlights, that kind of stuff that make you more productive as a member of society when shit hits the fan. And like, where is my 9/11 event, Beatrix? We've yet to have the 9/11 thing. Okay, the false flag. Like this is the biggest event in world history that didn't come first with a false flag. Where is it? And when's it coming? This week or next week?
I hear you, Gary. How much toilet paper did you buy?
Was the false flag October 7th? Gary?
Was it with the what?
Nah.
Was October 7th the false flag?
Oh, I don't think so, man. I don't.
Yeah.
I mean,
I personally feel like there was a stand down
like
order.
what
I
was
know a lot of
Charlie
people here
Kirk?
don't.
Look, what was Charlie Kirk? What was Trump's ear being blown off about? Like I'm looking at all this stuff going, wow, dude, we act like none of this stuff happened. We have answers to fucking nothing. Nothing. That means the whole system is corrupt as you can imagine. It's the only thing that makes sense, okay? The entire system is so corrupt that if you really knew, you'd be fucking a lot more angry than we are. We're who was Thomas was speaking? Thomas, I think that we're conveniently apathetic. Okay, we've been convenienced into apathy. We're so convenienced that, like, we don't even want to say it. Coming through our throat and saying, "Oh wow, I live in a prison. I can't really say what I want to say, but I've got $2 million in the bank." That's got to really stick in the craw of a 58-year-old adult male, right? Who, by the way, it's too late for him to fight back because he doesn't have enough money to fight back, and he doesn't have enough muscle and time. And all his buddies are the system. So he has nothing.
Yeah, I think that's about right, Gary.
And we have no morals, we have no ethics. We have a whole population. My daughter had a kid over today, and I bet the kid doesn't know how to use a screwdriver, man, or a shovel, or much less have a fight with somebody and knock somebody out. So I guess Europe's going to have to do our work for us. Maybe Ireland actually stands up and shows Americans what they're supposed to behave like when you have criminals running your country. By the way, this has been going on. This is not just Trump, okay? It's been going on since I was 3 years old and before.
Gary, I do think before 2032, when you look at the M2 money supply, before 2032, there's going to be, whether it's the great taking that Dart talks about, or the great reset, or whatever it is, there's going to be something huge. I think people still have a little bit of time, but not much. Um, and if they haven't been acting on it, they need to start today, yesterday, um, because something is going to come. We can't support when you look at the M2 money supply chart, the exponential growth it has, and we all know more than likely a huge print is coming, a huge um, QE phase is coming. Um, and what happens after that? I don't know if we can handle the inflation that comes after that. It scares me because I don't think people are ready because of what Thomas said.
Joe,
He
so
goes out and people aren't worried.
so bifurcate the. So I agree. Where inflation's coming, that we will get a problem. We'll get political alignment. We will print. So let's assume that happens. The inflation we hit 10-20%. It gets very hard to contain from it exploding. But let's just say they do. The wage dependent are the ones who will suffer. The people who have assets, and if you have the right assets, toilet paper and canned corn, you'll do very well. I'm kidding about that, but if you have the right assets, you're gonna do well. You're gonna outpace inflation, and we can debate about what those assets are, but I think the investment today is going to be about investing in atoms, things that are physical, and less about promises of the future, which is what a lot of the tech stocks are.
Yeah. And by the way, if you're in like that debt stricken situation, you're not prepared for this, you don't have any assets and stuff. Now is the time to build your group of people, and set up your own community. Um, and within that community, like there's quite a lot of these all around America. Um, but within that community, you do group purchases of assets, group purchases of supply chains, and you just build it up. Imagine your government didn't exist, and you're in a situation where everything's at the price it is today. Like there's whole communities around like building these. Even what I think is interesting is like you see these cults where they build their own community around a cult leader, but why not just do the same without the cult leader? And I do believe that people should start building these parallel systems, with alternative payment routes or everything outside the system. Just if you haven't built that for yourself and you're not financially in that position yet, then you need to be planning who you're going to do that with, because it's when governments are being they're just completely corrupt wealth extraction tools like they are right now, and they're not fulfilling any of the things they were meant to be set up to fulfill. Then you just need to build your own parallel governance structure and parallel communities, and it requires different skills and a group of people that just want to start the process, because that's what it was like across all the countries where their governments were. You couldn't rely on the government at all the ones were on the other side of the American bomb. This is what they've had to do, and this is what I think people are going to have to start preparing for.
So I'm just looking at great advice, Simon. Just looking at this, what Joe said, and actually, you look at the countries directly impacted by the US blockade: China 38%, India 15%, South Korea 12%, and Japan 11% of trade that comes out of the Strait of Hormuz. So they're going to be impacted quite a lot, right?
Yeah, and you push them together. Like you either buy US energy or you push them together.
Bro, Japan and China be getting pushed together. How can that even happen, bro?
And
That's like
India
saying, yeah, what? Yeah, exactly.
and South Korea.
Yeah, but just the Japan China one is the bigger one, right? That's hard to believe.
See,
Wasn't your
it gets solved though if you solve the energy problem, because the thing that Simon just pointed out is all those countries have an energy problem. They're far away from it, and they're not guaranteed it. The moment we have a technology, I think we're so close if we're not already there, and they're just holding it back. And that could be what this is about. Could be. I mean, it's the only case I come with that has any kind of good story behind it. But if there's a tech out there, and there's a couple of, I mean, there's a lot of work being done for the obvious reasons, a lot of work getting ready to be relit up because of this price. You know, the worst thing that happened to the greenies, these idiots, good lesson for the Bitcoiners to learn from. Just because your, core thesis is right, the greenies would have done really, really well to want crude oil to be fossil fuels to be really expensive. But instead, they did everything they could to alert the enemy. So the enemy kept the prices down. $200, $150 oil, man. A lot of green projects work very, very well. So then again, you're going to see demand destruction. This won't last very long. Then we're going to move into a depression. The D word. Okay. I do not believe we're allowed to go into recessions anymore, but we could go into a full blown depression / war. And I think war always is one of the characteristics of a depression, right? A big war. Been 86 years since we've had a big war.
High inflation always leads to wars.
Yeah. Now, maybe technology saves our bacon, but it seems like the guys running the show or getting ready to run the show, all the technology oligarchs, they know the same thing. They're going to probably, if you're them, shit, dude, let's let it fail. We'll be there to pick up the pieces.
The interesting one about that is the country.
Excuse me, Simon, but this is a problem, okay? This deal's getting so out of control now. Small players will begin being able to make ripples into this deal, and those ripples will be significant now. I mean, look at a good example. We wouldn't probably have had the power's the wrong word, influence a year ago, right, Sully? You wouldn't have that influence. You got it now. So it does take time, and it takes people waking up. Go ahead, Simon. Sorry.
Yeah, I was just going to say on the. It will be a China thing on the energy thing because they built out all the renewable stuff. They had the manufacturing base and they don't have the energy, so they're the only one that's going to do it. And it
But
changes.
remember, okay, they build 54 coal-fired power stations a year, one a week, 500 megawatts. They can't do that forever and ever because of the environment, the atmosphere. But they're willing to do things France is not willing to do, Germany's not willing to do, and we're not willing to do.
Yeah, but the have you been tracking like the scale of their solar stuff they've been doing?
Yeah, I mean, if you just go look at a chart between their usage of energy and our use of energy, it says everything. But the thing is, most people look at that energy usage, it's about 3.5 times more than we use. And then people go, yeah, but it's a big population. What if it's not anywhere close to 1.6 billion and they're using all that energy anyway? And you could not convince me with $1 million that China has 1.6 billion people. Not a chance. Not if the numbers in 1950 were correct.
Yeah, I believe the market's going to be opening in 23 minutes or so in terms of the future. So it'll be interesting to see what the prices are. Tom, thanks for joining us. Hope you're doing well. Give us your thoughts.
Hey, brother. Yeah, good conversation. A little bit concerned as usual when I jump in because I tend to jump in on days when things look like they're going to be heading in a rather tumultuous direction. But yeah, I'm glad I came in when I did because there was a quote I enjoyed from Gary when he said, and I can identify with it completely. The quote was something along the lines of, I feel so stupid right now that I wonder how the average person feels in this environment. You know, interestingly, a lot of times in spaces, of fascinating conversations that have to do with considering financial impacts in terms of using that as a guide to try to prognosticate likely events, whether threats are likely to be followed through on or not. And it's extremely helpful. But I'm really starting to think that understanding the ideology of the individuals that are making the decisions that have an impact on the battlefield, that have an impact on global energy scarcity and a lot of other things that have been happening, many of which certainly appear to be deliberate in nature, especially when you look at what's happening in Europe. And when you start to analyze things from the perspective of taking into consideration the ideology, the agendas, and the longstanding goals that the people making decisions adhere to very strongly, predicting accurately where this situation goes becomes extremely easy. And I think Suleiman might be able to identify with what I just said because if I'm not mistaken, Suleiman, you tend to analyze everything from multiple angles. I'm sure all of you guys do as well. But some of us have a finance background. I don't, but some of us here on the panel do, and are extremely competent in their understanding of markets and of a number of things that I don't understand nearly as well as you guys do. But a little hack, a little secret, a little trick I would suggest to anyone that feels lost or confused as to what's going on is study a little more about the individuals that are behind and driving these conflicts, what they believe in, what some of their longstanding goals and agendas are, as crazy as some of them sound. And take the time to dive into some of the crazier theories out there and some of the crazier agendas that are attributed to or associated with some of these guys. And what you'll find is that everything that's taking place right now seems to be falling into place perfectly with what the timeline that those agendas would have to occur on would need to be for them to be successful. Sorry, guys. I apologize. For them to be successfully implemented. And I'll tell you, you'll be surprised as to how much it assists in prognosticating where things are going fairly accurately. And so that's just something I wanted to chime in with because I can totally identify with Gary's. A few years ago, when this whole situation ramped up between Russia and Ukraine, I really wanted to understand where it was going because I understood that to be okay, these are the opening salvos of what's eventually going to merge with other conflicts and become what will be called the Third World War. So, as someone that speaks multiple languages and has had the privilege of living in different parts of the world, I want to know where am I going to be? Where are my best interests going to be served by living as this conflict begins to take form? And so I really wanted to understand what the heck was going on. But obviously, that we were living in the dark ages of information warfare back in 2022 when the SMO began, the special military operation between Russia and Ukraine. And so it was a really dark time. I couldn't really find solid information anywhere. I tried to develop a system to inform myself as to what was going on accurately. And what I did was I tried to find the most authentic, competent, and high quality experts, pundits, and speakers I could find online and start following them and try to triangulate the direction of events where everything's going as accurately as I possibly could. And over time, I became really good at differentiating between BS artists and people, or people that are on the take, people that are paid members of the media conglomerate or whatever you want to call it, whether on the internet or through mainstream media platforms. And over time, more and more people that were reporting on things truthfully began to emerge. And then Elon Musk purchased X, and all of a sudden we had this incredible free flow of truthful information, authentic information, and minute-to-minute updates coming from the field in a way that I found just incredibly, incredibly useful and heartening after years of essentially information blackout on anything that's pertinent or necessary to understand well. And no, here we are today. We have this space where Suleiman brings in experts from around the world and they share their information, their expertise on a multitude of issues. And you can very quickly update yourself to what's going on, feel more certain as to where things are going and what measures you should take to protect yourself and your family members, loved ones from the calamity that's clearly on the way. And I think it would be really awesome to maybe start having conversations where the of ideology is talked about as well and how that's driving a lot of what's going on because I think it would be really helpful in just more accurately being able to determine where things are going in a way that's helpful for the audience. So that's what I want to say. I appreciate it, brother. And great conversation. Enjoying it as always. Thanks, guys.
Thanks for that, Tom. Appreciate it. Do you want to bring resistance into the conversation? Then we'll go to Wally. Resistance, hope you're doing well. How are you? Give us your thoughts about this breakdown of negotiations and this blockade that's going to be put in place tomorrow.
Yeah, thanks, Sully. No, I appreciate it. To be honest, I think America's got escalation vulnerability. If we're saying that Iran's got escalation dominance, this is escalation vulnerability, because essentially what America are doing is actually going to hinder America more than Iran, in my opinion. I mean, the stock market is highly leveraged already, um, and the Trump administration, whoever the deep state, basically, if they're going to enact this, then it's going to cause panic in the markets this week, because markets hate this, or markets hate uncertainty, and this will certainly bring uncertainty to the market. So they're going to have to spend the plunge protection team in the market is going to have to bring out all their dollars to try and keep this the stock market afloat when this shit show happens. So that's my opinion on that. I think I guess Iran can escalate even further. Again, with escalation dominance, they can choose to, like you mentioned actually yesterday. I was listening to the recording this today when but they can close the Strait of Hormuz. Sorry, the Bab el Mandeb Strait rather, as well as the Strait of Hormuz. And that won't be the nuclear option, but it will be prior to any sort of nuclear option. So they can do all sorts and further escalate if they needed to make it even to exacerbate the situation even worse. And it will put the Saudis in a very, very uncomfortable situation. I mean, there's some rumors going on that in the last minute or the final hours, and I've sort of retweeted it from World News, that it was MBS who made these phone calls to the Trump administration or to America, whatever, in the final hours of that negotiation to say, look, don't make a deal, just keep going. We'll fund the war effort, etc. That's unconfirmed. I'm just saying that. It's unconfirmed. These are just rumors, but there's more of those being spread. I'm going to put it in the purple pill for people to look at. Even Grok, they tried to ask Grok about this, and they said part of it is true, but it's taken from the 24th of March. So they don't know. There's no confirmation about that, but that wouldn't surprise me, because essentially, if they're going to make a deal, Saudi Arabia, if the United States are going to make a deal with Iran to accept the toll charge over the Strait of Hormuz, Saudi Arabia is not going to like that. The GCC is not going to like that. It's going to put them in a much weakened position. It's going to elevate Iran into a much more dominant position, way more dominant than Saudi Arabia will ever be, and so economically, militarily, etc. So that's not what Saudi Arabia and the GCC countries would want. So I can imagine that is the logical step that MBS would have done, given his animosity towards Iran for the last 10 years, or last 7 years rather. So yeah. So for me, that's sort of par for the course. I think that's why you're seeing the US deep state trying to force Iran's hand, but I think it's going to fail, because what's going to happen? Are you saying that obviously Iran has pushed back all the US destroyers from out the Strait of Hormuz? So what's the United States going to do? Are they going to bomb Chinese ships? The Chinese will just send their warships and escort them out, unless they want to enter into a conflict with China, or any of the European ships like Spain and France and anybody else that has agreed or become friendly with Iran recently through Strait of Hormuz. So they don't really have the cards, and if they want to do this, it's going to shock the market. The oil price is going to go back up, and Kirill Dmitriev, again, Russian. He's one of the Russian envoys, uh, slightly pro-US. Even he's saying, "Look, I'm telling you, this is going to be $150. This negotiation was a trap. I said this is going to be $150 at least, and we're going to head back up there." So that's what is probably going to happen. I think over the next week, 2 weeks, they're going to build it up. The oil price is going to start rising. I think stock market is probably going to tank. So this could be it's probably going to top out this week and start dumping maybe. And we'll see, because I was expecting the markets last week up until Friday was telling us that a deal was going to be made. Now, when the markets open, you're going to see this. You're going to see the the S&P, the Nasdaq, all going to drop, in my opinion, because they hate this sort of uncertainty. And so, yeah, that's not going to be good. The dollar might grow up, might increase, might strengthen. People are going to hold dollars in uncertain times. That's yeah. So and I think that obviously you saw how many KC 130 Stratotankers and all the others, and even a KC 2, I think from Britain, in Ben Gurion Airport. Not the KC 2, but the others. So they really are refueling for a second try for this to restart the war. I think that I agree with Simon in the sense that they could sort of play around, delay it for another 2 weeks, 3 weeks, 4 month, 1 month. They might want to do a deal, but I don't. I think that the thing I disagree with Simon in the sense that I don't know if there will be a deal in 1 month's time. And I agree with Joa. They have to do a deal, but I just don't know if Iran will trust them now. And I think they're just going to time waste to try and regroup. They'll under the cover of, well, we'll still continue the ceasefire, we'll still talk, we'll still do this, and they're going to move a lot of their assets. They're going to start regrouping a bit more. Iran can see it. I mean, everyone, China, Russia, Iran will see all the assets in, over satellite, infrared, and all the other sort of electronic warfare tools. So they're going to see all that. But Iran, just listen to Professor Morandi, and he's right. Iran are also regrouping as well in this time. So it's not like this is a failed endeavor, which I still think it was a waste of time anyways. They should never have done it. But I think Professor Morandi said, look, we wanted to show the world, that Iran are trying to avoid war and want to make peace at first instance. So that's fine. But I think this sort of uncertainty is not great for markets. It's the United States don't have the they don't have the escalation advantage or the dominance. They have escalation vulnerability. They can just regroup, and but you just know that the GCC and the GCC will never accept Iran, as well as Israel, obviously. But the GCC will never accept Iran to be a superior force in the Middle East. And whether sanctions lifted and the toll, creating a toll charge, and a nuclear civilian program, and the ability to sell oil, etc., and safeguard its allies or proxies, whatever that Simon says, but it's their allies in the region. They're never going to like that. So there's a lot of parties that would be against this deal naturally. So this is why I know you were right, Sully, in the sense that you thought there was never going to be a deal, and so did Beatrix as well. Myself and Joe also agree that there wasn't going to be a deal this weekend. I still don't think I can't see a deal being made anytime soon, but you never know what could happen in the future. But yeah, that was never likely to be a deal there. So we'll just have to wait and see what this week brings. I think it's just going to be more uncertainty. Who knows whether they're going to resume the war this week or not, or they're just going to time waste under the guise of negotiations, etc. So let's see what happens.
Yeah, oops. Yeah, great point. Let me just read the statement out, and then we'll continue with the conversation and about what you said, and then we'll get Wally in the conversation as well. Iran's foreign minister Abbas Araghchi explains the US never planned to make a deal. He said, quote, in intensive talks at highest levels in 47 years, Iran engaged with the US in good faith to end the war. But when just inches away from Islamabad MOU, we encountered maximalism, shifting goalposts, and blockade. Zero lessons earned. Goodwill begets goodwill. Enmity begets enmity. That is the Iranian foreign minister speaking about the negotiations and how they went wrong. Guys, we're live on X, we're live on YouTube. Make sure you retweet the space. Also, the YouTube, make sure you hit the likes. How many likes we got on YouTube, Lord? Let me check. 279. Oh my god, these YouTubers are full of millennials. This is the problem, and you've all got simps and millennials in the YouTube chat. They can't even like their video. This is what I mean about Beatrix and her crew. But that being said, also, guys, tomorrow's YouTube stream is going to be streamed on the second channel, and that channel is pinned in the YouTube comments. So you should be following that second channel because we've got some awesome interviews coming up, including and not limited to ex-CIA agent Larry Johnson. So watch out for that. Make sure you are following that and have your subscriptions on and put your notifications on because tomorrow's interviews as well as the space will be streamed on that second channel. What was I gonna say? Okay, yeah, resistance. We were discussing this before you came, and I said that there's no way the Chinese would be like, listen, we're gonna escort these ships out, or don't you dare hit our ships. I think the Chinese are so risk averse that what they'll do is they'll just not basically use any ships to traverse the Strait of Hormuz, and I think that's the way they're gonna play it. What's your thoughts?
You mean that they won't care about their ships, so they won't allow any ships to go through the Strait of Hormuz.
As in, they won't even try and
Defend them.
have ships come in or out of the Strait of Hormuz. I'm talking about the Chinese.
Yeah, so the Chinese want that to avoid conflict.
Yeah. It's the
Um,
Chinese way. It's the Chinese way, bro. They don't like the conflict.
well, why was the Chinese warships there just at the beginning of the war, in the just off the Gulf
Do
of
you mean
Oman?
the exercise that they were doing with the Russians?
Yeah, this is afterwards. They stayed there. They remained there
Yeah. So you mean the exercise they did with the Russians, like it was a few
with
days before
with
that.
Iran and Russia. Yeah.
Yeah,
So
Iran, Russia, and China. A few
then they
days
said
before.
they're going to stay there to observe the situation.
Yeah. So you're saying you believe the Chinese will do it? I'm telling you now. I'm guaranteed. Like, okay, I always come across very harsh.
I don't know what they're going to. I don't think they're going to do anything except for. I personally think that they're gonna move their ships there, their warships there, and they're gonna wait to see what America does.
Okay.
And I still think that it depends if they.
No, but I just want to clarify. So you're saying that China will
Yeah.
try and get their vessels to either go to Iran or leave Iran via the Strait of Hormuz. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, I think they will. I think they will. I
I
think
don't
not
think they will.
if they are.
But let's
Well,
go with your exercise. Let's go with your exercise. So I don't think they will, but let's go with your exercise that they
yeah,
will. So the Chinese try and get some oil vessel to leave the Strait of Hormuz.
yeah.
If America encounters it, stops it, seizes
Right.
it, then what?
So this is the thing. I think that they won't do it right now. They'll wait until they get the Chinese warships first. So what will happen is I think that they'll see what happens. If Iran can push them out of the Strait of so they're already out of the Strait of Hormuz, right?
Yeah.
So wherever they're loitering, right?
Yeah.
The way I think they're going to bring their Chinese warships in. If they don't bring their Chinese warships in, then the ships aren't
Okay.
going to go through the Strait of Hormuz, in my opinion.
Okay.
As long as the
So
US ships are there.
okay, let's go with your exercise. Let's go with it. So you're saying the Chinese will try and get vessels to leave Iran. They'll be blocked by the US Navy. They'll loiter there, so there'll be multiple Chinese vessels now. The Chinese will wait. How long will they wait before they send their warships? Or how long will it take for their warships to
Well,
get there?
until the warships is in the Gulf, is suitably near or in the Gulf of Oman.
So how long will that take?
I don't know where they are right now. So I imagine they're probably in the Indian Ocean somewhere.
So like a week, 2
Probably
weeks?
days away.
Okay, days away. Okay.
Yeah,
So
yeah,
after about 5 days, let's go 5
yeah,
days.
yeah. I think
After 5 days, you'll have the Chinese warships that are gonna end up there.
yeah.
Okay. And then what happens?
And then they'll be escorted with the Chinese warships.
And then what do the Americans do? Just like allow it to
Well,
happen?
this is the point. This is my point. What will the Americans do in that situation?
I'm asking you. This is your thought experiment.
They won't attack. They won't attack.
Oh, right. Okay. Interesting.
If the Chinese warships are escorting the oil ships, then they won't attack the oil ships and they will pass through.
Resistance. I have a question.
Okay,
Because I was thinking about this too. I just have one question regarding this resistance.
Sure.
How do you think it's likely that China would rather escort a ship, or the only country that actually has influence on Iran right now that Iran cannot, that is China. So do you think China would actually do the exact opposite and try to push Iran towards making a deal, not forcing, but just pushing them towards making a deal
Yeah,
instead,
yeah,
and then coming out the victor? Because they have a complete policy of the
not
Chinese are very patient. So that's kind of where I
yeah.
question if they do that.
No. That's a fair point. And to be honest, it depends. But I don't think. I think the Chinese will say, "Look, try your best to make a deal." But if they are so unreasonable, the Americans, then yeah, that's fine. We respect your sovereignty and your right, and that's what China has always been. They haven't been ones to forcefully or force any country to make a deal against their will, as far as I am aware. So this is why I think that they will still
Didn't they
encourage.
make Iran go to these talks in the first place?
Yes, that's right. Yeah, they did.
So, because I just want to. So basically, what you're saying is that because the blockade's starting at 10 a.m. Eastern,
Yeah.
you're expecting Chinese to basically have their ships try and exit the Strait of Hormuz within this week, and then following that, within a certain amount of days, Chinese warships to be there. The Chinese
Well, the warships
warships,
have to be there first, silly.
huh?
They, they're not going to move until the warships come in.
Yeah. That's what I was about to say.
Yeah,
And then the Chinese warships are gonna come in and they're gonna
yeah,
escort the
that's
vessels
right. Yeah, yeah.
out of the Strait of Hormuz. And the Americans are gonna keep the tail between their legs and just allow all that all to happen. Is your
So,
position, right?
so look what happened with Russia. So Russia sent an oil ship, 2 million VLCC ship to Cuba, and escorted by a destroyer and a submarine all the way to Cuba. Because America threatened they're going to anyone that gives them oil, they're going to destroy them. So what did Russia do? They sent an oil ship and a Russian destroyer and a submarine.
Okay. No,
And,
no,
and
I'm not saying your point's completely illogical. I personally don't think it's gonna happen, but
that's
I'm just
fine.
trying
I
to
get it. I
just
get
trying
it.
to basically just for the audience to kind of really present like the elements of what you're saying and what's going to happen. Personally, I think what the Chinese are going to do is the Chinese are going to it's what we discussed it before you came, but the Chinese in my view are going to be like, listen, let's not bring any oil out, let's not cause any conflict, we don't like conflict. We've got reserves, we can just live off them, and let's just let America self-implode by trying to do this. I think that's more likely, but let's see what happens.
No. And another thing I was going to say is it's dependent on how what's the pressing need. How much do they how much do they need that oil in the first place? And I
Well,
said
from
that.
my understanding is they don't need it. But
Okay, well, if they don't need it, then if that is the case and they
I mean,
don't
in
need
terms of not needing it, they have apparently, according to this, the finance guys who've been on here, they said that the Chinas have got reserves, like a large amount of reserves.
they have, but I think it's about a month reserves.
Oh, they
So,
were saying like, I mean, Joe and Simon were trying to
no, no, no.
claim
It's
it
one
was like
month.
6 months or a year or something.
No way. No. I've listened to
Yeah,
several.
everything says 6 to 9. I'll go check, double check, but
Yeah, double
everything I
I
saw
was
says
seeing
six to
like
nine.
90 days at minimum, but
yeah.
maybe I misread it.
No, you can double check on that.
Yeah,
Their
let's double check.
usage use a lot as well, so it's not. I think I listened from Pepe Escobar. He said this at the beginning of the war,
Interesting.
but we can double check. But this is
So, just a
it's
quick
down to
one.
their pressing need.
Okay, just a quick one. Guys, the market's opened. I'm seeing people saying oil prices are above $100 again. I don't know if you guys, anyone can confirm that. I've seen some people say,
Bebo said on YouTube that the crude oil has now hit $105
yeah,
and
exactly.
rising.
And what, sorry?
And rising, because initially Bebo said $102 and then went up to $105. That's crude oil.
Ah, okay, that's what happened. I thought they were giving me different prices, but is they actually saying their numbers increasing? Is that what, guys, is that what you guys have got? Resistance, Simon, Gary, Joe, all the rest of you guys?
Let me just
On the
have a look at the
oil?
chart now.
Brent,
Check.
and West Texas are up 108, so they're over the 100 magic
Yeah,
number, and both of them are up about 8.5%, lockstep.
Wow, 108.
yeah.
Yep.
Wow.
So
Now,
WTI is 104. Let me just look at Brent. futures.
It's the same price.
Hmm.
1042. Actually, it's cheaper by 8 cents. Now, what's the VIX doing? Does anybody see that? Volatility index is at 19.23, down 1%. Fucking unbelievable.
So that's like you said, 8% increase, right? Because it was like
Yeah,
93.
Yeah,
19.2. Yeah.
day over day.
Wow, that's crazy. That's a huge jump. Yeah, I'm seeing the charts
Bitcoin's
in
down
104.
3%, 70,700.
Well, for me that's up because I'm expecting to hit 50.
Yeah, I know you are.
For Joe, it's
You can pray. You
exponentially.
can pray to three gods, but you're not going to probably hit that number, dude.
Joe thinks it's gonna hit 280, so we'll see about that. But
It's before it hits 50 for sure.
Joe, we'll see, bro. Um, I'm just waiting for it to hit 50, then we're going all in. Okay, great conversation. Let's get Wally. Wally, did you want to add something?
Yeah, so I kind of want to understand what's going on. So the U.S. is going to do a blockade. I'm reading CENTCOM's announcement. They said they're going to do a partial blockade as long as ships don't go through Iran's ports. Then they're not going to blockade those ships, and any ships that do, they will blockade them. Iran said that. I mean, Iran's announced kind of they're blocking the strait, and any ship that doesn't pay their toll is not going to go through. So is Iran gonna then still continue, performing a blockade on ships that don't pass, and basically nothing's going through. I don't understand. If the US is saying only ships that don't go through Iran are going to get through, and Iran is saying any ships that doesn't go through us is going to get targeted, Iran is still going to be targeting ships that pass that don't pay the toll. So is the whole thing fully blocked now? Like, I'm trying to understand how things are gonna kind of move forward from here, because the United States can't handle this either. Like, it can't do this to its own economy. So do you guys get what I'm saying? Like, how is this gonna work? Is it just gonna be a fully blocked?
Well, Wally, just wait until the Houthis then block. Like, Iran did a blockade, Trump did a blockade on a blockade, and then the Houthis are going to do a blockade on the blockade of the blockade, and which nothing's going to go through anyway because everything's already blocked anyway. So yes, you're right. Nothing's getting through.
Okay,
Uh,
so is this a threat then that Trump's doing? Because I mean, this is the
It's not a
most
threat.
stupid. I mean,
It's
they're
not a
saying they're
threat.
enforcing it, but I feel like, is he going to pull out? Because this is, I mean, this just, I don't see how this is. In what way is this beneficial to U.S. interests? And in what way does Trump think that by doing this, it will cause Iran to subjugate? Is this because he thinks that Iran won't be able to handle it internally? Because will handle anything internally more than the United States can right now when it comes to their people. So I'm trying to understand, like, I know that Trump is stupid, but I don't think he's that. There has to be some sort of logic, even if it doesn't hold. So what's the logic that caused them to think this could be a way to, you know what I mean?
Wally, Trump just announced that he's going to stop trade with Spain because Spain doesn't want to trade with Israel. All right. So look, he's not acting in America's best interest.
But so
Right.
is the logic that the U.S. can hold this blockade longer than Iran can? Because that is also false. Like, Iran can hold on, So I
Yeah,
don't.
of course. Iran, from my calculations, Iran can hold up to almost a year with a blockade.
And the U.S. won't last more
America
than like a
cannot.
week.
So the blockade, we mentioned this before you came, Wally, but in terms of the blockade, my position always was that a blockade made sense before the war. That was actually the right move to make
By
because
the
you basically,
Americans.
yeah, yeah.
Why?
Because basically before the war, what you do is you create a blockade on the shores of Iran. It chokes out anything that goes in and out internally. Remember, then there's no bombings that occur. They haven't killed those kids. They haven't killed the supreme leader. It causes a choking of Iran, and the chances of a color revolution do actually increase. And over time, if you're willing to stay there for long enough and you're willing to blockade, remember in that scenario, Iran doesn't close the Strait of Hormuz because I believe they've only would have closed the Strait of Hormuz in this specific existential situation in terms of an actual wartime because they know that's the only situation where the world would have accepted it. Um, so you would have basically caused a choking method, and over time it would have caused a stranglehold over Iran, and it may have caused a color revolution. Now, after you've basically murdered the Ayatollah, you've killed all those children, you've united all of Iran, you've had Iran shut the strait themselves. It just makes no sense at all. I don't see the logic behind it other than posturing.
Yeah, so I agree with Joe. Joe, he's said that most likely now the Houthis would perform blockade. If we were Iran, what would in their strategic interest, that would probably be the way to kind of one up the U.S. right now, would it not? Or would they do? Because I'm trying to think like how would Iran reestablish even more, even more of an upper hand on the U.S. right now? And I feel like that would be the best way, and unless there's something we're not thinking about.
That's the easiest way. I mean, they've done it before. And look, closing the Hormuz Strait is much worse than closing the Red Sea, but it's going to still create a lot of pain. We saw what a ship that was stuck for 15 days did to inflation. Um, you know, eh, Imagine they close it for another 2 weeks. I don't think U.S. can continue. There's just too many levers of pressure. China also blocking things going to the U.S. The Houthis blocking the Red Sea. Like if we're gonna play that game, then it's not gonna end well for U.S. in this scenario.
100%, Joe. I agree with you. They have escalation vulnerability in so many ways. On top of that, their weakest point is the stock market. They can't afford, because a lot of their economy is stock market driven, and they can't afford that. They can't afford the stock market to crash and oil prices to go high. So it's gonna hurt them. They cannot really go through that pain for
Yeah,
days.
for people, for people to understand how important it is. America used to be a very innovative country. We were built on innovation. Um, Around the late 90s to early 2000, the top talents from the top schools like Harvard and Yale and all those places, they no longer went to Silicon Valley. They went to hedge funds. They went to Wall Street because America became a speculative market business. And that is where America makes most of its money. So they can't afford to have that market messed with. Um, it's they can't hold out as long as people who are, just they know how to farm the land and they have their own resources and everything else. I know America has its own resources, but that's not what the economy is built on. So I don't know how long they could do that. Plus, they do a lot of international trade. People need to buy. The sentiment would change versus the Americans because now the Americans are blocking stuff getting to them. So
So
And Joe,
if Iran was able to, yeah, I feel like the next move. I think you guys are right that if the U.S. moves forward with this, it would be I mean, it seems that Iran would then respond by having the Houthis block the Red Sea. It seems like that's a likely possibility. How would the U.S. What would be the response after that? I'm trying to think because I feel like then the U.S. is running out of any sort of leverage at that point.
then they bomb the Houthis, which they've tried before,
Doesn't
which
do
didn't
much.
work. So I don't know. I really don't know.
resume
Because
the
the
war.
problem with the U.S. is exactly what you're pointing out. U.S. has an hourglass that starts as soon as they block the strait. Iran doesn't really have an hour, or if they do have an hourglass, it's a much bigger hourglass.
And you're right, Joa. It's China's got 90 to 112 days of oil reserves. But the thing is, though, they're not going to drain that recklessly. So they're going to ration it to like military and certain industries, etc., that are going to need it. But I still think, yeah, maybe a month and a half to 2 months, I guess. But to be honest, I mean, how much of oil comes from the Strait of Hormuz? Iran's oil, that is, comes from the Strait of Hormuz. So about
Almost all of it. For
45%.
China, for Asia, it's
45%.
I
85% of the oil that leaves the Hormuz goes to Asia.
I think
Yeah,
China would
okay, but
probably
like
allow
45%
Iran.
China. 45. I'm just looking at the stats now, actually. But yeah, I
Yeah,
mean,
I'm saying Asia, which includes
yeah, yeah,
China. So
yeah,
I
yeah.
think China would allow Iran or to kind of do what it has to do for a little while because it has enough reserves to where it would be okay. And then once it really starts to take a hit, then we're going to start to see the pressure from China to, have some sort of deal start pushing. But I think they're gonna, because China also has interest in weakening U.S. influence in the Middle East. That's like that's a very obvious thing. So as long as they can do that with the risk or the push, the negative effect of that being as low as possible, the Chinese are going to be willing to do that until it starts to reach a threshold where they're like, okay, this is enough. We're going to force the Iranians to make a deal. I think there's still the Chinese would probably wait a couple of weeks, and by that point, the U.S. There's no way the U.S. could keep this going for 2 weeks. I can't imagine it.
And also, as I think is it Joa said this as well, and I mean they could actually pull their levers when it comes to supplying critical components, critical raw materials for the United States as well. So they don't really need to go into a military escalation or anything like that. So they don't necessarily need to pressure Iran. They could pressure United States to accept a deal and tell Iran, look, get on the negotiating table because we pressured the United States to make a deal, and they should be able to make a deal in that sense if it gets uncomfortable for China. But I think we're not there yet. So maybe my original assessment or analysis of China bringing warships into the region might not happen this week. It might be later on, or it might not because they've got other levers they can pull first.
And China's interest number one is Taiwan, so it doesn't, it doesn't want to expend any resources else. Like it doesn't want to have to overextend when its primary focus is on Taiwan. And they're the most patient country I think on the planet right now. They've always been incredibly patient, so they wouldn't act rash in any way.
Yeah, it just seems like this is a desperate move from the United States, even though it's somewhat logical. But knowing their sort of situation, financial situation, economy, stock market, etc., and the escalation vulnerability, it just seems like a bit of a reckless move. So they'd rather go the hard route than agree with Iran. And yeah,
Well, what
that's
I don't understand is Trump went from saying, "Oh yeah, we're gonna let the world now work with Iran, open the strait. The United States has done damage. It's all good," and then he went from that to the next day saying the exact opposite. So what happened in between? In between, then he didn't want to accept defeat anymore. He felt like it would look bad. I don't understand what happened in between telling the world to just deal with it to this.
I mean, I'll give me 2 seconds. I'm just putting a tweet out, but I'll steelman the argument because I feel like it's worth doing that just for a real conversation. Because I think sometimes it's not smart to just like diminish the other position. So you have to think from Trump's perspective. There's negotiations going on. He's lined out what he wants in the negotiations. The Iranians are not agreeing to those demands. And so he needs to escalate. It's very simple. He needs to escalate. Now, escalate is how. So it seems like the strategy that they believe is works with their form of escalation is to procure Iranian oil or to stop Iran from selling their oil. Selling of oil being Iran's major economic benefit, like it's the way that benefits Iran most economically. So this is why they had this possible ground invasion to Karg Island, because the motive was we go to Karg Island, we take over the oil infrastructure on Karg Island, and then we use that as a leverage for a negotiation to say, look, we'll give you your oil back if you open the Strait of Hormuz. Now, what's happened here is he's realized that, okay, ground invasion isn't going to work. We lost the ground invasion south of Isfahan. We need another avenue to get the oil as a form of leverage. And so what he's thought is, okay, let me create this blockade. This blockade will harm Iran, right? Because Iran will no longer be able to sell oil. It'll start to get financially weakened. China, who is the major supplier of Iran, is no longer getting oil. Now we're having discussions about how much that is, but if resistance is right and there's only 1 month supply, they're going to start feeling the pain very soon and very quickly.
sorry, Sully. I corrected myself because I just checked, and Joe said 90 days, 90 to 100 days, and it's actually correct. It's 90 to 100 days, but I just said that he's right. But they won't
Cool.
want to drain that recklessly, so they'll try and use that for military and certain special industries that they think is important for the economy. But I'd probably say 2 months worth.
Okay, cool. 2 months.
Drain that recklessly, so they'll try.
Like, people don't want to get so heavily into the reserves. and 2 months isn't that much. So what you've got is China's going to start hurting, Asia's going to start hurting, all these countries are going to start hurting. They're going to start putting pressure on Iran to start making a deal. Iran, in its defense, is relying on China a lot. Chinese, for example, forced them into these negotiations. And so the aim is to pressure China to force Iran into making a deal once the oil supply is cut off, to China, to these Asian countries, and to anyone who's a trading partner with China and Iran, and use that as leverage to get them A, to the back into the table, but B, to be, in their view, more expansive in agreeing to the American demand. So that's the motive behind what they're doing.
And how far would the Chinese go to, to keep Iran's government up? Because ultimately, like, if there was if the United States put a puppet in place, let's just hypothetical, I don't really buy it, but just hypothetical, if that were to happen, I guess the main negative to China from that would be the United States, having that sort of leverage to where it could use that puppet government to kind of shut off oil to China if they ever wanted to, in some sort of escalation or some sort of deterrence, right? So from China's point of view, is Iran and having a government that gives it really cheap oil so important that how far would it be willing to go for Iran's current government? Like, is the cost benefit so high that China wants to do everything possible to make sure to keep Iran? Because it's not just about, like, how they feel about each other. It's ultimately every country has, strategic interests. So I'm trying to understand that.
Another thing is
Just,
that
just before you jump in, Brother Resistance, I'm so sorry, Suleiman, can you just reset the audio a little bit, please? On YouTube, it's crackling just a touch. Sorry, Resistance, go ahead.
Yeah, I was just saying. I mean, it looks like. I mean, look. Also, remember, China can pull their levers over America by not supplying them um, the exports that they need. So they can do that to hasten America. But it looks like it's a race when it comes to who can withstand the pain longest. Is it America can withstand the pain longest by closing the Strait of Hormuz? And if that's the case, Iran will naturally ask the Houthis to close the Bab el Mandeb Strait to exacerbate that pain for America. And so, who will blink first? Is it America, China, or Iran that will blink first? And I think, for me, when you look at it depends on how the stock market performs over the next week, this week, and next week. Because if it is pretty bad, I think they're gonna.
It's
I
the
think
tr-
they're
it's the
gonna.
trade war all over again, and China won.
Yeah.
War. It's the same game, but it's worse this time because you got oil and you got the closure of the Strait of Hormuz.
Do you see, Simon? How do you think? Explain that. How do you think China already won? And do you think there is anything the U.S. could do right now to somehow, flip things? Explain
Yeah,
that.
it depends how far you believe. So I believe that China won the trade war before Trump, and Trump was installed in order to reset the chessboard in favor of China. I believe that from the beginning. And tariffs drove everyone to China. The second that Trump implemented the tariff war with China, he implemented a tariff. And then, if you remember, it went like 10%, then 20%, then 50%, then 150%. And the bond market yield went above 5%. The 10-year treasury went to 4.6%. And he literally had to capitulate. And that was because China reciprocated and put tariffs on essential rare earth minerals. And then when America then said, okay, China, we went up to 150%, and then China said, all right, we're going to just not export them to you. And then the market was about to crash. The stock market crashed like crazy. The bond market went up. And Trump said, hey, guess what? We done a deal with China. But you cannot, your military requires China. Everything you do requires China. It's not an option to go to war with China. It can't be done. It's not possible. And
Well,
Do you think that Iran? What do you think what do you think the Chinese would do? I think the Chinese first are not going to do anything until they assess the situation. You think they're more likely to put pressure on Iran to accept a deal, or do you think they would consider putting pressure on the U.S. by
Well,
some sort
my
of
opinion is this isn't really real. This is and China and America have already done a deal, and so have Iran, and same as what I thought with the tariffs. And so this is China's aligned with the pragmatic reformist element of Iran, and it wants an IRGC that's going to get on with its neighbors, and an Israel that's not going to be causing war in the Middle East. And everybody in the region has to keep China happy. And so this war is about transitioning to that new phase of regional stability. So I mean, I could pretend that I believe this is all real and it's escalating, but that's just what I thought from the beginning.
What do you mean that you don't think it's real? Like, you don't think that they're actually arguing? That you think that this is all just kind of being made up by them? You think they'd go this far to just kind of like put on a fake scenario?
No,
That
there's multiple regime change, but I think the regime change is happening internally with Iran, and there's a regime change in Israel, and there's a regime change within America, and this is a three-way operation to. I mean, even today, look what happened, Joa, with the. You were showing me that stat, right? With the 900,000 in Europe that were trying to cancel the Europe-Israel relationship.
Oh yeah, 930,000 people signed a
Yeah.
petition for EU to stop the EU Israel agreement.
Do you know
now
that
is
only? Do you know why that didn't go through before
No,
this?
no, it just needs, well, it needs 1 million signatures in order for the EU to look at it. And then after that, the EU member states need to look at it, and you need 9 states. It seems like there's 5 states that would say yes. But this is one of the petitions that have gained that many signatures this quick. We'll definitely hit 1 million.
Yeah. So
Um,
within the European Union, there's a unanimity agreement, so everyone has to agree. And there was only one person that disagreed, and he just
was it
got regime.
Orban? Oh,
Yep,
okay,
he
yeah.
just got regime change in Hungary.
He was also the one that was so staunchly pro-Israel.
He's the Israel. He basically sells his vote whenever you need a holdout, you go to Hungary,
I
whether
pushed
it's
for
Russia or Israel.
I pushed for settler sanctions. I worked with lawyers here to put sanction settlers in America before Trump, but now they're pushing for European sanctions on settlers. He was the only one getting in the way of that. So now that he's gone, I think they'll likely start sanctioning settlers, which at least would be good.
Yeah, this is shit for Israel. Honestly, Israel is being destroyed from every angle.
So what's the other side then, Simon? If you think things are kind of already like there's already a map, then how do we get from where we're at now to the other side when things are stabilized and we are in that new order? What's that transition look like? Is this like a less than a year transition? I'm trying to understand like how does the US go from having a really cocky president that wants to, not pull out of the Middle East to, or, doesn't want to, I guess, feel like I'm just trying to
He
understand where do
signs
we
a
go?
deal. He signs a deal, creates a victory, says that I regime changed Iran. We've got a deal. We've got just what he's already said when he sat down at the table. But eventually, there's a deal. I believe there's only one major thing. I mean, there's probably a few, but I think the major thing is the Strait of Hormuz. And there are multiple interested parties. It's not going to go to one. There's not. I don't think there's a situation where Iran is able to control the Strait of Hormuz on their own. And so it's going to be Iran, Oman, BlackRock, some kind of Western interest, China, GCC, like something's being negotiated, and everyone's pulling their chips. But that strait will be open because the alternative is World War III, nukes, and a global depression, a scale we've never seen before.
So
And
just
so,
some. Oh,
yeah,
sorry, God, Sam. Sorry, I thought you finished. Sam. Got to finish your point.
go for it, someone.
Yeah, just some more breaking news. I haven't tweeted it out because my flipping phone's messing up, but it's a huge movement of US Air Force transports are heading to the Middle East tonight. So a large number of US Air Force transports moving to the Middle East tonight. If you remember, yesterday there was a large movement. There was a large movement of KC-135 tankers that had landed in Ben Gurion Airport. I believe that was about maybe 5-6 hours before the negotiations collapsed in Iran. Well, we now have information that US Air Force transports are heading to the Middle East tonight as well. So something big, separate to what we're seeing with the Navy blockade, is brewing as well. Just want to welcome Hoz onto the stage. Hoz, hope you're doing well. Hope
Cheers,
things are
Sully.
good. Give us your thoughts.
So I hate to burst everyone's bubble on everything I've heard, but China didn't force Iran to do anything. China didn't tell them to do anything. Iran at the moment is going through a psychosis of what's happened to it. The people in the country are not going to be sitting here going, we've got to do what China tells us. The leaders of the country are listening to the people, and the people have said, you're not going to leave Lebanon out of this situation. From the start to the end, I told you that, and that's going to be one of the biggest problems. And that's exactly what's happened. So please don't think that China's got all the power in the world, that it can do whatever it wants, because our emotions are visceral at the moment, and they're visceral to the point where we're saying we're quite happy to see the whole world go dark if you attack us, and that's a promise that Iran is going to keep with you. So don't think China's going to tell us what to do, and all the leverage they've got and everything else in the world. At the end of the day, I think it was Wally who said, like, China's main interest is Taiwan. No, China's main interest is a stable economic environment for the planet Earth. Taiwan is a small part of that. What they'd like to see is the economy of the world carry on working without oil going so stupid that they're unable to produce the goods that they need to produce, that the world buys off them, that they make profit from. That's what China's about. China's not interested in anything else. What they're interested in is making sure that people have got money to be able to buy the stuff that they're producing so they can carry on building their country up to be the world power that they want it to be. So I don't know where you guys have got this on this conversation piece where China forced Iran to go to these events. The reason Iran went to this meeting is because Iran at the moment has got the globe on its side. And if Iran turns around and goes, fuck you, we're not going to a conversation, what will happen is the whole world will turn around and say, the belligerent is Iran. And Iran is, you guys keep calling it the escalation ladder. I call it a defensive escalation ladder. And why do I call it that? Because it's reactionary and reciprocity in everything we do. And we don't want to be seen. And to be honest, not we don't want to be seen. We're not actually the bad guys. If someone wants to talk, Iran will go and talk. Don't think that we're sitting there like we want to destroy America. We just want to be left alone. And it's come to the point where now we've decided, and our parliament has decided, that the Straits of Hormuz is ours. Like by law, by international law, that land, okay, and that sea belongs to the Sultanate of Oman and to Iran, no one else. Now there has been over the
Because
last X.
that's not actually correct. International
Okay,
waters
Simon,
is
I swear
international
to you.
waters.
Okay, put it into Grok, and then check to see if they've got a 12-mile nautical radius from their islands, from the Abu Musa and everything else, if they control that area or not. And they do. The only other place that does have a right over it is the Sultanate of Oman. So that's the facts. I'm not making it up to you. Now there are agreements that were signed by other people. Iran did not sign the agreement to accept that the Strait of Hormuz is an international waterway. They refused to sign it. And guess who else didn't sign it? The United States of America has not signed that either, because they like to control places as well. So Iran and America are fully aligned with this law that everyone agrees that we make certain places international waterways. Iran has not signed it, neither has the USA. The Straits of Hormuz is going to belong to Iran until every single penny of all the damage that's been done to us, plus add to that the 800 billion that the parliament has said is the damage that the last 47 years of sanctions that have been imposed on Iran is paid up. After that, they can go and have a conversation about something else. But don't think for one moment, because what I'm telling you is the heart of what the Iranian people are saying right now. These things have been put in place not for the sake of the reformists or the principalists or the conservatives or anything else. It's because the people of Iran, who are quite happy to go and stand at a power station while it's getting bombed or on a bridge while it's getting bombed, yeah, have turned around and said, you need to make us happy and keep us happy. And that is where we are. So please drop the China can tell everyone what to do. They can maybe tell America what to do because of rare earths. But Iranians are quite happy to go and live with candlelight in our houses and burn oil and gas and wood in our houses to keep ourselves warm during the winter. But we're not going to be giving up any of our honor, and it is a matter of honor for us to give up, that we're going to turn around and accept anything that's imposed on us by the United States of Israel and the United States of America, because those people are never going to tell us what to do. We're done with the world order as it is today. The world order as it is today needs to come crashing down for the sake of Lebanon, for the sake of Iraq, for the sake of Iran, for the sake of Yemen, for the sake of Palestine. This Israeli entity must be defanged. And it's not going to get defanged through conversations and having, like meetings and this, that, and the other, which is why I wasn't really very happy about having this ceasefire or anything else, because in the end, Israel has to have its nuclear weapons taken off it, and it needs to become a regional stable person that is not allowed to lash out and murder people from the sky whenever it feels like it. Because it's lost 6 soldiers in southern Lebanon. It goes and destroys 3 buildings with 200 people in it. No, and the problem is, we need to get them out of our governments, out of British government, out of American government. That's why I hope to God that Dan Bilzerian wins his thing, because that's going to start an avalanche of people saying, you know what, America first. Forget this Israeli Jewish supremacy throughout the whole thing. If Randy Fine loses his seat, I promise you there will be a wave of people that will jump on that bandwagon, and Thomas Massey and all of these people are helping Dan, and they will make sure that they do the right thing. The world has to change. There is no more agreements with the side of the children of Satan. We have to draw a line under Israel. We have to draw a line under America and say to them, you either become regional stabilizing people or you F off. And they are getting effed off. They can do whatever they like. They can even nuke Iran if they want. Okay? We're not going to accept jack shit from them. Iran will not give up anything from now on, I promise you, because we are bloody minded. And I'm telling you, as an Iranian, I'm bloody minded and I don't want anything. And I don't want to go and kiss America's hand or Israel's hand or anyone's hand. We're a nation that want to stand up on our own. We want to be left alone.
Oz, isn't there something in your religion that if an enemy offers a ceasefire or a surrender, that you're obliged to go talk to them or something like that?
If
Or-
a person is a prisoner of yours and he surrenders, if he is a prisoner, then you have to give him, okay, rights. That's it. It's not like if they want a
No,
ceasefire, we accept a ceasefire.
no, no,
If
no,
someone,
not accept it, not accept it. There was something I remember from the Ottoman Empire that's
Yeah,
when
Joe. I mean, I'm not an expert on Shia Islam, but there is a position within that. I don't know if it's the main position, but they have a position is based on Imam Hussein. Not that you have to have a ceasefire, that you have to be willing to converse about a possibility of ending conflict. It doesn't mean you have to agree, because obviously the terms may never be appropriate. But
yeah,
they
yeah.
would.
It's
There
just
is
people are
a
getting mad that they met up, and I'm like, they met up
yeah,
because the
there is a
religion tells
position.
them to meet up.
Because I'm not an expert on Shia Islam, I don't know if it's the mainstream position. I remember within Shia Islam, there's different legal. You got the Jafri school and various other schools. So I'm not saying it's the actual position, but I did read that there was one position that was that, but I don't know if it's the mainstream position or not.
I mean, to be honest with you, it's not about Shia Islam. It's not just about that. It's about the fact that Iran is no longer, because we have given every opportunity to everyone to treat us as equals. In fact, don't treat us as equals, but don't treat us like cockroaches. Don't treat us as the downtrodden and you can do what you like. You can't keep calling us the terrorist, the biggest terrorist organizer of the world. Why? Because we support Hamas, because we support Ansar Allah, because we support Hezbollah. Iran has supported them because those people are resisting Israeli hegemony. That's it. Nothing else. That if they stopped killing people, there would be no Hezbollah. If they stopped killing Palestinians, there'd be no Hamas. These things have all come about because of Israel's, just psychotic way of life. Stop killing people. Try and live with the people who are living with you. Maybe you can become common cousins if you share a plate of hummus and falafel instead of just saying, we are the chosen people of God and we're going to murder everyone because we can. Because we've got, if I promise you, if it was another great group of people, yeah, that had the weaponry and systems and were kind to people, they'd get on with absolutely everyone in the world. But unfortunately, this mentality of these Israelis is off the charts, that they truly believe that they are the chosen people of God. And it's an ideology that should not exist in humanity, because we either are all equal human beings on this planet Earth, or we have a super race. And if it's a super race, then you know that one side's going to have to get annihilated. I'm sorry I spoke so much, Sully.
No, I was golden points. I think people appreciated your perspective. Does anybody want to jump in or respond
Yeah,
or
I wouldn't
whatever?
mind.
Yeah, go ahead, jump in.
Yeah, I'd love to. Yeah, so Haas, man, I'm guessing I'm preaching to the choir here, but I want to ask you something because you're from the Iranian community. And I've been asking myself over the course of the past few days if the Iranians realize, the Iranian government, the Iranian people, Iranian media figures, if they realize what an incredible opportunity they now have to become the sweethearts of the global community, and also how easily that that can be lost by virtue of making some of the mistakes that maybe the West would make. And what do I mean by that? Look, I'm obviously rooting for. I don't even want to get into that, but I have my favorites in this battle for reasons that I'm not going to get into right now because I don't want to bore the audience or sideline or sidetrack the conversation. But I've been concerned that they might be going too far Western influence media route to try to win hearts and minds in the West, where I think a more traditional approach, I'm really worried that the Iranians might make the mistake that comes from the feeling you get after a tremendous victory. You feel like, you're receiving so much positive, praise, whatever terminology you want to use, from people all over the place. And that's when oftentimes one can fall into traps that will lead to big mistakes being made. So, are the Iranians aware of the importance of keeping the image of being the moral actor on the world stage that isn't going to budge and start to adopt Western habits, values, or behavior mannerisms, and the importance of keeping that unique quality that the Western world is understanding them to have as a selling point, as a culture that's now becoming very, very popular around the world because they're seen as fighting the Epstein class. They're not seen as fighting America. They're seen as fighting the Epstein class and the Israelis, which are obviously not very popular around the world right now, to say the least. So I'd be curious to know if that's something that the Iranians are talking about at all, or something that resonates with you as being possibly a good idea. Thanks.
What I'll say to you, Thomas, is first of all, I live in England. You might have been able to tell that by my very silly English accent, so I couldn't tell you. What I can tell you is this: the Iranian people who are in charge of the country, okay, I trust their judgment because their judgment has brought us to be able to stand up to America and Israel, two nuclear powers. And what they have built with their plans and with their systems and with Lego army, with the moral compass with which they have shown absolutely everywhere, has been the only way that I would expect them to behave anyway. I'm a really good human being. I am as generous a human being as you're going to meet in your life. I'm quite happy to share whatever I've got with anyone who's poor and needs my help, because that's the way I am. And a lot of Iranian people are like that. I'm talking about traditional Iranian people. We're not arseholes. We try and be helpful to absolutely everyone. It's why we are where we are with the fact that we have beggared ourselves as a nation, because we've helped Venezuela, because we've helped Cuba, because we helped South Africa during the ANC. Like Nelson Mandela, when he came to Iran for the first time, as his thanks to Iran, turned around and called Ali Said Khamenei my leader. That is the Iranians' attitude. We help everyone, we support everyone, and that's
He
all we
said,
want.
my true leader, didn't he? My true leader.
Correct. And that's Nelson Mandela, who is an icon of the planet, saying that to Ali Said Khamenei. Why? because Iranians are quite happy to suffer financially, as am I, a person, to support other people. Why? Because Iran was in a war for 8 years against the whole planet Earth. The Soviet Union was supporting Iraq, the Arab countries were, the Americans were, everyone was supporting everyone against Iran. And that was the cauldron of fire that made Iran what it was. And it came to a standstill in the end because it couldn't win that battle because there was just too much. But that taught Iran that when you are on your own, that feeling as a nation or as a person, when you're on your own, you've got to look after other people who are in that same position as you're in. And that is what Iranians' moral compass is. That is what the Iranian government's attitude is. We're called the terrorists of the universe and everything else. I don't look at us as terrorists. I look at us as the people who have gone out of their way to support people that are downtrodden. And that's never going to change. And I think that is the actual love that people have for the Iranian people, because they don't see us as the aggressors. They see us as the people who've had 168 kids killed in a triple tap, not a double tap, a triple tap attack from America. And you know that there are American soldiers, like what's it called, Delta Force and everything else. And like, I didn't sign up for this to be on the same side that's killing these kids. And there are people phoning up right now, phoning up phone numbers that are for conscientious objectors. And the numbers of people ringing up those places to say, I don't want to serve. How do I go about not serving in the US Army? Because the Iranians are behaving like normal human beings. They're not being cruel. And I promise you, I have no worries about how Iran is going forward, because at the heart of every decision is what I'm doing the right thing or the wrong thing for myself and for those around me? It's the, it's that thing of, what would Jesus do? As in, what would a good person do? That's the policy of the Iranian government. We're quite happy to suffer as much pain as it needs to be taken, okay? But we're not going to give up our honor, and we're not going to go and sit and I'm not going to swear because Beatrice will not like it. But we're not going to go on our knees to anyone or anything. That is where we're at now, because we didn't attack anyone. We got attacked in the 12-day war. In the middle of a ceasefire conversation, in the middle of a conversation, we got attacked. And again, we're like, our guys are going to Switzerland to have a conversation, and we get attacked by America and Israel. No, man, we're done with this. And if we didn't go to this thing in Pakistan, if we didn't go to our Muslim brothers' house when they said, please come over, they've agreed to all of your terms and conditions. If they've agreed to all our terms and conditions as the basis of the conversation, that's fantastic. It means we can get on. But they chose to have what's his name, Benjamin Netanyahu, ring JD Vance up. Trump phoned him up 21 times during these conversations. Bibi phoned him once, and after that, it all went to shit. That's it. That was the end of the conversation. So, in a long way round, Tom, I don't need to tell anyone in Iran what to do, because I think they're already doing the best things possible, and I am 100% certain that what they're going to do as we go forward is something that I will trust, and I have faith in.
Fantastic, good answer.
Thanks for
And
that,
look, as
Hussein.
a U.S.
Let
citizen,
me just give some breaking news.
it's
We've got it's quite big breaking news, actually. Trump plans to restart the war with Iran. Quote, he is planning to resume limited military strikes in Iran and could also resume a full-fledged bombing campaign. So, and that has been reported by the Wall Street Journal. So, we've seen a lot of refueling, we've seen a lot of KC tankers, we've seen a lot of military movement into the Middle East, and claims are that the war will continue, it will restart. He does plan to bomb Iran, and he plans to do full-fledged bombing. The question mark becomes, is he going to do this now, or is he going to wait? Is it 8 days left till this ceasefire is over? That's going to be the million-dollar question about when it is. For me, not if it's happening, but I know some people think it isn't. We've got a few super chats. It says, brother saying, right as always, may Allah keep blessing you. And then someone said the IGC can target the US blockade, making them run. And the cool said, when is Bish Bash Bosh coming? I need wave 100 right now. Negotiations, get out of here with the BS. Only one side gets to to live, US or the Zayos? If in the middle of a war the enemy wants peace, then we seek peace and do not transgress. In this situation, this enemy does not want peace. Apple's removed the name of Lebanon's towns and villages. Yes, they've done that to South Lebanon. Obviously, we know Apple is Zayo controlled. Nasser says free Palestine and forget about them. So thank you so much for all of those super chats. Really appreciate it. Let's bring in Arabi into the conversation. Arabi, jump in. What's your thoughts?
Hello, everyone. Yeah, to be honest, I put my hand up earlier when Simon Dixon was talking about how he believes that there's already been a deal. I want to ask, like, why you think that? Because in my opinion, I think Israel has already chosen its next enemy, and I think this is only going to escalate. While I appreciate your optimism. I'm from South Lebanon. I appreciate your optimism because obviously it means less people will die. But why do you think that the deal's already been made? I don't believe like that's happened.
How many times? Like, yeah,
This is
I'm not
like a
sure Suleiman
repeat.
wants
I
me to
think.
go. Yeah.
Yeah, I
Oh,
think Wally asked.
sorry if you
Wally
said it. I
literally asked him the
obviously.
same question like 10 minutes, about 30 minutes ago, and then someone asked
Oh,
him the same
I
question
think
like
I
an
wasn't
hour.
here. Sorry
Yeah, well,
about
I
that.
just well these all these recordings are all these YouTube spaces are recorded, so you can literally just pick up one and just move it to anywhere in the space, and you probably hear this explanation
My apologies. My
numerous
apologies. I
times.
did.
No problem whatsoever. But it's kind of like a
I'll put a YouTube video in the comments. There you go, and you
cool,
can watch that.
cool.
Simon,
Perfect. Sweet.
quick question. You said right now you think behind the scenes that this is all kind of planned out. So before the strait was open before all of this started and there was no tolls or fees. Are you saying now the United States doesn't want to just open it and bring it back to what it was previously? It wants to open it, but it wants to get a piece of the pie that Iran is now kind of wants to put this toll on. Is that kind of what you're saying? That everybody now is trying to come in and they don't want it to be open and free anymore. They want it to be open, and everybody kind of gets a bit of money from these tolls.
Just in general, I think this is the US exit from the Middle East, and the US is not a sovereign state. They're controlled by financial institutions, and those financial institutions are trying to get a cut of the Strait of Hormuz. And Trump is there to deliver what he needs to deliver. And there are many interested parties that I think are negotiating over the Strait of Hormuz right now. And it is such a big event that it changes and effectively is the last part of the Bretton Woods post World War II order. And so while the world is de-dollarizing and we're moving to multipolarity, the last step is to hand over the ports and control of international waters to the in line with what I think has been negotiated between world leaders, which mainly consists of Xi Jinping, financial interests in America and Russia, and then other world leaders that go further down the chain.
Okay, thanks. Let's go to appreciate that, Simon. Resistance. I mean, we're hearing conversations about what do you call it, escalation. What's your thoughts on? Do you think that's going to happen with before the 8 days or after, or what do you think is going to happen at all?
Yeah, I think look, the amount of refueling tankers that landed in Ben Gurion Airport, and you can see I saw the pictures of them, so many of them. They're obviously the US and Israel are planning to resume the war, to resume this. And obviously what you just said, just with your breaking news, that more fleet of strato tankers are on their way as well. So they wouldn't be deploying them all the way to the Middle East if they weren't planning to resume the war. This so this is probably this sort of blockade. If it was such a great idea, they would have done it at the beginning, not right now. So it looks like this is an act of desperation. So, and when you war game this out, it doesn't end well for United States. I still think that United States will suffer a lot of pain, more so than Iran, and more so than China. I can't imagine. I can't believe that Iran wouldn't have got billions of barrels stored up for its own war economy. in some underground facility, in several underground facilities, anyways. After the 12-day war happened, because remember, we've been told by lots of Professor Morandi and a few other Iranian sort of commentators. They said, look, we since the 12-day war, they've really like escalated it in terms of how much preparation they've done, how much stockpiling they've done, raw materials, all sorts. So I can't imagine they didn't prepare for this, or they didn't plan for this. So whereas on the face of it, if this is such a good idea, this blockade by the US, they would have done it from the beginning. But such is it, because it's such an unpopular move, and it's such a destructive move for the world economies, and things like Australia are about days away from running out of oil. This can't be great for them either. So yeah, I just think that an escalation is likely to happen, just given by what assets are coming into the region and what's been deployed right now. And I think that they're hoping, America is hoping that Iran will somehow yield, or maybe provoke it. But this is definitely a blockade under international law, is an act of war, so they might be instigating it. So either way, I do think that it's more than likely. I think a greater than 60% chance that the war will resume.
Yeah, yeah, that's kind of the concern. I don't know what's happening with the space is really glitching out. I keep bringing people up and they keep getting dropped. But anyway, let's go to Tom. Tom, did you want to add something?
Yeah, I agreed with pretty much the vast majority of what Resistance just said. And there are multiple different theories I'm kind of working on right now that explain what's going on potentially, but I'll leave that for another opportunity. But really quickly, I wanted to respond to what Haas was saying earlier by saying that as a US citizen, I definitely, when I hear an Iranian official say something along the lines of, we're not at war with the US citizenry, we have no issue with US citizens or the people of the United States of America, our problem is the Epstein class and the Israelis, that's a good way to win hearts and minds, because I can tell you that, I mean, I genuinely felt some heartfelt, whatever, emotion, whatever term you want to use to describe what you feel when something impacts you on a somewhat, I guess the term is visceral level or whatever, although positively. And I don't know. I think that what we're living through is, I mean, as a U.S. citizen, I'm extremely concerned about where this goes, because this doesn't look like it's going to bode well for the United States of America in any way, shape, or form. But when you have a government which is instructed by a group of
Hello.
people that have the sort of ideology that the Epstein class people do, hey, look, there he is. That would be amazing if Epstein actually came up, because as I understand it, he's alive and in Israel somewhere. I'm not sure that's true, but wouldn't that be crazy, Simon and Suleiman, if one day Epstein comes into one of these spaces? Hey guys, what's going on? Look, at this point, 2026 being as weird as it's been so far, you can't rule anything out, and it would not surprise me if it happened. Anyway, thanks, guys.
Thanks for that. Just the Wall
Sorry, can I
Street
just
Journal. Yeah, just
just
let me just quickly read this and I'll give it straight to you.
sure thing.
The Wall Street Journal article that I mentioned, it has more information on there. So it says Trump will resume full-fledged bombing campaigns. The official said this was less likely. Trump also seeks a temporary blockade while he pressures allies to take responsibility for a prolonged military escort through the Strait of Hormuz. Trump remains open to diplomatic solutions, Aide said, even as he promised the blockade and threatened again to target Iran's infrastructure. I would hate to do it, but their water, the desalination plants, the electric generating plants, which are very easy to hit. So he's talking about where and all the different places he wants to hit. Okay, sorry, go ahead, Hoss. Oops.
I just wanted to say to Tom, it's actually the designation of the word you used was, this is not looking good for America. It's 1 billion% looking good for America. You need to get rid of these people. So this is the ideal and best thing that can happen to America, is for this Epstein class and for these people who are running your country to be seen for what they actually are. So America needs to walk away from these people. And I know that millions of young Americans don't like what's happening. There are loads of veterans that don't like what's happening. So this is the best thing possible for America. And I can guarantee you right now, I'll put my money on it, 100% guarantee fact of life, we're going to get attacked again. And when we get attacked again, we're going to absorb whatever they do and we're going to start hurting people again. And if they decide to take the desalination plants, today is April, no one will be living in Qatar, Emirates, Saudi Arabia, or any of those places in the summer because there's no ACs. And the population of people in those countries are, when you add them together, the locals, the millions, they're going to be without AC. You can't live there. You cannot live in those countries. So get ready to have an invasion of Arabs from the Gulf coming over to your places, and you're going to have to accommodate them. They've all got money though. So what that will do is drive prices up for all of your rental, for all of your buildings and your housing, put an inflationary stuff on stuff over there. But I mean, Simon would be better to tell you what would happen if you have billions of pounds of money that's been stocked up in wealth funds that are now going to be used to house 350,000 Qataris, 800, 900,000 Emiratis, all of those millions of people that are living in those countries, that are Indians, Pakistanis, whatever else. They're not going to be able to live there. And you've got to bear in mind, Saudi Arabia, again, is made up of 28 to 30 million people, but they're not Saudi Arabians. Most of them are going to have to leave. And that whole region will just come collapsing down. Iran will not be as affected as they are because Iran has got its own natural resources. And the main natural resource Iran has got that allows it to survive better is the fact that it's got its own water. So, and like desalination is not the be all and end all for Iranians, whereas desalination for all of the Gulf countries is the only way they're able to wash themselves and just do the normal things people expect to do. And I was born in Qatar. I can promise you, you cannot live in Qatar with the humidity that you get in July and August, and you just it's impossible. Cannot do it anymore.
Yeah, really briefly, if you guys don't mind, one thing that I learned during COVID was that you don't want to live anywhere where the systems are fragile and depend on everything in the world running smoothly. And that is not a part of the world that's going to fare well, as you just mentioned rightly, when things get complicated. So yeah, thanks, man. Appreciate it.
Thanks, Ahaz. Epstein?
Hey, sorry, my mic was off. How you doing?
Yeah, great. How are you?
I'm doing well. A little bit of perspective from Canada, one of the best countries in the world, blessed with resources, fresh water, oil and gas, trees, every type of natural resource you could ever want. And we're being sold out to China right now because of Mark Carney. And I believe Trump worked with him behind the scenes and the WEF to get us to elect this man. And now Alberta is going to separate, and we're going to be a country, and we're going to be on the world
What's
stage.
this got to
And
do with Iran?
I love Iran. I am a very big supporter of Iran, but I've just seen on Twitter that because the ex-prime minister of Israel was saying that Turkey is the next Iran. Is Erdogan actually going to attack Israel, or is he a Zionist as well?
He's a
No,
Zionist.
I don't think he's going to attack Israel.
No, but I've seen the statements on Twitter that, oh, if Israel wants to continue their war, blah blah blah, will attack Israel. But he's helped them in
Yeah.
Syria. He
So, Epstein, do you have any opinion on the Iran war itself, as in the ceasefire, the kind of escalation, the oil prices, the Strait of Hormuz, the
oh,
blockade? Do you know all of those
definitely.
things that are in the news today? Any of those things?
Yeah, I don't understand why Iran would agree to a ceasefire. I was hoping that it would be bish bash bosh, boom boom, Tel Aviv all day. But obviously they know more than we do. So they're playing a different type of calculus than we can understand at the moment because they don't want more of their civilians and more of their infrastructure to be destroyed, right? And we're sitting on the sidelines and thinking that, oh, well, why don't you just escalate? Why don't you just bomb more? Why don't you just destroy all of their infrastructure in Israel? But I don't know. If if Israel and America attack again, hit those core arm shore 4 and all of their missiles, and I'm right here waiting for it.
Thanks a
Oil
lot.
prices are going high. Everything's getting more expensive. But as long as we can get rid of this Zionist entity that is controlling all of our countries, CIJA in Canada, B'nai B'rith, ZOA, we need to get rid of it.
Yeah,
We need
Epstein,
to
thanks.
we need to
It's
break this.
really
Yes.
not about Canada, but
Thank
thanks.
you.
Appreciate it.
Beatrix is your
Yeah,
final.
no, I appreciate you having me on. Thank you very much, and have yourselves a good evening. And I love the show. Thank you very much.
Appreciate you. Thank you so much. That was thanks for that, Epstein. That was a Beatrix fan. It seems like. Appreciate him coming on. For sure. Let's go to
Did you say my mic isn't working?
who's
Mine. I thought, oh, you're saying it's my phone. Oh, okay.
Sully, I wouldn't underestimate the GCC pushing America, not just Israel. I don't know if you've talked about it a lot, but
what do you mean?
I linked it in the chat in the Purple Pill, an MBS phone call,
I was
etc.
looking for it. I was looking for what
I,
you
I
posted. I couldn't see it, bro.
I just put it to just now in the Purple Pill.
Oh, okay.
It's from World Affairs.
And what's the claim?
The MBS called Trump yesterday to say, look, don't make a deal with Iran. I'll fund you $100 billion for this to resume the war. Just continue. We want to hammer Iran. So that's the claim.
What's
Unverified.
this
I
guy's
sent
source
it
though?
to you, Suleiman. I sent it to you. If you want me to, I can read it out, but I've just sent it to you.
Like what is World Affairs though? Like what is it? Just a X page or what is it?
Yeah, it's just some
A random X page.
probably yeah.
I mean, I'm not saying that. I mean, I don't know about the
It's
veracity
unverified.
of that.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's
yeah, I don't know the veracity of that. But that being said, you know our position on that, so you're just preaching to the choir.
Well, I mean,
Um,
it's not just that. It's like it makes logical sense. Like, why would Saudi Arabia allow Iran to be a dominant player in the region? They wouldn't want that, and neither would any of the GCC countries. Given they've seen the 10 points, it does not favor them. It favors Iran. So how would they want? How would they agree? Because the status quo will be destroyed.
Simon, what's your thoughts on that? Because I think I asked Simon this, and Simon said if China had a choice, they would prefer Iran to be kind of the more dominant power in the region. But then also, I think his position is that kind of GCC is working for China in order to enact this. But so Simon, what's your thoughts on his kind of position, specifically saying that actually, if you looked at it solely from the GCC perspective, like they wouldn't want someone more powerful than them, like Iran, who has been kind of in conflict with them for a very long time, to be such a powerful actor within the region.
Yeah, my position's always been China wants a stable region with no one more
Oh no, I
vastly
get
more
that.
dominant. Yeah.
I
Well,
get that, but oh, you mean no one? But I mean,
yeah.
look, it's the real world. Not everyone's like equally. It's not like everyone equally ends up having the same GDP or the same military powers or the same financial market, right? There's always going
True,
to be, yeah.
but right now they control a lot by how they allocate capital and oil purchases. So they really do have a very disproportionate influence over how they allocate their funds and who they purchase from. But obviously that's a two-way thing. But so it's
But
it's like
the question
yeah,
is from the GCC perspective, like, why would they
yeah.
want Iran to be such a powerhouse?
Um, Yeah, they wouldn't. The GCC want, I think, the end of the resistance, and they don't want Iran to be a superior power that dominates. So when the Strait of Hormuz reopens, I think all all players that have a dependency upon the Strait of Hormuz are going to want to do a deal where they have a say in what happens there. So I completely see why. But to think that it's MBS, like calling up, like I just don't. I think there is a strategy here. I don't think like we're just seeing the real time schisms. I just don't see like, oh right, I was about to end a war and now MBS calls up Trump, and I feel that's just a bit cartoonish relative to what's actually happening here.
But
But
China would
also,
want a strong. China would want a strong Iran. It's. I mean, the I in BRICS is Iran, right? Like, why wouldn't they want their ally to be strong?
Yeah, absolutely. But they also want the GCC.
The I is
They want
India, by the way. The I is India.
yeah, but they
Not
also want the
Yeah,
whole
yeah,
Yeah,
it's
yeah,
Middle East to be
yeah.
West
yeah,
Say
yeah.
cause
Asia.
it's a inside joke from the space, but do continue.
I
Yeah,
missed it.
they
I'm so sorry.
yeah, I think the strategy here, and I do believe that Iran and the GCC are working together on a scale that most people would be surprised by. But I think the China just wants the Middle East to be West Asia. That's the BRICS goal here, and that involves Iran taking out American interests, renegotiating contracts. Israel and America taking out or removing the justification for resistance, repackaging Israel away from being a US military agitator, and recognizing that most of the oil purchases are coming from China. And so America is no longer needed to protect the Strait of Hormuz. And so I think this is a radical change in order. And of
But just to be
course, yeah.
sorry, but just to be clear, you're basically saying that MBS, let's take MBS because I see him as the daddy of the GCC. So MBS is putting his complete trust in China that a situation will occur where Iran will be financially strong, but not as stronger. Sorry, not stronger than the GCC, and they're gonna and China is gonna ensure that throughout time, not just now, not just in 1-2 years, but even 10, 15, 20, 30 years time, that equality in terms of ability remains. And so whenever like Saudi is doing some dumb stuff and maybe the market's not doing as well or wherever, China will come in, weaken Iran's economy or strengthen Saudi Arabia. So China's just literally just going to play around with the economy just to make sure that So basically, China's like literally. So it's not even multipolar. China's literally just controlling every country and their economies and just making sure that and Saudi's going to basically put their full trust in China that they're going to do that, right?
No, everyone's pushing their own interests, and they'll try and get the best deal they possibly can with all the leverage and levers that they have until we end up at a point of equilibrium on the deal.
No, but that's the point,
But
though, right? Because
but there is a reality that every country in the world is dependent upon China right now, and China can rug pull their economy.
yeah, yeah. So that there's a point where a lot of countries trade with China, right? That's fine. And but then the other aspect of it is this that, and I think this is a bit just specifically to re-ask the question again, because you're saying, well, China's going to decide. That's fine, but like we're not talking about this point in time, but we're talking 5, 10, 15, 20 years in time. What Resistance's point is this, that if you were MBS right now, you're kind of in a more dominating position in the Middle East. You're probably number 2 to Israel or number 1, but probably number 2 to Israel. Um, and what his argument is that if Iran is allowed to prosper just by giving them rights, then why is it that sorry, if why would MBS be okay with that? Because that may make it that MBS now is like third in there. Iran is becomes very dominant because they're skilled, they have the intelligence, they have the intellect, they have the market, they're able to now traverse the whole market. All the things we've discussed in the space before. So his
Yeah,
point is this: that why would MBS just be like, okay, maybe cool with this, me full trust?
he won't. He won't. That's not reality. That's why they had a normalization agreement. They've been negotiating for years, and they were at war for years. They normalized, and then they've been working on what the future vision of the region looks like. And there is a regional stability vision with all the regional players. And you can see that parts of the Middle East are being divvied up right now. And I think that they have. I think that they have more of an understanding of where this ends up than what we're publicly led to believe. And it would have, yeah. I think the
I don't
Gulf
think you answered the
countries and
question.
Iran.
But Simon, I don't think
Yeah,
you answered the question though. The specific question. I know your overall theory, but that specific question, I
they
don't think
don't
you
want
answered.
Iran to be dominant, and Iran won't dominate, which is why the Strait of Hormuz will not be controlled by Iran. It will be divvied up most likely by regional players, and that's what I think the negotiation is.
Another thing that well, I disagree with that, but another element is Russia. So um, Russia's capacity to provide LNG to China um, uh, to replace Qatar's ratio or Qatar's supply of LNG to China and South Korea is actually increasing now through the Amur gas processing facility. And then I asked David Z about this like last week, and he said that's exactly it. They're ramping up production by another 60%, and they're going to fulfill whatever Qatar can't do over the next 2 years. So they're going to be the second or the second largest LNG exporter in the world, supplanting Qatar. The United States I think is the number one. On top of that, I just looked at the stats for Russia's uh, oil production, and they do 9.13 billion barrels per day. Saudi Arabia does 9.47 billion barrels per day, UAE 3.14, and Kuwait 2.48. And so basically they're all equal with Russia, but the critical difference is that the spare capacity that the GCC has, which is basically how many millions of barrels of spare capacity that they can just produce rapidly. That was the advantage that they had over Russia. With these all refineries being destroyed, that critical difference is actually weakened, or it's either no longer exists or it's heavily weakened. So the appeal of Russia supplying oil to China now, given the Belt and Road project, all the other sort of economic ties that they have, will favor Russia. So why would they want the GCC to have any sort of say? They haven't trusted the GCC. The GCC have constantly turned their back on Russia several times. So, if you ask all the Russian ministers, Lavrov and a few others, they said that the GCC countries got themselves to blame. They're the ones that are just sucking up to America, and we tried to help them, and they refused to listen to us. So why would they want to? So in this sort of with these sorts of variables in place, I think it. And given that the fact is that Russia really respects and admires Iran as well, because Iran showed true loyalty by supplying drones to them which was a huge difference maker in Ukraine. So much so that they saved a lot of prevented a lot of troop deaths as a result of the use of their drones. So they really see, and Putin said several times, we see Iran as a very critical ally to us. And David will come up here and probably say the same. As he said before. So it seems like for Russia and China, Iran is the better, stable partner that they'd want to rely upon, and the trustworthy partner they'd want to rely upon, rather than the GCC, who have shown they've shown to be deceptive at every opportunity they were given to the BRICS, at every opportunity they were given. So for me, all the pieces fall to the idea that actually it would be Russia and China that would want to favor Iran being a dominant player, or not by force, but just by default as a result
But
of
if you wanted to do that, you just buy all of your oil from Iran. The reason that countries diversify is because they don't want any risk on any one country for any
yeah,
one supply chain breaking.
yeah,
So
exactly.
you have diversified sources. So
Yeah,
you
it
have
will.
Russia, you have Qatar, you have UAE, you have Saudi, you have Iran, you have Venezuela,
Yeah,
and China's business model is to export as many goods as possible and build alternative routes so that you can engage in de-dollarization, and you want multiple countries and multiple allegiances in that. So
yeah,
I mean,
I agree with you, but but you're talking about a different thing here. I'm saying that their favored partner would be Iran, and that their not so favored partners would be the
right?
GCC.
That's
So
obvious right now, yeah. The
no, as in,
but
and
things
so
change, geopolitics change. But right now, of course, BRICS
yeah.
is what's
So
and
so so
Iran, Russia, and China have formed an axis of
so
resistance, as it were.
yeah. So basically, my viewpoint is I don't think that China will.
China
For
doesn't
one,
think in terms of what the next 2 years look like.
yeah,
They're planning a 100-year strategy here.
I get it, but I just don't think that China will be so keen to lift a finger to help the GCC compared to how much they're helping Iran.
Yeah, obviously, yeah. But once it gets to negotiating economics, I don't think they want one country that controls the strait, which is such a strategic choke point for them. They'll want diversification there, and they'll want security guarantees, and they'll want a scenario where Iran can't just cut off their oil supply or energy supply.
I think Iran has proven to be a very rational
Yeah,
and
but that's
and
not how countries like you don't put yourself in a position where your economy dies if one person gets regime changed or assassinated or it doesn't matter like what they are now. They'll be
That's a good
thinking
point.
about what the future looks like.
That's a good point, Simon. Just on that perspective, would you, if you're China, would you want to do it where you, for example, take the Strait, that you would allow America to have some kind of control over it, or the GCC countries? Because let's go with your theory that America is working for China or whatever, right, and working for the banksters. But it doesn't mean the next president will, right? It may be, it may not, but there may come a time when they won't. So, and there's more, and that's more of a risk than, for example, Iran, turning on you. They both are. Everything's always possible logically, but then there's things that are more probable than others, if you know what I mean, when you're working out these strategies. Like, what's your thoughts on that?
Yeah. Will they want America? Was that the question? Oh,
America and the GCC, because the GCC, even if your theory is right, you do accept that in the past the GCC has been subservient to the United States of America. So if so, it is it is an even according to your theory. This is not my view, but I'm totally asking from your perspective. There is one that has shifted their positions or their alliances, and so just let's say that you did give them control over the strait or some aspect of it, they could turn on you, isn't it? So, and the chances of them turning is high. So them and US together, or either one of them two.
yeah, but it will never be US as an entity. It will be a financial institution. So transnational capital is aligned, I think, on that. There's not going to be a situation where US suddenly controls the Strait of Hormuz. They're just gonna have some US corporate entity that controls it. So this is the exit of US from the region. But obviously, if US is going to be exiting, they'll be negotiating to hand over all their assets to transnational capital. So you'll end up with some subsidiary of BlackRock portfolio company if US has enough leverage to get in. If they don't, they don't. But I think they will because that's what I think is being negotiated in the big top deal, which is the end of which is the China US private sector negotiation.
You think that deal could come through like Oman? So like Oman's really the forefront, and maybe in the backhand maybe is that.
Oman has been involved up to this day, and then Pakistan got like the final deal, and I think it makes sense that it
No,
might
no,
be
no.
done
I
by.
don't.
Yeah.
I don't mean that. Because I'm saying, based on your theory, right? Just think like logically, how could you sell your theory to the public if it was to happen? Um, the way you could sell your theory to the public is maybe, oh no, but then they wouldn't sell to the American public, would they? But I was just thinking that you basically had the American company get it through Oman. So Oman bees the front, but the back end bees the American company. But you
As a
need it
front.
for you need to sell it to Trump. Trump, in your position, Trump needs to sell it to the American people, right? As well.
Yeah, Trump will do exactly what he's doing right now, which is he's saying we've got loads of oil for sale, and all the magatards are thinking, yeah, America's got all the oil, but they don't realize that no, this is Chevron, Exxon, and we don't have a sovereign wealth fund, and we're paying the bill, and you're giving a bunch of private companies the profits. So he'll sell it the same way. He'll say, yes, we've got the Strait of Hormuz, we've got our cut, we're gonna and all the magatards will cheer it on when they just give it to BlackRock, and BlackRock is 100% global with no America first agenda. So he'll just do the same thing. And even
Like
Chevron and
what he did
Exxon,
with the
they're
like he did with the Panama Canal, right?
yeah, exactly. He just gave it to, well, he negotiated it for BlackRock, and China was negotiating it for a Hong Kong subsidiary. And they've been doing that with 40 different ports. The same thing. If this ends up with a toll booth, I think that's where it's going to end up. I can't imagine it just Iran has full control and and everyone just accepts it
Let me
without.
ask. I'm going to ask Haz a question on that. But just let me read these two super chats. Is hey, can someone give a brief about Soros' organization, if he's in the good guys or the bad ones? And obviously some people are not happy with this, Simon. And then the other one is Hoz with a huge super chat. Thank you so much. Saying love you all, appreciate you. Hoz, from your perspective, do you think there could be a scenario where Iran accepts a kind of shared Strait of Hormuz, or do you think that's just a non-starter? It's always going to be totally, completely
It's
in the
already going to
control of
be
Iran.
shared. It's going to be shared with Oman.
Yeah.
Because
Sorry, when I say shared, I mean with the US of A.
no way, not on any planet Earth is that going to be acceptable. The thing is this, yeah, people have to come to a reality, and when that reality is forced on you, and you don't have a choice in the matter, that's the new normal. The new normal is something that's going to happen, whether people like it or not. Or you've got to destroy Iran, which America can't do right now, and I just can't see that being the case. There is no willingness for the American people. There is no heart in the American people that would like to see Iran, that is right now loved by Americans as well as the rest of the world, to see them destroyed. There's just no, if it was Iraq, for instance, and you had a 9/11 situation, you'd have the American public directly behind it. People will be like going, I'm going to go sign up and going, get involved physically. I want to protect my country. There is no such feeling in America right now. If you ask the average American, and I'm telling you this from things that I've seen myself, you know, the Iranian people are right now are so proud of being Iranian. And there are American people that when they find out you're an Iranian, they come up to you and fucking shake your hand. They go like, you're an Iranian? Dude. And that is something that, it would never happen before, because before then, every Iranian is at the heart of a terrorist cell that's about to destroy planet America. That's what everyone thought of Iranians. But, Iranians are no longer that person anymore. I mean, don't believe me. Ask Americans how they feel about Iranians. Because in America and in Britain, in Western society, like the Anglosphere, we've always had this thing where we're like, who's the underdog here? How is that underdog doing? And we've got this thing where we always want to see the underdog win. And the underdog here is Iran. There is no doubt whatsoever that Iran's the underdog. And there is no one in America or England that would like to see Iran nuked. There's no one in America or Iran that wants to see Iran wiped off the map, because everyone's looking at Iran and going like, they're plucky bastards. They are us during World War II. That is what Iran is, standing up in the face of, unsurmountable, huge powers being brought towards them. And the reason I put my hand up is I don't believe that Mohammed bin Salman has said anything of the sort. I don't know. And the thing is, if he was to say that, there would be no GCC left if Iran was to be attacked the way Donald Trump is saying it. So there would be no Saudi Arabia, because Saudi Arabia whole existence is based on oil. And if you take away and destroy their oil refineries, their oil terminals, destroy their gas fields, Qatar's Ras Laffan, for instance, is gone. They need 3 years to rebuild it. How is the world going to survive for that long if all of this stuff is destroyed? So Mohammed bin Salman, I don't believe. I believe he, in the original thing, he would have believed Mossad saying, let's blow up, let's attack Iran, they'll fall over, because they believe some. And I don't think the Israelis believed it either, but I think Mossad convinced them that if we do this with what we've got on the ground and what we think will happen, game theory it into this position. But their game theory didn't take into a factor in, I think, that killing the leaders of a country, the decapitation, or theory that they've got where it works for them and they think it works. All you do is you harden people's hearts against you. You make yourself the actual enemy of the world when you do these things, and that's what's happened to America. They've become, America and Israel, the horror story on the side of what humanity thinks, basically. So I don't think Mohammed Salman would be that stupid. And if he is, then good luck to him. He won't be living long enough in Saudi Arabia to worry about anything. And Iran will endure because it has always endured. And Turkey, Iran, China, India, these countries are all ancient civilizations. We're not going to be swept away. Our country's name hasn't changed in 5,000 years. Other countries' names have changed every couple of hundred centuries or 1,000 years, but ours has been the same since day one. We've not changed our name. You can't destroy that history. You just can't. Anyway, I'll shut up. That's all I wanted to say. Sorry, Sully. And Sully,
Thanks,
the
Nahaz.
reason I
Nah, don't
give
be
you,
sorry. We appreciate your comments.
I just
Always.
want to say as well that I'm trying to, whenever I see your spaces open, I'm trying to give you £50 because I want to support you and I want to support all the other people here. You make such a huge difference. You make an absolute huge difference because you're the only ones telling the truth, mate. And you're the only one who I basically hear you talking to all these like Larry Johnson, Miranda, this, that, and the other. And if it's not incumbent on people like myself who have got a little bit of money to support people like yourself who are bringing the truth and reality to everyone from the perspective of the actual truth, then I would be the world's biggest asshole. So that's why I do what I do. Yeah.
Appreciate you as always, Haz, and appreciate your support. It does help and help a lot. So really, thank you so much. And yeah, we appreciate you coming on the space as well and giving us your thoughts as well. Just on the what you said, I agree with a lot of what you said. The only thing is, yeah, I agree that the last minute, I don't think someone like MBS, guys. What do you think about the volume as well? I put a headset on for you guys because you're crying about the volume before. Tell me, chat, is it all right now? Because you all
It's
were
good.
crying so badly. They were crying, bruv. Our resistance, the chat is attacking you as well. So I'll come to that in a second. But the bit where I think I don't agree that MBS may have called in the last minute. I think that these things don't happen last minute. But that being said, I do think MBS, Netanyahu, and Trump are fully aligned on everything that's happening at the moment. I believe they are the triangle or the trinity of evil in terms of fully aligning with it. I see attack UAE a lot, I think quite rightly. But I see UAE as just they just like they make the UAE do the dirty work. They're like it's like the hitman, the mafia of the GCC. But actually, all decision making really comes from MBS. This is my view on kind of the Gulf GCC, and if you look at the UAE, one of the things they've been saying over this last week, even the negotiations, they already said the negotiations will fail. It's guaranteed to fail unless Iran gives up its enrichment, gives up its ballistic missile program, gives away control of the Strait of Hormuz. And so they've been and if you see the UAE, their language has been exactly the Israeli language. And I don't think the UAE is a autonomous actor within the region.
I agree with you.
Yeah.
I think the UAE or East Israel is actually 100% aligned with Israel because it's been completely captured by Israel. They were the first country to sign the Abraham Accords, and they did that willingly. I mean, the amount of money that East Israel has spent in lobbying in the United States to get Israel and America to love it has made it so fully aligned with each other now that, and it's the alignment of the lobbies. So the UAE lobby and APAC and everything else are just together. They are synced together to do everything together. All the wars you can imagine are not being done to help the UAE. What does UAE get from Sudan having this problem? What do the UAE have for problems from here? All of these are being done as a proxy for Israel. That's what the situation is. And the UAE is a nothing government that's got 600 or 700 billion dollar wealth fund, or let's call it $1 trillion wealth fund. In the grand scheme of things, They're not a world power. They're not like, you know, like countries that have got resources, that have got $1 trillion economies and all the potential to have that. Because UAE's got oil, gas, and sand, and a whorehouse in Dubai. And those things are not going to basically let you become a world power or even a regional power. What they've got in might at the moment is only because they've been rubbing shoulders with the Israelis. That's the only thing they've got, and which is why when everyone's attacking them and everything, they've done we're fully aligned with Israel. Yeah, we're with Israel because they've got no choice. And also, I think a lot of these people are actually in the Epstein files as well. I don't think that the UAE royal family are too far away from the Epstein file. But I tell you who isn't in the Epstein files. No Iranian politicians are in the Epstein files. That's a guarantee. That family is made up of, the guys have killed their own brothers to become the king. Mohammed bin Zayed killed his own brother to become the king of the country, murdered his own brother. What do you expect when you've got animals like that? They're not good people, mate. And you can't make deals with with people who are deceptive and who are working as agents of another country and the world power that is, Judo Zionist psychopaths, you know?
Yeah, completely agree. Bye bye. Do you want to jump? Thanks for that. Bye bye. Do you want to jump in on anything?
Sorry, yes. Regarding the U.S. and the people here, unfortunately, I feel the sentiment is, though sympathetic towards Iran, everyone here is just so confused because we are just fully, not only is the country, as the government Zionist controlled, but our media is just fully Zionist controlled. I'm not a Democrat or a Republican because that's a decision I made a long time ago, and it's been a painful journey trying to explain this to friends because the Democrats hate me. They think I'm a Republican, with Republican talking points. Excuse me, I'm running. And the Republicans obviously hate me because they think I'm some sort of cuckoo liberal. The media, and I've worked in the media up here, and I was a part of this. I mean, it's just really sad how we framed Ukraine and how it was talking points every day and the things that I was working on. And then when Gaza happened, it was a completely different twist to it all to serve the interests of, the elite class, of course. And worse was that first week after October 7th, everyone I interviewed, they had the same exact script. The comparisons to 9/11 and every piece of propaganda under the book to make this happen. So the American public is just screwed. They don't know what is going on, and including my Iranian friends. I've lost a few of them. One in particular who, she's for the monarchy and she has family in Iran. And I, very politely tried to approach this with her and just try to discuss it. And it's just impossible to. I wish there was a solution to that because that's the problem, and that's the only way forward for America. And what Simon says about our money for Panama, and if the Strait were to somehow get deals with these transnational corporations, I mean, what does that mean for America domestically in the long run? I think I already know, but man, people here are so confused. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thanks for that. Andy, jump in.
I mean, yeah, it looks like Trump's really driving up the price of oil. He's trying this stupid blockade. I mean, it's not going to work. If this was a viable option, he would have done this earlier in the war, but he's just trying to throw whatever he can at the wall and sees what sticks. And I was looking and it looks like Iran has threatened that the Houthis may get involved if and block the Red Sea if it pushes too far. So Iran has been really holding back because they know they have more cards to play and they have all the time in the world. And Iran could drive the price of oil up way further. They don't even have to destroy Gulf oil infrastructure. They could block the Red Sea and drive oil up to 130, 150 whenever they want to. So Trump's going to F around and find out. They're just Trump is desperate and he's literally still thinks Iran is Venezuela and he can just do whatever he wants. Like, I mean, but he can't. Iran has the ability, if they want to attack American ships. I mean, we've been over this ad nauseum, but the 2002 Millennium Challenge, our ships have no chance in close. I mean, Andrew in the space has been over that as well. Against Iranian missiles and drones, our ships are no match for a swarm. There's no defenses against that. So Iran is gonna Trump play his games and let the economic consequences play out. Iran can go a lot longer than we can. If the Strait's closed another month, gas prices are going to go above $5 a gallon. It's going to be a complete catastrophe for the global economy.
Yeah. We're looking forward to Andrew coming back on. He's just messaged me. He's just sorting a few things out, and he'll be back. But definitely want to hear his thoughts about this blockade on the Strait by the US of A. Let's go to Dharma. Dharma, thanks for joining us. Give us your thoughts.
Sully. People are absolutely clueless here, man. I mean, I spoke to you during the Charlie Kirk assassination. Spoke a little bit after that. I firmly believe that's the reason. Not the reason, obviously, but if he were alive, it would be a major, major blockade from the United States invading with the making its move on Iran. It's just absolutely mental. You have to understand, this is the culmination of what I call I'm 41, 42, well, about to be 42 years old, but this has been going on my entire life. Iran is the great enemy. It's all sorts of ridiculous propaganda against Iran, and it was always the case even after 9/11. Of course, we all know about General was it Flynn? It's talking about the 7 countries in 5 years in Iran. It has always been about Iran, even with the Bush years, with the Obama. I believe that if the elections would have gone differently as far as in this, not elections, but sentiment would have gone differently as far as in this country, it would have been during the Biden administration as well. It has always been about Iran for these people. And this is their last opportunity. Make no mistake. The
Did he break up or was it me?
I think
Oh,
he's
if you, I
gone.
was just about to ask you if it's him or me.
And his name is Wesley Clark, by the way, is the name of the general.
Yeah, and he was so enthusiastic, this kid was, and unfortunately he couldn't keep his internet working.
I'm sorry, they keep booting me. It is what it is. But we have just been lied to. We've been lied to constantly. The lies continue today. They're already running propaganda as far as the oil stuff that you were mentioning earlier. That's why I really wanted to get the mic earlier, as far and to kind of elaborate on that, because it is going to be hailed, and it already is being hailed as a victory for the United States and this regime. This is how anyone can't see that we have imported Israel's cancer is absolutely beyond me. Sully, I'll yield the mic. Thank you for the show. Thank you for preaching and spreading the truth, because we need more people like you.
Appreciate you. Thank you so much, Dharma. No relation, I presume, to Jeffrey Dahmer. We just want to read this, and then we've got some news as well.
Silly, man.
Kids don't get the jokes, bro. Kids don't get the jokes. What we got? Saleh with the level 1 membership. Thank you for becoming a member of the community. Really appreciate you and appreciate your support. Right, some breaking news. Trump leaves on Air Force One from Florida to Washington, D.C. He's going to be in the White House. Seems like something big is coming. Is it solely for the blocking of the Strait of Hormuz? Or is it something bigger than that? This is going to be the question mark, but he's leaving Florida. He's going to be in Washington, D.C. Highly concerning about the possible escalation. Resistance, what's your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I mean, look, you look at what's happening. He's bringing all the refueling tankers into the region. A lot of them have landed in Ben Gurion as well. He's now escalating. I think this ceasefire negotiation thing is just a tactic to stall time. They did the same thing with Russia. They asked Russia for 30 days, and all of a sudden they resumed the war. They regrouped and resumed the war with Russia in Ukraine. So this is likely the same sort of thing, but the difference is the implications here are much more dangerous for the United States because of the fact that the economy, the oil prices, and the world economy is actually in jeopardy here. But I think he's going in to start some sort of, I don't know, escalation of some sort. That's why he's gone back to Washington. I don't believe it's for any sort of negotiations or a ceasefire deal.
time to go back home, mate, because he needs to go back to Washington and actually do some work. That could also be is done, and it's like the thing because he can't keep staying on his golf course during the week.
Well, he went to a UFC fight when negotiations were happening, knowing full well that they're not going to agree.
Yeah,
So,
but listen to me. The reason he went to that is because you know as well as I do, it makes him look good because he's trying to be a macho man with the UFC fighters. Especially when those UFC fighters, all of them come up to say, dude, you're the best president because you're the best president. Mate, you're a wanker. That's what you are. But if that's how you get your kicks, go to a UFC fight.
well, during the did you see this during the actual negotiations? I was focusing on the delegation, and I didn't know that he was been posting about a UFC fight night on the White House. You know, during those negotiations with Iran, how insensitive can you be?
Yeah,
You know what?
yeah.
I think he actually.
Guys, by the way, we're live on X, we're live on YouTube. Retweet the space, reshare the space. We're still going to be going for many hours, yeah. And if you're on the YouTube, make sure you like. I bet, listen, the YouTube chat is full of millennials. I bet they're so lazy. Let me see how many likes they did. This is because Beatrix is there talking to them, and you know how it is. They become so feminine. 376 likes. This is what I mean. There's like 1,000 people there. Only 376 likes. I'm telling you, the YouTube chat is full of lazy simps. Lazy millennials and simps. Like this video and listen to this man when he tells you to do it. First thing. The second thing is the Hibber has just posted the new channel, and we are going to be doing the interviews tomorrow on that new channel. We got Larry Johnson coming on and a few others as well. I just need to finalize it with them. I'm just a bit too busy focused on the space, and my phone is annoying. Like I'm tweeting things out and it's taking 10 minutes to tweet. I don't know what's wrong with it. But anyway, enough of my. Where is my answer? What are you talking about? What's this? What's this millennial crying about? Let me see.
I just responded to him. I just responded to him because he's been asking that question like about a zillion times. So, Lee, can you read my response? Then you'll understand. I just gave him the
All right.
response.
Yeah, I read it out, but your question's so random. Like, what's this got to do with the space? But
He
yeah,
gets it.
I
He
mean,
gets it. He gets it.
some people like Soros, some people don't. If you're on the left, they love Soros. On the right, they don't. But we don't think this is left wing, right wing. We think these guys do manipulate all sides in order to control things. Okay, let's go
Hey,
to
Suleiman,
yeah.
quickly about
Oh, go ahead.
Dana White and what's his name, Trump at the UFC events. You know why I think he does it? I think he used to get a huge ego boost and recharge. And well, in this case, he wanted to recharge that ego that's been kind of battered since the Epstein scandal became a major news thing. And I don't think he necessarily got the recharge he was looking for, but I think that's really him needing to feel, wow, look at these people, these fighters, they respect me so much. I think that's really good for someone, for any
Well,
megalomaniac's
apparently he
ego, I
was
assume.
someone like we put out. There was a video up. I tweeted it out as well of his reaction in 2025. The reaction to him in 2025 compared to now. And in 2025, it was the whole stadium was electric. People were cheering for him. And this time, apparently you could hear the boos, and despite them
Yeah.
pumping the music up, the boos were exceptionally loud, and he just didn't get the same level of welcome.
Yeah, I'm glad. Doesn't deserve it.
He was also
Yeah.
struggling physically as well. He had to hold Dana White's hand while he was
Oh
walking.
my God! Not you and Beatrix and your AI body double
No,
thing
no, no,
again.
no. I'm saying he's physically struggling. He was
Okay.
actually Dana White's hand as he's walking into the stadium, into the arena.
Cool. Cool.
So I came up here and talked all about like Charlie Kirk and this, that, and the other, and not one person on this panel made a crack or a joke about him being like Candicite or conspiracy. They sit and they took it. But when I say something, it's like, oh my God, she's conspiracy theorist, she's Candace Owens and stuff. I see what's going on. I see it. Guys can come up here and spout whatever they want, but it's okay. I see it.
Yeah,
He was
he
just
wasn't
less
saying that he had
retarded
a
though.
dream. Yeah, he wasn't saying that he had dreams of bees. He was saying Charlie Kirk was against the Iran war, and that's why he was assassinated. That's a fair, logical conclusion. Joe, what were you gonna say?
Yeah, like his stuff made actual sense, like in the realm of possibility, right?
Oh damn.
Hegseth kidnapping Trump and holding him in his basement, that was just a step too
I
much.
never said that. And I never said that. You're exaggerating. You're lying.
You bring evil to our Beatrix. Stop it, you bastards. Stop it.
Innit, Hoz? Tell him.
Beatrix,
Get
I'm
him
with you on
bust up
what's
when he
I need to
comes.
mute my
Take him
mic.
to
I just can't stop
Bayswater and
laughing.
get him bust up.
Beatrix. I'm with you on several things. So you know my points.
Yeah, it's the Beatrix resistance.
I know. No, he's on it. He's on it. He's on it. We like seriously. He understands. I understand. Simon understands. Jonah understands nothing.
Joa, Joa, I think you got a question for Beatrix. I think Joa asked me. I see a super chat from Joa. He's saying, the basement. Is it under the White House? Is it under Mar-a-Lago? They're asking for the location, Beatrix.
I never said anything about that. Okay, I don't want to be typecast as though I said
No, that's why
something
we're
about
asking you. We're
Hexeth.
asking you the location.
I never said nothing about no Hexeth basement or anything like that.
You said Hegseth. You did say Hegseth is. Who is this guy? This Hegseth guy? Like he probably has Trump like in his basement or
I didn't
something.
say,
Like
oh
so,
my God, I
it's not
never
Trump.
said that. These are recorded spaces. I tell you what, Joey, you got some real Zio
Joy.
traits. Do you know that? Real little Zio traits. No wonder you knew about the mezuzah and everything. I had all those like red flags.
Oh, Joe, you're cracking me up so badly. I needed that. I was, I was starting to feel a bit tired, and I was like, because I didn't get a break for a few days, and I was like, I was starting to feel tired, and I was like, and then you just cracked me up for a good 10 minutes. That was hilarious. What makes it more funny is it's truthful. But anyway, let's get back into the conversation and
No,
into the what?
it's not truthful.
Okay, cool. Cool. Let's go to what's his name again? Okay, let's go to Abdul Palestine and then we'll go to Nahid. Finally, you tweeted, bro. Go ahead.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Suleiman, Beatrix, Andy, this space is full of decent people. I am a 72, or I'm going to be 72 in July, Palestinian from Hebron. And all my life I spent it in wars, not through my choice. It was imposed upon us. I have always went out to protest. Back at Black September, we broke into the American embassy in Amman, and we tried to make a stand against Kissinger at the time. He was jumping from one place to another, planning the evil work. And I think at the moment what is going on, Trump and Hexit and Steve Witkoff are all addicted gamblers. That's what is happening. They're going to make, when you are a gambler and you lose, you go deeper into it in order, hoping that you will recover what you've lost. And that's not going to happen this time, because Iran and the people in the Middle East are pushing back on principle. They're sick and tired of being used for the sake of oil and money. We've lost our country. We've lost it in two stages, 1948 and 1969. And it was total.
Thank you. Abdul, oh, wait. Abdul, is cut off? Oh, I was liking him as well. Everyone knows I love the grandpas. The Zios
Yeah,
took him out.
he got cut off. He's still
Yeah,
there
he's
on
still
the
up here.
panel.
Yeah, he's still here. But I don't know. Okay, let's go to anyway, we love the granddads. Granddad, request again, we'll bring you back up. Let's go to Nahid. Nahid, jump in.
Hi, everybody. Thanks for the mic. I just was wondering if anybody remembers that Netanyahu, before a few weeks before October 7th, had a speech in the UN regarding a master plan with the map of the greater Israel area. And I think he was talking about the building an oil pipeline to connect, to have the oil routed through Israel to connect Asia to GCC to Europe. So, and that fits into this theory that they want to have the Strait of Hormuz to be closed. So, and that way, Iran also becomes a weak country, and because all this killing and lab grabbing, land grabbing should be for they just don't kill people in southern Lebanon or Gaza. They have bigger plans, and we shouldn't take them lightly. The Zionist project. So I don't know if Israel is changing its entity from being a military proxy to a financial proxy. What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, what do you mean about, just before I ask you the question, I'm reading the chat. Oh my God, Beatrix, you got these guys on a leash there. How come they're defending you when you got exposed? They all like, we're standing with Beatrix. Oh
Because
my
I
God,
have
these
their
guys.
back and they have my back, and we're one community on YouTube. That's why. And no one's going to come in
Simpunity.
here and divide us. So we're the real resistance on YouTube. No one's going to.
Simpunity.
No Davos Jonah's going to come here and create problems for us and divide us.
Even Charles Manson had fans. So
And Jeffrey Dahmer. Um, okay, yeah, so Nahid, in terms of what you said, yeah, I mean, we all do believe that this is a bigger goal that they've got for the Greater Israel project. Well, not all of us actually, but yeah, I believe that it is a greater goal that they have in terms of the Greater Israel project, and they do want to expand. And yeah, this is the idea and notion that they want to perpetuate and cause. Yeah, so I agree with you on that.
So have you heard of them building pipelines? I think I heard something
Yeah, there's in the news they want
recently.
to. Yeah, Netanyahu said it. He said it recently in a new press conference as well. Was it in his last
Yeah.
press conference? Maybe it's the last one or the one before it as well. He said it.
Yeah, so it's something that got me worried. So
Well, yeah, definitely. Anything they do should be.
and also I you saw a chat in the YouTube regarding the somebody asked to talk about the pistachio situation in Iran. So I saw a post of Iranians back when the Israel was bombing Iran that they bombed much of the warehouses of pistachio because there's this wonderful company, the Zionist couple in California, that they wanted to have these pistachio, Iranian pistachio destroyed to get the market. Although I don't know because of the sanctions how Iran would have been able to export pistachio. But everybody, if you have it, you know, Iranian pistachio is the best.
Thanks for that. Yeah.
100% به خوب ترینشه 100%.
بله.
Thanks for that. Appreciate it. We just want to thank Sub-Zero for the level 1 membership. It's a big up Joa and King Suleiman. Yeah. Hands off the oil, Beatrix. We also have the I wanted to go to Tom, the new Tom, who's just come on the panel. Anything you want to add?
Yes, I want to ask you a question. Are you a Muslim, right?
Yeah.
I can to ask you religion question.
Well,
Oh my God,
You
no, for the
said
love of God. No, 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 no. Listen, Tom, This ain't a religious space. This is a space about Iran and the war. You've got a log profile with
Yeah,
some
yeah, yeah.
weird freaking
It's coming to
emojis.
there. It's coming to
You're based
there.
in New
You know
York.
the Middle
You've
East.
got Tibet. You'll say you're from Tibet. Let me just have a look at this locked profile of your weird locked profile. You say free Tibet. You say you're based in New York, but you've hidden your location and you've come up here to ask a religious question. Ain't gonna happen, dude. Ain't gonna happen. Jog on to another space up the corridor. This is the wrong space for you, right? Are you a Muslim? I've come here to ask a Muslim. What? What the hell? Right. Thank you for your time.
My love,
Thank
don't
you for your
worry.
attention to this matter. Goodbye.
Just go read the Quran.
Matrix, you're killing me.
I
She's
can't. I can't.
I just seen Trump mode there.
I just can't stand these Islamophobes. Like, I have a religious question for you. It's just like, what? Like, just jog on to one of those ones. Jog on to that space where they put USA host in their title as though that's a badge of honor at the moment. Go on, jog on over there. Anyway, yeah, order is restored.
You derail the space now. We were gonna have a very good, eloquent, in-depth conversation.
Yeah, he was definitely asking questions in good faith.
Okay. Let's go to well, Beatrice, you need to bring some people up. You keep throwing down every single person I bring up.
Let me say something, right? So what Nahid was saying, this is a Trump, right? There's a video released and a recorded wartime video statement, and in this video the West Bank is shown as part of Israel. So he keeps this lunatic keeps presenting all these weird maps because he did it at the United Nations. He also did it at the EU, where he presented a map. He also did it during the genocide as well, where he presented various different maps. And this one that I'm looking at now, where he's doing a video, this was during this war, and it's just showing like the West Bank's part of Israel. He's crazy. I don't take any notice of his maps, to be honest.
Sully, you know, yesterday, because I was listening to your space recording, and you had a very sort of controversial opinion about Pakistan and India. I was going to say, like, myself, family, friends, lots of family, we in Palestine don't really care whether we would like to have like a unified sort of region of Palestine, Jordan, Syria, and Lebanon as a Levant, and because obviously we have shared sort of shared blood there in the region, so we are also like pro unification if that was ever a thing in the future.
Oh my God! Don't say you got out as well. Yeah. Are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. Sorry, I
Oh
just
yeah. I am. Yeah, I think personally, I think that divide happened on purpose because if you look at that divide hadn't happened at that time, you would have had basically what 50% Muslim population, 50% Hindu population, roughly speaking. You would have had leadership, kind of changes between the two. When one becomes an extreme minority, that's when you're able to kind of dominate them, and I think that's what the intention was. You split the countries up, you stop them from becoming a superpower. Um, but yeah, I know a lot of Pakistanis won't be happy with that, but I don't really care.
But that's literally been the entire balkanization and separatism. That's been the whole strategy of the. That was the whole Sykes-Picot. Just draw lines, make sure no one's culturally able to, and then just shake up and raffle feathers. That's literally the whole strategy of the British Empire.
100%
Exactly.
exactly.
Yeah, 100%. We're all in agreement there. Um, the so Simon, in terms of from your from the financial perspective, we're seeing oil at 105, I believe now. Do you see that increasing tomorrow based on your experience, or is this what it's going to probably settle at, or does it always vary depending on the way the market opens up? Simon, you there? I've got Ryan Dawson come as well. I can't hear Simon. Guys, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you, but we can't
Oh,
hear Simon.
few. Okay.
Can't
Just
hear
want to
Simon.
But
cool.
I would say that I think this is. I think I don't see the oil climbing up so much tomorrow because a lot of the move is now. So maybe like a small correction and a little grind up at most. Because I think they're gonna want to see what's going to happen tomorrow as well. But for sure, this uncertainty is not helpful for oil or the stock markets.
Cool. I just want to welcome Ryan onto the stage. Ryan, hope you're doing well. How are you?
I'm good. There was division in India since the 1857 rebellion. It was just like not all the British's fault. It was baked in from religious sectarianism. That's why they had a Muslim Congress and a Hindu Congress. Can't blame it all on the British. And I hate the British.
The blame on the British is the fact that they separated the country. It's not about the division. Of course,
Well, they had a partition that wasn't clear. And that was on purpose. But that wouldn't work if their divide wasn't already there because they own people's sectarianism and clinging to religion.
So the divide is what caused or accelerated this division a lot. Of course, you get disagreements here and there. If you were to look at the UK, you'd be like, oh, guess what? There's division amongst various people. You look at US, you say there's division. But if you were to split the US later and just put a line through some random place, and then you would have like civil war between the countries, civil unrest, people bombing each other, bombarding each other, that would be a major reason why you would do that to weaken the United States of
Yeah, but
America.
the U.S. doesn't have parallel Congresses like it has Congress. That's it, right? It doesn't have two of them based on religion. Like, if you had that, it's very easy to cause them to fight each other. They were never really unified anyway. The only thing that unified them was the force of the British. And when they left, it inevitably fell apart.
I'll say the force of the British divided them, Ryan. They were unified before the British came along and ruled them for 200 years and ripped them off and set up the East India Company and everything else.
17 different languages and constantly fighting each other.
Yeah,
what are you talking about?
That's fine.
Ashoka had them unified briefly through force. But no,
I'm not saying it wasn't like, a lot of different communities. That's exactly what India is like now, by the way. So yes, Pakistan, and therefore after that Bangladesh was created, but India still has more than 17 languages, probably a lot more than 17 languages. What I'm saying is it was the British that came and divided them. They used the same tactics they use in the present day to divide and rule. Before the British went there, it was actually people living in harmony together.
No, it wasn't. The British was only able to conquer them because they were already divided.
The British were able to conquer them because they fooled and they deluded the leadership into letting them put their feet under the table. Once they got their feet under the table, they ruled it and robbed it for 200 years. That's the only reason they managed to do it.
They would favor one area over another and get them to fight with each other because that's how it already was.
That's what happened. You're proving my point. That's what they did.
That's how it was before they arrived.
My reading on Indian history doesn't say that, but we'll agree to disagree, Ryan. They divided and they ruled, and that was their doctrine, basically.
I know. I got a master's in history, and it's this kind of trite thing where everything blame the West and colonialism. Blah, blah, blah. You fuck colonialism and imperialism, of course, but this kind of like fairy tale notion that everything was fine, then the white guy showed up and ruined it all. It's just not true.
Yeah, they did. They ruled it for 200 years. They robbed it. They set up the East India Company.
I'm aware of all the
killed
theft and robbing.
people. So the white man is to blame. My country is to blame for what it did. Absolutely. They didn't have to go there. They didn't have to rule it.
I know imperialism bad, got that, but it was just domestic abuse before that. It wasn't all fine, and then they
Every country has domestic abuse, Ryan. It's like saying Venezuela didn't have problems, therefore Trump's okay to go in and do it. Every country has division. Every country has domestic abuse, but that's not. Britain went and created something, and it deliberately, it's not even about, between India and Pakistan, it's not even about the fact that they kind of did a partition. They intentionally left Kashmir in the middle for a reason, and this is their modus operandi as well. They always do that. Literally, their empire was built on blood, and I'm glad it's ended.
I'm well aware of everything the British did and the way they played them off on each other. And I'm obviously imperialism's wrong. And of course, it was the theft. They called it the crown jewel of the empire. They had an unclear partition. They fostered religious sectarianism that already existed on purpose. They did all of that. Absent of them being there, it would have been like that anyway, because that's how it was before they got there. It was not all fine and unified, and then they came and ruined it. It wasn't.
Ryan, it would have been a very different place had the British not ruled it for 200 years. Now, who knows? Maybe they
Right.
would have
They wouldn't have
separated
had
along
railroads
Regis
and
lines anyway.
telegraph or
No, hang on a
anything.
minute. But it wouldn't have been robbed the way it was. It would have been probably one of the wealthiest nations in the world today. Half of the crown jewels sat in London belong to India. We have robbed, we have stolen from them. And maybe they would have had disagreements. We don't know. But we just know what the British did there. And what they did was catastrophic. So, yeah, they should be held responsible. Maybe India would have had its own, Hindustan, as it was called then, would have had its own problems. It only became India after the British.
Right. They weren't India before the British.
Cool. What's your thoughts on this update on the negotiations? Do you think that this is going to start again, or what do you think is going to happen?
There was never real negotiations. Iran was very clever in pulling this, like, because they knew immediately when you have Witkoff and Kushner, it's like, this is not serious. But from their mind, to get the bombing to stop, even for a few days, they wanted to have a public burial of the Ayatollah, which they were able to do. They also got to show and have shown how quickly they can repair things. They've already rebuilt bridges and railroads, which shows the public when this war really ends, look how fast we can repair the infrastructure. It's all this damage, they think they've done. It's a whole country of engineers and scientists and things like they are quick to recover. So they got that. There was some talk about 6 billion being unfrozen, but you really can't trust the U.S. when it says it's planning to do a thing. They're liars. There's nothing. I mean, it's basically you're talking to Israel through the U.S. And this is what's really showing their colors. Is you got China and really the whole earth that doesn't want this war and doesn't want the strait closed, but Israel says keep going, so the U.S. keeps going because the U.S. is run by Israel. And it's not just compromise. Like, oh, he's on tape raping children. I'm like, if the public discovered that he had sex with children, then they'd oust him. He's blowing children up, which is even worse, and they don't get rid of him for that. Or it doesn't matter. Like, you've got these always Trumpers, these Christian dispensationalists and stuff, and Trump's surrounded by Zionists, and that's the only people he's listening to. He acts on impulse. He's now talking about, you know what he said? When in the negotiations, they wanted a peace. They're like, if we're going to put a toll in the Hormuz, America's going to get paid too. That is unbelievable. Like, the reason they're putting a toll is a way of getting reparations for all the damage you did in Iran when you preemptively attacked them for the fourth time over nothing, over Israel, which is nothing. That's why there's a toll. They're not doing it out of greed or something. They're doing it because you guys caused billions of dollars in damage. And the U.S. is like, we want to put up a toll. It's like, no, you don't get to do that. Iran and Oman are going to administrate that. So now he says, well, we'll make a blockade so no one gets the oil or anything else, gas, whatever. He wants to put a blockade. Now, the U.S. has the ability to do that, but my God, have you really thought this through? So the Chinese ship's going through, a Russian ship, and they decide we're going to run the blockade. Are you going to blow it up? Is that your plan? I don't think they plan. I don't think foresight exists. He's just like Hegseth, he's this end earther Christian type that's just like, yeah, blow it all up, rock and roll, man. Just destroy everything. We're going to bomb you into the Stone Age glass parking lot. I used to call it was my first book I wrote. I had a chapter called the Jack Off Missile Johnny Glass Parking Lot Crowd. They say that because, like, if you nuke the desert, it'll turn to sand into glass. They want a glass parking lot. They thought that was very clever. But putting a blockade up, okay. Everybody, the whole point of negotiations, the main point is causing the most pain in the world economy is the closure of the strait. But everyone understands why the strait was closed. The strait was open before the war. You didn't have to do anything to get it open. You needed to, not attack Iran, and it was already open. And now you're sitting there scratching your butt of how to make it open. It's like, well, there's an easy way. Take all your boats and bases and get back to the Atlantic. Stop surrounding them with your military, and it'll be open. But he's not going to do that because Israel's like, no, we need to destroy Iran. Then we need regime change. That or the Syria model where you just bomb it so much that there's nothing left. And that's not a real option. Holy hell, that would be the worst option, wouldn't it? I mean, you're talking about we're just going to be at war for years, huh? Just years and years, dropping JDAMs. It still wouldn't work. You'd still have to send in the army. And the public, they're not going to they can't get past November. And the public's going to vote them out. But I don't even think the Democrats would change anything. You can talk about it, but they'll, sink an American boat or something. Oh God, look, they start the story in the middle and react to that as if, the whole, everything that's happened up to this point never happened. It's a horrible empire, but I think it's going down. They also, during the pause, apparently something was transferred to Iran from China over and over again. And I hope it's air defense systems, because without the cruise missiles, which they're very, very low on, you're looking at a lot more planes getting shot out of the air. They're vulnerable, and they're not going to go in on the ground. And if they did, that would take months to even organize to do. And it wouldn't go very well. You'd lose, maybe 30, 40, 50,000 soldiers. And no one wants this. And for what? For Israel? And it still wouldn't open the strait. A few drones can close the strait. Oil tankers are big and slow and flammable, and they're out there on flat water with no cover. You can't escort them. They can only go the maximum speed that an oil tanker can go, which isn't very fast. They're very easy to go play tag and set on fire. The only way to open the strait is to listen to Iran and comply. That's it. And Trump's willing to, he's just like, burn it all then. You know what? We'll make our own blockade. So all these countries that just negotiated with Iran to get their own oil and gas out, at least from Iran, or whatever was already locked, been sitting there for a month, that was the last shipment of the Gulf or whatever, to let that get out. They did all this real politicking, and America's like, nah, we're going to set up a blockade. Well, I think it's another taco. I think this is like the Kharg Island raid or sending in the Kurds or the escort armada. And I think the blockade is insane, and more tacos will be delivered. Like, he can't actually do that. And but it would be hilarious if he did, because that would just hasten the collapse of empire and turn what few allies he has left against him. And internally, the same things happen. You're seeing in MAGA, his most ardent supporters, Marjorie Taylor Greene, was like a ride or die Trumper. Not now. Tucker and Megan and Candace is crazy, but I guess she was pro-Trump. But some of the big voices hate his guts, and he went after him. Even Alex Jones, who's another nut, he's right about that. But it's just like clown versus clown. But it doesn't matter. These people do have influence. There are people that listen to Alex and Candace Owens. So I don't know why, but they do. And they do have influence, and they're like completely flipped on Trump because of this war. And they're starting to realize what people like me have been saying the whole time. It's MIGA. It's Israel first. It always has been. They're going to do everything for Israel. It's not any of these factions, like the oil lobby, every foreign investor, like everybody, all the Gulf states combined, all of East Asia, all of Europe, it doesn't matter. They're going to obey the Israelis because these have always been ideological wars fought for Zionists who compromise our politicians. And boy, Trump is compromised. I just did a long write-up about his wife and that whole Paulo Zampoli and the introduction of Melania through Epstein networks with John Casablanca and all these perverts, and how that got arranged with Trump and him walking in the dressing room with 13-year-olds, the sick stuff they've done. It's been a long network. It wasn't just Jean-Luc Brunel and Claude Haddad and these fashion mogul perverts. Like, these industries still exist. They sell kids online. You can go to George Models right now, naked 11-year-olds for sale. Like, it's disgusting. And it's all Jewish. And that's who runs things. Like, it becomes an unassailable industry because they'll just scream anti-Semite, Holocaust denier, whatever. And that's just like magic words to let you get away with crime, including selling kids, apparently. And so the Epstein fury, these guys, along with their like holy roller Christian allies, Christian Zionists, who just, they believe in Armageddon and ending the world, are going to go in and attempt a blockade. But let's hope it's just another taco, which I think it is. But that's the plan, publicly announced. They're going to blockade the Gulf of Oman and not allow any oil and gas out. He doesn't know what to do. And that's why he's made threats all over the place. And he can't make up his mind on the Strait of Hormuz. So, we need it. We don't need it anyway. I never wanted it. I'll give it back. I'll blow up the world. We will use nukes. It will be a civilization ending. And Iran's, I love the negotiations. It was just like, it was the best. They call it the 168 for all those children. I know it's 175 when you count the teachers, but I guess they're just the kids. 168 dead kids. All PhDs, everybody involved. Like, one room's PhD. The other room, failed real estate mogul, failed author, just a bunch of clowns. And they sent Vance in to fall on his face because do you know what Trump was doing? During this is the biggest negotiation, in our lifetime, and he's at UFC in Miami. So was Rubio. And they just sent Vance and 2 Jewish minions for Bibi to keep an eye on him out there to fail negotiations. So then they could turn around and say, it's their dramatic plan of putting up a blockade so Iran can't sell any oil. It's like, dummy. The problem's not Iran selling the oil. It's everybody buying the oil also doesn't get the oil. You're going to make them mad. He doesn't care. The world can burn for Israel.
Yeah. Ryan, in terms of the blockade, they've got 2 destroyers in the area. How do you think they can? How do you think Trump's going to go about this? He claims it's going to start tomorrow at 10 a.m. Let's assume he doesn't tackle.
He's got a taco. But yeah, apparently they tried to send 2 destroyers into the strait, and those got repelled. During negotiations, right? Like, let's make sure these fail. They just playing chicken. Iran didn't shoot them, but they locked on and called and said, "What are you doing? Get these out of here!" And they did. The U.S. has enough ships to set up a blockade in a place that narrow in the Gulf of Oman. Like, can they? Like, it would be very, 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 very stupid, but can they? Yeah, they could. I don't think they will, but let's pretend that it's not a taco. And you never know with this lunatic because he's all over the place. And they actually form an armada out there to prevent any ships from getting out. There's going to be a global reaction to that. And it really kind of hurts my heart that is what's going to get a global reaction. Not blowing up children, not genocide on Gaza. No sanctions placed on Israel for that, except for Bolivia. Props to them. It's if you want to move the public, you don't hit them in the heart, you hit them in the wallet. but whatever, just take the W. Like you cannot set up a blockade and not allow any ships to go through. And I don't know if this is just like a toddler style tactic that they think, well, that'll make people negotiate again, and then Iran will have to listen to us, or we just won't let anyone have oil. Yeah, that's not how it's gonna go. He just can't do it. But if he does, he's lost every ally. And as even MAGA supporters go, and they have to spend $85 to fill up their car, which it might already be like that in some areas. How long do you think that blockade can last? Iran, if they've been sanctioned for decades. They've got black markets. They can put up with it. You're going to make it cost efficient to start building rail lines and pipelines all the way from China to Iran. Like, screw the strait. But yeah, it just. But are you going to bomb them too, or are you just going to have the blockade? What's up? Iran's prepared, and Israel is naked. Like, they're defenseless. They have no interceptors. Hezbollah's hitting them with rockets. They're just, unfortunately, still have enough of an air force to go bomb civilians, and that's what they do. And everyone knew that's what they were going to do. But this is the final war. They're not going to, even as civilians die, Lebanon's not going to surrender. This is, they know that Israel's on the ropes, and this is their chance, their last chance, maybe, to finally end this. And that's the silver lining of this whole tale is, despite all the abuse and how bad the world economy is going to get, I mean, we're talking through the roof. If they put up this blockade at 10 a.m., it's going to be depression. Get your flights in now if you plan on going anywhere. If they really did this, I think it's more hot air, but if they do, because that's what you asked, they won't be able to sustain that. The global pressure will reverse that, but he's willing to try and do it because Israel told him to, and that's all he's listening. He doesn't listen to anybody intelligent. You're going to see more resignations, more Joe Kent type thing where like this fat orange monster and a Zionist, they're just running America into the ground, depleting the treasury, losing soldiers, running out of ammunition, just the immoral acts of just blowing stuff. There's just of no strategic interest. And now you're going to blockade a strait that you allegedly wanted to have open, and now no one gets it. What do you plan on doing? Pirating the oil? Like they go through and you hijack the ship? Like, it's so childish and dumb. It's hard for me to think how you could actually implement this. But and I can't believe he said it. Like, oh yeah, we'll do this. Who came up with that idea? It sounds like a 6-year-old's doing the plan. Well, probably Hegseth. But God, is there no adult around him to tell them how foolish this is? There are, but he doesn't listen to them. But Bibi doesn't care, right? He doesn't care. He doesn't care about the goy. Let the economy break.
Yeah, there's a lot of people pushing him on this. Even his social media influencers like Jack Posobiec and all these. I was watching a video where he was pushing it quite hard. But Ryan, obviously
that I believe Jack Posobiec is like dumber than a dingleberry.
That's hilarious.
You know who else might agree is East Israel.
Of course, East Israel. Ryan, I'm going to ask you a really tough question now, so just brace yourself. South Korea and Japan, they're the ones that are going to be most affected by the Strait of Hormuz, country that you live in and you care about a lot. If this blockade really does, we're going with the hypothetical that he doesn't do a taco. I mean, that's going to severely cripple them. What do? They're going to have literally a complete blockade on them. They're going to be the most affected.
I think it's worse than Indochina. I think like Vietnam, Laos, Cambodia, like they're going to get it. And of course, South Korea and Japan. But if you affect Korea and Japan's economies, that they're so interlooped with everyone else's economy, Australia, like if you hurt Japan's the 3rd or 4th largest market in the world, it's a big deal. And I'll tell you exactly what Japan will do. The thing that'll actually wreck the dollar, because it's not the petrodollar. I mean, we've been a month of the Gulf states selling zero, and Zero was priced in dollars and didn't do anything to the dollar. But I'll tell you what will, Japanese selling bonds, which they're going to have to do because there's no other play. And they hold more than China does. They hold more than anybody does. And if you do this blockade, I promise you, Takaichi will be like, sell. And that's it for America.
So you think that Japan will just sell their bonds? Because I was looking at it, 23% of what comes through the strait goes to Japan and South Korea. If you take China out of the equation, them two together are the top.
Well, China's got a lot of bonds as well. They did start selling some, but yeah, I mean, right now it was like, well, they kind of not doing that because Iran agreed to allow Chinese and Japanese oil as well as Russian and India to go through, and so they weren't in that desperate situation. It was bad for everyone else, and it is not quite up to supply because Iran doesn't produce as much oil as the Gulf, and so it's better than zero. And it's like, well, you can buy oil from us, but even at maximum production, they can't pump out as much as Saudi Arabia was doing, for example. And this isn't a thing like, well, you could go around Africa. Like, no, if it's locked in the strait, it's locked in the strait. It doesn't matter how long it is. And that's a stupid argument anyway. Like, it adds 3 extra days. I'm like, yeah, for 3 days. But after that, you have a continuous stream where oil arrives every day. So it's a longer trip, but it's fine. It's just dumb anyway, because and this is the case where the oil ports and things are all in the strait, so you can't get it out. So you can't go around continents because you can't even get it out past Oman anyway. But Iran had been allowing, I think, China the whole time, and Russia within the first few days, and Japan within like the first week to go and get their oil. And they allowed Thailand and India. And Korea just got its oil freed, and then now it's closed again. It sucks for Korea, poor South Korea. And they're the ones that were going to unfreeze $6 billion that was only frozen at the behest of U.S. sanctions and threats against Korea anyway. They were willing to do that, but it's not that the banks are in Qatar. But not clear if that's actually happened. It's a whole bunch like we're planning to do this and talking. We're said we will do this. I believe Korea is serious. I know the U.S. is not. It was just something to try and sweeten the pot and then double cross on during the negotiations. Iran saw through it. But yeah, I mean, if Japan starts dumping bonds, that will hurt the dollar. And they will do it because what else is easy? You don't even have to fire a shot. You just start selling treasuries.
Yeah. And so you think, let's say hypothetically, this they do this blockade, Japan and South Korea don't get anything. You think both of those countries are just how long will it take before they start selling their bonds?
Oh, they'll start buying oil from Russia. Japan already is. They will start selling bonds to pay for that because it will be more expensive. But you can't just let the lights go out. How fast? An economist would be better. I just know that they'll start doing it. It's like, look, there's no reason to hold these, and they need to voice this to Trump. Like, you're putting us in a position where we're going to have to dump this. You're going to have consequences for every day you have a blockade where you just sell more bonds. So now you're bleeding again. And what can you do about it? What are you going to invade Japan? Good luck. You can't do shit. So, yeah, or China, good luck with that. I just said it's got to be a taco. Like, you can't fire on Russian and Chinese boats. They even said ships that have already gone through, they're going to hunt them down and grab them. I mean, this is just blah, blah, big talk, big mouth, fat Yankee. Just, we say, writing a check his ass can't cash with his mouth. He just can't do it.
I'm going to go. Ryan, nice to hear you, my brother. I hope you're well and the family are good.
Haas, how are you doing? How's your back?
It's screwed, mate. My operation was a failure. The surgeon I had do my surgery was a spinal consultant and not a orthopedic. So
Is it possible for you to get out here and get real medical care?
I'm actually getting it done privately now, and now we're taking over the space. Me and you can talk privately, but I've got the best possible surgeon in England now, because I was supposed to go private. I didn't go private because I'm a member of the Workers' Party and I wanted to do things through the NHS. It was going to cost like 84,000 pounds. And I said, if I go and spend that kind of money and end up saying I'm a working class person, I'm going to end up looking like an idiot. And I didn't. I went with the NHS and I ended up getting substandard support and help. And my surgery was a failure. And I've got to have reconstructive surgery on my back. And I've got to wait till May before I can have it. So,
Well,
anyway,
I'd go private. Capitalism for the
I am
win.
going private, mate. I've made the mistake of not going private before. I am 100% going private. And I'm going literally with Sean Malloy, who's one of the best possible surgeons in the whole country. Sorry about
Well,
talking about my
best of
shit,
luck to you,
Suleiman.
man. I hope the person that did this to you pays out, and I hope you get healthy, man.
Thank you, my
You're
brother. I
lucky to be
appreciate
alive, man. Lucky to be alive.
exactly that, mate. I know that. Sully, good night, everybody. Take care.
Appreciate you
Take
as
care, Ryan.
always, Hoz.
Love you
Thanks for
guys.
coming. I
Take care
appreciate
now.
you. Yeah, thanks for coming. Yeah, Simon was saying the same thing, Ryan, which was that if all the countries, if Trump makes this move and the countries would all to sell their bonds, that would just collapse America.
See, even Simon and I agree on something, then you know it's deadly. We usually agree, just not on this blindness to ideology stuff. But yeah, they could sell bonds, and Japan's the one that holds the most. And dude, what else can they do? Like, they cannot just not buy oil. They will punish the U.S. And I can imagine them getting together. Like, Japan moves slowly and then hits you completely. And they will organize with everyone, and then it'll be all at the same time. And they have no problem smiling right to your face. Yeah, you're so great, and then cut his throat. That's how they operate.
Yeah, it's gonna be. But I mean, what? Obviously, I don't think that they'll fire. I mean, I know a few people on the space do, but I don't think that they'll fire on Chinese Russian ships because I just think the Chinese won't even try and take ships out of there because they don't want the confrontation. But what do you think? What do you think that? Or do you think that Chinese will be like, okay, we don't care, we're gonna take our vessels out. Let's see what you're gonna do.
Isn't it such a risky game of chicken? Just takes one captain, one anybody. It's like, I'm just gonna go. What are they gonna do? Disable the engine, maybe? Like, they're not gonna sink it. Would that? Well, Hegseth and crew probably would. There are ways to stop the ship without killing everybody on it. You could take out the engine and go and surround it, kind of like the Israelis did to the flotillas. Although they also raided and shot people on them, but like, there is a way. But then you need way more ships. The way they're planning on doing this blockade is spacing them out, and they have long range weapons, and they're talking about just shooting and sinking boats. So, it's very dangerous, volatile situation. Just hope not one ship from China or Russia tries to go. It's so dumb. We really need adults to get back in charge.
Yeah, it's crazy. I mean, yeah, I do think Hegseth and Trump are planning to like aerially hit some of these ships as well, because 2 destroyers are just not going to do the job, are they?
No, I don't know where you're getting that. There's only 2. That's just 2 that went into the strait. This blockade would be in the Gulf of Oman, just outside the strait, and they got enough boats. I don't think they have them currently. That's why he's waiting, I guess, till 10 a.m. He's just going to bring them up. Do you think the people on those ships are going to be happy? Like, all right, how many months are we going to be sitting out here? Are you going to rotate them in and out? Like, they did planning. What's that?
Yeah, my understanding was
they already had a mutiny on the Gerald Ford. They're trying to cover up. They said, the laundry on fire was actually because it got hit by a missile. Like, nah, those problems started before the war, where they broke the toilets on purpose. There was already unrest on that boat.
Well, he's got the Bush going there as well, hasn't he? So
yeah, I mean, look, the U.S. Navy can do it. Like, I admit that. Like, yeah, but would they? I think he might be facing insurrection from his own military. Do you don't think Americans are very happy about this 18 to 42-year-old draft in December, where you're eligible for a draft? And that's men and women, by the way. I mean, how desperate? 42. Imagine a 41-year-old. It's already got a job, a career, where like, you're going to the army to fight for Israel. Go die for Israel, goy.
Goy there. Goy there indeed. But then look, if he doesn't do this blockade, he has to tackle out. What does he do? He's stuck. He's already put his line out that he doesn't want to negotiate. The Strait of Hormuz, I believe the entire GCC as well as Israel is saying that you can't let Iran have the strait. So it's quite clear that he's stuck between a rock and a hard place.
I don't know. Yeah, he'll just invent stuff. He'll be like, well, they're begging me to talk now, so we're not going to do this. He'll have some excuse and let him, He's just making big threats and bluffs. If you read his Art of the Deal, that's like how he does business. He's done that crap since Roy Cohen to now. And so he'll be like, all right, well, it looks like they saw my deadline and got scared, and now they want to talk, blah, blah. They didn't want us to bomb them back. He'll have some stupid turnabout, which is just dumb. I mean, come on. He said, I give you 48 hours. Okay, 5 days. All right, 10 days. Back to 48 hours again. He's just all over the place. And it doesn't, like, when he backs off a threat, when he tacos, like, his credibility's zero anyway. So go ahead and keep lying. Doesn't even hurt you at this point, because no one believes you.
No. So I'm not. Yeah, of course he can tackle and he can make whatever excuse he wants. I mean, if he was to tackle,
Can you tell people what taco means?
what do you mean? Trump always chickening out?
Yeah, I just wanted to hear it.
But if he was to do that, my question is that then he's got a decision to make, right? And the problem he's got is he can't agree to the Iranian deal. So what does he do?
Just declare victory. And I mean, it was funniest thing is the public's going to see that he has to do whatever Israel says. Do you know how unpopular it would be if they start bombing Iran again after stopping, and then Iran saying, look, here's how you can get the strait open, It's a very reasonable thing. Get out of these bases, leave, leave us alone, basically. Very simple stuff to do. And he's like, nah, we want war. And they're saying about uranium, which was so funny because during the negotiations, the last ones, before this, you had where you preemptively attack, or Israel attacked during the middle of it for the second time. They had offered you all the highly enriched uranium that was already on the table, and you destroyed that option too. Like, you did that. It was there. The strait was open, and you had the uranium, and you decided war anyway. So we know that's not really a condition. That's just a made-up pretext. You just want war. Because, you meaning Israel. Israel wants you to do war, and you will. So if he bombs them again, I think I think he's got no support left. They're louder they look larger than they are because they're amplified by the algorithm. But you talk to people in the streets in the U.S. and even people who supported him, because there's a lot of people who only supported him because it wasn't as bad as Kamala. They never really liked him anyway. Now they hate him. And it's just, he's going to have a hard time not getting shot at again, because he's just ruining lives, ruining the global economy, and turning on his former allies. He's betrayed everyone for Zionist, and they see it. So, like, he's not, even people like Tulsi Gabbard and people like in his administration trying to work with him on his team, their employees are leaving and they're thinking of resigning. They're saying, man, he's like a mad dog. These Zionists are in his ear. I can tell you what happened. John Kerry was on the other day and he was kind of explaining it. He's like, look, Netanyahu did a presentation to attack Iran. This is another thing that we're not reacting to anything new or BlackRock did this or something. This has been going on for decades, where Netanyahu went in, he gave Obama the speech, Obama told him no. He gave Clinton the speech, Clinton told him no. He gave Bush the speech, Bush told him no. All these presidents consecutively said, no, you're insane. Probably they went to Trump and they were like, Obama was too weak to do this, but you're strong. And, Bill Clinton, it was too cowardly to do this, but you're brave, and Bush wouldn't do this. He's too stupid, but you're smart. You're so brave and smart and strong and handsome. Trump, we know you'll do it. He's like, yeah, I am all those things. It's just, no, Trump, you're dumb. You're dumb and you're a narcissist, and they knew how to manipulate you. They went in and gave the same presentation that every president said to, even George Bush, and he was bad as it gets. Even Obama, the guy that aided Al Qaeda in Syria, invaded Libya, and tripled the size of the war in Afghanistan and doubled the size of Gitmo. Even he said no. Even Obama said no, and he was kind of spineless. Trump gets in. I'll do it. Like he listens to Zionists. And in a way, like Bush had this to a degree with the little neocons and the OSP, but he had a line. And the whole reason the media turned on Bush and said, oh, the Iraq war was such a disaster. Oh, Bush is an idiot. Every late night comedian, every news outlet, Bush is dumb, Bush is horrible. Because Bush had the roadmap for peace and got the settlements out of Gaza. It's the one good thing he did. And he told them, F you. And when Israel was losing the war in 06, Bush didn't help them. And Hezbollah beat him. So the media turned on Bush. Now, I'm not saying he's a good president. He was a horrible president. He killed 1 million people. Fuck that guy. But he had a line, like Reagan had a line. He got out of Lebanon. He's like, no, we're leaving. Every president is, they listen to a point, but they say, all like Clinton, all that, they would not pardon Jonathan Pollard. Like Clinton wouldn't go to war with Iraq. He bombed some radar and stuff during his impeachment hearings, and as soon as he wasn't convicted by the Senate, he pulled out. He didn't do it. Bush was dumb enough to do it. But Trump doesn't have a line. He's like, what do I do next, sir? Because he's so calm. He's such a sexual pervert his whole life. They have so much compromise on him. He has to do it.
And that's the biggest problem they have, isn't it? That he's got no autonomy. What's your but that's my point. So you're talking about how they control him, and I guess the number one question is, you've got basically the war in Lebanon. Israel wants to continue it. Nuclear enrichment, he's saying 0%, and he's put that out publicly that they want 0%. He's put out publicly that they want to have some form of joint control of the Strait of Hormuz. How can he get a deal? So how can he agree to a deal in terms of from those points, but also in addition to that, Israel will never let him.
They're making impossible demands. They did this in Syria too. Like even when Assad would agree and do what they said, they just add new stuff. They just keep raising the bar until it reaches some impossible level and go, oh well, you didn't do this, so that's why you're being punished. It's never sincere. They already decided on war, and it doesn't matter what Iran does. Even if they did do 0% enrichment, they would just add something else and then add something else. Like they've already decided on war. That's what they want. It's been their plan for 40 years. And you hear him repeating Zionist rhetoric like, well, Iran's been extorting for 47 years, since the revolution in 79. These are all Israeli talking points. This is Netanyahu. You can almost hear his voice when Trump says these things. This is stuff that Bibi's been saying over and over and over again. It's the United States of Israel. And no one can get through to them. Not his ally, not the British, not the Japanese, not like long-term allies. Nobody can reach him. They tried to get Keir Starmer, who is an absolute puffer. Don't like him at all. But they tried to get him to join in on the blockade, and he was like, no. You can't even get your lapdog to agree with you anymore. That's how stupid this idea is. It's so dumb. Even Keir Starmer can see it, and that's low.
That's very low. Although I think Starmer is helping, but he's just doing it in a manipulative manner. But yeah, overtly, he's not. He's not doing it. He's like a weak guy.
You know what I think that might be though. I think the British Navy wouldn't listen to him, so he's acting like, well, I didn't want you to do that anyway. Like,
That one I'm not sure about, Ryan, because you have to understand the working class here in the UK. They're a bit different. Like, for example, I'm in a very working class area, and most of them are like completely unaware about the war. And the ones like the only thing they notice is gas prices are up, and they'll be
oh, I don't
like,
mean the sailors. I mean like the admirals and stuff are just
"Oh,
like,
okay,
no, that's
okay,
a horrible idea. Yeah, I think
okay,
they wouldn't do it.
yeah." Because here it's like, for example, they like the working class here. They think that, and I mean the people in some of the areas, they basically in this like socially deprived areas, a lot of them join the army, and a lot of them are like, oh, gas prices are up thanks Iran. So they don't even know like the kind of depth of the politics behind it. So you could easily manipulate them, but you're right, 100%. The admirals will
Say the gas is up, F Iran.
yeah, they're like, thanks Iran. So this is the level of uneducation there is
Is
here.
this like football hooligans with the mush
Yeah,
heads?
yeah. I mean, that's where I live basically. I'm in the ends, blood. I'm in the ends.
Are you up there? Are you near Luton or something?
I'm in yeah, I'm in well not Luton, I'm in Yorkshire, but it's more north at the moment. But I'm originally
Isn't
from the
that like a
northeast.
rival? Aren't y'all rivals?
Well, we're
Something
rivals
like
with.
a long time ago, fighting over a pig or something.
Nah,
I'm
bro.
joking.
What?
I'm
Nah,
joking. I'm
bro. Don't try it, Ryan. Listen. So anyway, the question I got for you is, when you go to, so I guess I come back to this point that how can there be a deal? There can never be a deal because Israel controls the United States of America, and if that's the
No,
case,
look, it's gonna get settled on the battlefield. That's what's happening. There's not gonna be a deal.
yeah, yeah. So, but how does that?
Like we're
How
going
is
through
it?
all these hypotheticals, but I'm like, dude, there's no deal. They don't want one. Israel wants war. We're gonna have war.
And what do you?
Whatever Israel says is what's gonna happen. Always.
And expand. Like, how do you? So it's going to be set in the battlefield. How? Where does it go next?
Well, I don't think it's gonna change much from we saw how the war was going. I think it just gets further and further in Iran's favor. The fewer interceptors you have, the fewer standoff munitions you have, the more casualties you're going to have. And look, Iran's going to have to take it on the chin again. A lot of stuff's going to get blown up, but it's a very big country. A lot of people, very industrial, and they will take it because they can deliver. You know, neither side really has a good defense. Well, Iran has the mountains; they have like the natural defense, but like as far but the U.S. and Israeli offense is starting to dwindle. If they start going in with dummy bombs, which we saw at the very end of this before the temporary truce, Iran will and can shoot down their planes. And if they just got more of that infrared gear from China or Q-79s, whatever they're getting, they'll be able to shoot down even more. And you know, as planes keep crashing and the oil price is still up, and they don't really have any short-term tricks and lies to get it down temporarily for a day or two, playing yo-yo with the stock market, which I think they've pretty much run out of. Public's not going to stand for it, and that's what'll end this. Every single city, every single factory can be intact from America. The empire's not getting taken over or anything, but it doesn't matter. All they have to do is defend themselves from it, and they still win. And then they're going to win. And Israel, this is it for them. Netanyahu, this is it for him. They are going to regret not having a ceasefire with Lebanon because they just chose war. And it's like, okay, so if there is no way, and the same thing Russia learned, like with at Alaska, like you're going to have to settle Ukraine on the battlefield. You can't talk to these people. Okay, we'll settle it on the battlefield. You know what that means? That means you not only get kicked out of southern Lebanon, you're getting kicked out of Palestine. You're getting kicked out of everywhere. And you know what? Good riddance. But they're going to look back and be like, we had a time where there was a truce and we just had to, keep marching to Litani, and it's going to cost Israel everything. And with that great news, I got to bounce. But yeah,
Yeah.
we'll do a formal show later. But if anyone recorded this, I'd like to have it. But it
Yeah,
is what it is.
let's do
I'm
one
gonna
tomorrow.
get on. Actually going to Japan here in a few days to talk to some people about selling the bonds. Because y'all already, it's not a secret. I know people in our government, so
Yeah.
we're gonna and that might make it back up. Takaichi's from Nara, so that she listens to them, and we'll see. So I'm actually having a, you know what? I'm absolutely anti-empire. I'm gonna say sell them all. Like we're gonna talk about it. And so if I get any early information, actually no, I won't be allowed to say anything, but you'll be able to tell. You already know. But I'm not going to do a
Defos.
Peter Man. I'm not going to do a Peter Mandelson.
Lol. But yes, I'm Ryan. I'll message you because I've got I've got quite a few big guests coming on tomorrow, so I wanted to get you on like the show straight after that, after those, so that way like the hype keeps going. But I'll message you see if you're awake at that time.
Yeah, let me know and use Telegram. My Twitter has been like, I can't believe I could even do this space. I was trying to get in spaces. It wouldn't let me like. It wouldn't let me
Yeah, you
get.
tried coming in yesterday and it wouldn't let you in.
It wouldn't let me in. It wouldn't let me in at all. I couldn't even listen to it. I got to for a few minutes, but it was bad. It said I had 0 followers and was following 0 for a few hours. I'm like, what is this? Like my page existed, but it said it was 0. Said, did I get banned or something? Like, I don't know.
Well, you never
It's
know. There
glitching
was a
out.
few. There was a few bannings yesterday, so maybe they were gonna do it, and maybe they kind of changed their mind or something.
Maybe, but I don't think so because it seemed like from the feedback, like a lot of people, they say, yeah, it glitched out on me the other day. I was like, all right, this is some problem with Twitter. It's weird though how the glitches just happen to affect the pro-Palestine crowd. Though. That's
Well,
it's,
exactly. I've seen quite a few people get banned actually, so it is concerning.
yeah. And look, we don't have free speech. That's why you got Telegram and Substack. That's it's hard. It's hard to start on a new thing. It sucks, but you'll regret not doing it if you get banned completely. Same thing with YouTube. Like you better back it up on Rumble or a BitChute or something.
Yeah, people are saying to me to back it up on is it Odyssey or something? So I was gonna do that, but I'm just
Yeah,
a bit like,
Odyssey works, but you have to. Odyssey has some weird, stupid crypto thing that you have to like pay to have a video up. Rumble's free. BitChute's free.
nah, Rumble I don't want to go on because it's completely Zayo controlled and
I
like the
That's what I was about to say. I would choose BitChute of them all. Like
yeah,
BitChute.
yeah.
First
Because
of
the
all, I
Rumble
know
owner,
the
I've got
owner.
issue with him because he basically promised me, he gave me, like, basically, he made me come on Rumble, promised me a lot of things, and then within a day, because the Zayos got to him, he reneged on all the agreement.
Yeah, he's very Trumpian like that. Well, Rumble cut payments to me. First of
Yeah.
all, like Rumble has 2 ways of paying you. They pay for like views on your video, and they pay when people shekel chat, and also people can be like members of your channel and pay you. Well, all of that goes through PayPal, and I'm already banned on PayPal. But now they banned me. Like I can't even collect the money. And what did I do? I didn't do anything. I haven't even been posting on Rumble for months because I'm like, well, I can't get my money out. This is stupid. So BitChute's the way to go. Odyssey, it's it's a bunch of potheads and stuff run it. Like, we know the CEO of BitChute. We know the CEO of Substack. So like, and they'll actually talk to you. Whereas Rumble is unreachable for most people, and in Odyssey, like it takes them months to answer. So I would go with BitChute. They
Okay,
were the
interesting.
first ones out to help when YouTube was banning everybody. It was BitChute.
Well, I'll message you. I'll message you on that because if you know the owner of Substack, I'll give you a message on it.
Yeah, I do. A very big influencer just moved to Substack, and I helped facilitate that.
Yeah, yeah.
It was I'll just say Andrew Tate. Like he just went over with like over 1 million subs. He's on Substack as of like a few days ago.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, and it's like they couldn't import that mailing list of that size. I'm like, no problem. I'll talk to the CEO, and I did, and it all got sorted out. Like they're willing to work with people who aren't celebrities or whatever. Like they were talking to me. And they're good. They're good people, and you can put videos on Substack too. But what you should do is just start simulcasting. So from now on, when you're on your YouTube, a copy is put on BitChute. Hey.
Well, if I'm gonna send you a message, because if I'm able to sort something out with Substack, then I don't mind doing the spaces on Substack as well at the same time.
Yeah, you can do live on Substack.
Yeah,
and
but I want it to be. I want it to have decent visibility. You see.
Well, Substack has 4K. None of the other ones do. I think it's better.
I'm talking more like, for me, it's more about like, when you go live, as long as people can see you, that's the main thing. Like, you don't want to be basically streaming to a void where no one can see you. And so as long as people know you're live,
Substack will send out to your. They'll send a notification out to everybody on your list. Whereas Rumble will not, BitChute will not, Odyssey will not. YouTube has natural. Everyone's just on YouTube all the time, so they naturally have eyeballs. But you will get shadow banned, and then you'll get outright banned. Like you're walking the plank on YouTube. Substack, like once you have a following, it does send them out to your following.
I'm talking more about like. So I'm talking like in the sense of, because you built your following over like 10, 15 years. But I'm saying like more like when you what I'm talking about is like, of course, when you go live, it'll give it to your followers, but you got low followers. That's lame. What you want is, as long as you go live, people can see you've gone live.
Yeah, but if you go live, I can post that on my Substack, and my people will go watch you. Like anybody else on Substack can grab your URL and put it in a post, and boom, they're watching you on yours. That's the part of the networking that you can't do that on YouTube. You can't go to another YouTuber and say, "Hey, can you put my thing on your channel?" They can't do that. But you can do that on Substack. That's how you can build. And this is new, right? This is a new thing. That's why I've been building quickly all of a sudden, is because they have all these new toys. Well, DM me. I gotta go anyway. But we'll talk about it.
Thanks for coming. Appreciate it. Darkside, thanks for joining us. How you doing? Darkside,
doing well. Yeah, doing well, brother.
Yeah, question for you. Ryan was talking about maybe the Japanese selling their bonds. I remember, what's his name again? Simon was on here earlier, and he was saying that like if all the countries were to sell their American bonds, you would basically have a complete collapse. What's your thoughts on something like that happening?
So it's a little more complicated because all of these countries require U.S. dollar swap lines, and if they were to sort of declare war, financial war, those swap lines would be cut off. So it's not as easy said as done. I think you'd have to get to far more stress in the system before nation states would, because to be honest, that is an act of financial warfare that he's suggesting.
But that, but that would be in the desperate situation where Trump closes the blockades the Strait of Hormuz, and Japan is basically one of the biggest victims from it, and so out of desperation they sell their bonds is basically the conversation. Japan and South Korea.
Yeah, so Trump said he's closing the Strait of Hormuz only to Iranian oil Iranian ports, ships leaving Iranian ports. So he was very clear that he's leaving it open for ships leaving GCC ports. It's the devil's in the details, of course, because I'm sure Iran closes those ports.
Exactly.
But yeah, and the other thing, look, that Ryan didn't mention that I think is really relevant is, look, I don't think you can ignore the Epstein connection here and of Melania coming out and all of the crap that's going on around that. Like, it feels like, man, if there was questions as to whether the Epstein files were related in this, I think it's becoming clear more and more that they are, and that another shoe's about to drop. And it's possible they just have him over an absolute fire right now, and the extortion or the bribery is just at a different level.
Yeah,
so
it's
do you know what,
crazy.
Doc? I wanted to ask you this the other day because I've heard you say this before, and I did say I had a question for you the other day, but I think we moved on. Do you really think Americans still care about the Epstein files enough for Trump to have that hold, because when I look around at his base, number one, his core, I'm talking about his base at the moment, the MAGAs, they don't really care. I mean, they still idolize him. And then the average American is so wrapped up, I'm generalizing now, in their own kind of, rising fuel costs and rising bills and, the cost of living crisis and everything else going on. Do they really care about it? I mean, is it enough to have that hold over him and Melania? And I did read about Melania's connection, because a guy who works with Trump, he used ICE to deport his wife and keep the kid. And she's been a long time friend of Melania's, and she said I think she's doing some interviews and she's got some footage and stuff that's coming out. But really, I mean, she's got there's emails that have been leaked about Melania, just using her as an example, already in the Epstein files that dropped, about how close and friendly she was with Ghislaine and with Epstein. And then there's all the photos that we've been seeing for years. Is it really that big a deal, do you think?
It is if they have video, right? Like, a picture tells 1,000 words. So it's one thing, for them to deny it. And remember, he has categorically denied this. But if they have video, if they have the type of evidence that I suspect that they would have, that the Epstein operation was all about, it was about video. Yeah, I think that's a different level of, I think it would end his presidency, to be quite frank.
We got a super chat for here, Dark, as well. And guys, just to let you know, tomorrow, I haven't told Beatrix this, but she'll be like, "Oh my god, you didn't tell me before. Pressure." But listen, you got to deal with the pressure, Beatrix. We're fluid on this space, Beatrix. We're fluid. We're gonna be starting the space earlier tomorrow. I was just thinking about this, because obviously 10 a.m. is when the blockade begins. So we're probably going to start like half an hour to an hour before to the run up of the blockade of the Strait of Hormuz. So we're going to start a bit earlier, and then the only question is, Beatrix, what do you think? Do you think we should stream it on the normal channel and then move across to the other one, or straight on the other one, because it's a different time?
Straight on the other one. Keep it straight on the other one, because you've got the interviews and you're going to have the news, and then just keep the space on there and do the interviews in between the new one, and everyone will follow the new one. I'm just responding to this dumb idiot Labadash, and then I'm going to post the link again. Yeah, everyone will follow it and everyone will come back. I think you should just do it on the new one.
Okay, so
There you
guys,
go,
you need
guys. I'm posting it now.
So guys, yeah, that means we're going to be streaming on the new one. Maybe I'll still make a link for the old one and just have like a message on there saying go into the other one or something, so that way at least people know. But yeah, well, okay, then we'll stream on the other one, the new channel. So we're going to be starting earlier though, so be ready for that. We're going to start at like, it's either going to be like 9 a.m. Eastern, or 9:30 a.m. Eastern. In between 9 and 9:30 a.m. Eastern is when we're going to start, before the deadline for the blockade on the Strait of Hormuz. And then we've got Larry Johnson coming on, and I'm just speaking to a few other people to get them on interviews as well. So just to let you know the plan for tomorrow.
Well, hold on. Are you telling me the plan as well? What time is it? What did you say? 9
Yeah,
a.m. Eastern.
I
What
just
time is
told
it?
you. Oh, no, I didn't
10,
translate it to
11.
you. 2
Oh,
p.m. 2 p.m. UK.
2 p.m. Okay.
Lordy. Yeah. You get to know at the same time as the people. That's how it works, Beatrix. You said you're the woman of the people, isn't it? You said the chat is your
The chat's
simps.
mine.
Your simps. Okay. Guys, what was I going to say? Oh, yeah. Darkside had a question, and then we're going to go to Joe. So it says, really appreciate the conversations always. To the entire panelists, plan to get your ham radio licenses so we can tune in when all else fails. Wait, what's that? How do I get that? And super chat on from the website, which is in the nest, which is Sunny Hos, keep up the good work. Thank you. We want all this was against resistance. I don't know if you see, because we all want Iran to win, but resistance comes across as the Iranian first manco, lacks serious geopolitical knowledge and exposes his copium. Educate our boy Sully. Educate your boy Sully. Shout out to Simon Jonah, Beatrix, And Andrew Navy Stories are the MVP of these spaces. Thanks for that. Appreciate it. Yeah, resistance. You got a bit of hit there. I didn't expect that first time. And Manko, you got a question here, which is for Dark. No, sorry, for Dark. So, oh, damn. Dark, I called you Manko. I'm telling you. Whoopsie daisy. Hating on you there, blood. For Dark, if Japan can't swap their bonds and they stop it, what would be the consequences to the dollar and the global bond market?
If Japan unloaded their bond holdings, what would be the consequence?
No, I think it was if Japan aren't allowed to unload their bond holdings. So I
Well,
think if
they're
Japan
allowed.
can't,
Yeah, no, they're allowed. The question is, would the U.S. cut off swap lines,
yeah,
which
that's
would
it. That's
create so that would create a liquidity problem, because they wouldn't have access to dollars, actual dollars that they need to buy oil, to buy different things. That's why I'm saying it's a far more complicated subject than just, hey, we're gonna sell our bonds, we're gonna cut ties with the US. Because remember, their entire financial system is on the SWIFT system, right? So, it would be an act of economic war. And I just don't I don't think that happens. I really don't.
oops. Yeah, Joe, jump in.
Yeah, I was just gonna answer Beatrix. I don't. Whenever Trump is live, right, like on the press conferences and things like that, if you look at the feed, 80% of it is Epstein, Epstein, Epstein. If you go to his Truth Social posts on his own thing, I don't know, 10, 20% of it is Epstein. Like people are not dropping this thing. And this new story, it's not just that, yeah, the husband of this woman used Trump to get her deported so that he could remain with custody of the child. It's not just that. It is she saying that Melania was one of Epstein's girls. And then another woman comes out and she starts her account with saying, I'm going to support this woman that got deported. I know that Melania was one of these girls too, and I can prove it to you. And she shows a video of her filming Melania. And when Melania sees that it's her, she looks like a ghost, right? Because she's there filming her and she knows that this woman knows, like came out of nowhere, kind of, or whatever. So there's now two women who sound like they want to expose, but either it's probably like either give me back my kid or we're going to expose you. And I don't know if it's just me, like just putting things together. If I read between the lines, it feels like they're saying that Melania's one of Epstein's girls that had set him up with Trump. And then I listened to Melania's old best friend that wrote the book that no, Melania is extremely involved in all the decisions with Trump. And Trump always bounces ideas off of her. So now I'm like, what the hell is her background? How was she working for Trump? Was she actually an asset? Is she not an asset? Like, how bad is this? If they have compromise on Trump, like how bad is bad? Right? Do we have a first lady that's actually a Mossad agent or
Yeah,
something of that
exactly.
nature? Is that what these women are referring to?
Hey, Joe,
Because it seems like it.
I don't know if you caught it last night. Trump went to the UFC fight. Now, for the audience, for those not familiar, the audience that he's received, the applause, the standing ovations that he's received at these UFC fights were like off the charts. And last night he was actually booed at the UFC fight. That is his base. Like you can't get any
Yeah,
more
I
his
saw it.
base. He was outright booed. I mean, my mouth was agape when I saw that. That was crazy. So there's an absolute sea change in the United States right now. And probably, as much as they could probably shield him from the truth, that had to blow his mind last night because he heard the booze.
Yeah, he can't take that. That's not like Trump. Trump needs to be liked where he goes where he's liked, right? And I think that probably raised some questions, but they could probably spin it to him and be like, "Oh, it's because the strait's not open," or you know what I mean? Like, I don't know. I don't know how much he actually. I mean, he's always on social media, so I guess he would know. But What these
Suleiman,
two
your
women are
audio
referring
needs fixing
is
on
crazy.
YouTube. So sorry, Joa. Your audio needs fixing on YouTube, please.
Kind of making the same conclusion I'm making. That
Joa, sorry, Trump speaking. Shall I put it on? Look, it's live.
Into something that had to be done. We're getting very close to finishing that too. In the meantime, during this brief disruption, the United States is offering political risk insurance to any tankers operating in the Gulf. So we're putting up risk insurance. We'll perhaps go alongside of them for protection. We don't think it'll be necessary if it is. And if they do anything, the price will be incalculable. It will be so great that they will have wished they never did it, because you have to keep the straits flowing. With all of that, it affects other countries much more than it does the United States. It doesn't really affect us. We have so much oil. We have tremendous oil and gas, much more than we need. We have Venezuela now as our new partner, great partner. They've worked out so wonderful. We're working with the administration, the president, and it's a massive source of oil, gas, everything. But we're in a very good position, but very unfair to other parts of the world, like China as an example. I mean, we're doing this
China.
for the other parts of the world, including countries like China. They get a lot of their oil through the straits. So we're doing this. We have a very good relationship with President Xi in China. I'm going there in a short period of time, and we're protecting the world from what these lunatics are trying to do, and very successfully, I might add. We're also waiving certain oil-related sanctions to reduce prices. So we have sanctions on some countries. We're going to take those sanctions off till this straightens out. Then who knows, maybe we won't have to put them on. There'll be so much peace. But when the time comes, the U.S. Navy and its partners will escort tankers through the strait if needed. I hope it's not going to be needed, but if it's needed, we'll escort them right through. And we have the greatest mine-sweeping ability. We have the greatest ships, and all of the, we know exactly where they're placed. We'll get them out of there very fast, but we hope we don't have any of that. And again, if they do that, if they play that game, we're going to hit them at a level that they have not seen before. So we're winning very decisively. We're way ahead of schedule. It's our military is the greatest in the world, with the greatest equipment and the greatest people in the world. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. Iran's a very powerful country. They were going to take over the Middle East. If we did not hit them, they were going to take over the Middle East. They had thousands and thousands since their last hit. They had thousands and thousands of missiles and everything else. Most are now destroyed. But they were going to take over the Middle East. Those weapons were aimed at Middle Eastern countries that had nothing to do with this. They were going to take over the Middle East, and they were going to try and destroy Israel. So we stopped it with good timing, and we're very proud to be involved in this, and it's going to be ended soon. And if it starts up again, they'll be hit even harder. Thank you very much for being here. Go ahead. Any questions?
Thank you. Thank you so much. Do you approve of Iran's new supreme leader? And secondly, can you tell us more about your call with Russian President Vladimir Putin today?
Yes.
What did you discuss?
Yes, I had a very good call with President Putin. We had a lot of people on the line from our side, from his side. We were talking about Ukraine, which is just a never-ending fight. And look, there's tremendous hatred between President Putin and President Zelensky. They can't seem to get it together. But I think it was a positive call on that subject. And we obviously talked then about the Middle East. And he wants to be helpful. I said, you could be more helpful by getting the Ukraine-Russia war over with. That would be more helpful. But we had a very good talk, and he wants to be very constructive. Yeah, please. Yeah, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. On Iran, you called it an excursion. You said it would be over soon. Are you thinking this week it will be over?
No,
You're talking
but soon.
about days?
I think soon.
Okay, and with respect
Very soon. Look, everything they have is gone, including their leadership. In fact, there are two levels of leadership, and even actually, as it turns out, more than that. But two levels of leadership are gone. Most people have never even heard about the leaders that they're talking about. So it's obviously been very, very powerful, very effective.
to Cuba, you said that Cuba wants to make a deal.
Yes.
What would the United States get in return for that? And why should Americans trust Marco Rubio to negotiate it?
Well, Marco Rubio is doing a great job. I think he's going to go down as the greatest Secretary of State in history. Look at what we've done as a presidency. Look at what we've done as an administration. They trust Marco, and so do the American people trust. He's been successful no matter where he's been. He also speaks the language, which is always nice and always helpful. But he's dealing, and it may be a friendly takeover. It may not be a friendly takeover. It wouldn't matter because they're down to, as they say, fumes. They have no energy. They have no money. They're in deep trouble on a humanitarian basis. And we don't want to see that, but they were very, very bad to a lot of people, as you know, and a lot of people living on the Cuban American vote, which I got at record levels.
Do you want to carry on playing this, Suleiman?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Successful people in the country. Cuban American business people, some of them are like the most successful in the country. And a lot of them are friends of mine because I've been fighting this battle with them for a long time. The Castro regime was brutal, but they lived off Venezuela. Now they don't live off Venezuela. Sends them no energy, no fuel, no oil, no money, no nothing. They lived without Venezuela. They couldn't have made it. And we cut them off from everything else. So, they're going to make either a deal or we'll do it just as easy anyway. Yeah. Please, go ahead.
There's a footage that shows that an American missile strike and a Tomahawk missile likely destroyed that Iranian girls' school. So will the U.S. accept any responsibility?
Well, I
for
haven't
that strike?
seen it. And I will say that the Tomahawk, which is one of the most powerful weapons around, is used by, sold and used by other countries, that. And whether it's Iran, who also has some Tomahawks, I wish they had more. But whether it's Iran or somebody else, the fact that a Tomahawk is very generic. It's sold to other countries. But that's being investigated right now. Yeah, please.
Thank you. Mr. President, you've said the war is, quote, very complete, but your defense secretary says this is just the beginning. So which is it, and how long should Americans be prepared?
Well, I think you can say both. It's the beginning of building a new country, but they have no Navy, they have no Air Force, they have no anti-aircraft equipment. It's all been blown up. They have no radar, they have no telecommunications, and they have no leadership. It's all gone. So, you could look at that statement. We could call it a tremendous success right now as we leave here. I could call it, or we could go further, and we're going to go further. But the big risk on that war has been over for 3 days. We wiped them out in the first 2 days. When you think about it, it's incredible. We wiped out a big Navy, very powerful Navy. These were ships. These were serious ships. These were ships that you buy when you want to win battles. They're all on the bottom floor. The sailors are all running off their ships. They refuse to get on the ships. The Air Force is gone. Everything's gone. The missiles are down to a trickle. The drones are down to probably 25%, and they'll soon be down to nothing. We'll have where they manufacture the drones are under fire as we speak. They're being hit. So the rest is going to be determination as to my attitude, along with the people in the Trump administration, what we want to do. Thank you. Yeah, please.
Can I ask you, you mentioned you were going to waive certain additional oil waivers or sanctions.
Can you talk a little bit more about that and address in particular?
Well, we're looking to keep the oil prices down. We went artificially up because of this excursion into a very positive thing. I mean, this was an excursion that a lot of people wouldn't have done. I knew oil prices would go up if I did this, and they've gone up probably less than I thought they'd go up. But I don't think anybody thought we were going to be this quickly successful. This was a military success, the likes of which people haven't seen. We have the best military. We have the best equipment. We have, I believe, the best generals. We have the best. And this went very quickly. We talked about that
Thanks for that,
with
Beatrix.
President Putin. He was very
Beatrix, can you hear me?
impressed with what.
Okay, she can. Cool. Thanks for that. So, Joe, are you gonna mention? You gonna go into something?
We have the best blockades. We're gonna blockade the blockade. Like, what do I say to that? I completely lost my train of thought because it just like everything just seems so rehearsed. The way he
You were
says
talking
things.
about the
Is
Epstein thing,
he,
Joa, and
is he attacking right now? He just said he's attacking Iran right now. Didn't you hear that in a press conference? He said, and we're hitting them right now.
I heard it.
Yeah. Is that happening? Beatrix, Solomon?
I don't
Bueller?
know, because somebody
Bueller?
told me he was speaking live and I put it on, but somebody's saying, and I did go to his live and put it on, but somebody's saying that could be from previous, so I don't know now. But it sounds like it's from now because he talked about the negotiation, didn't he?
You probably Beatrixed it, didn't you?
I don't know. Who told me I'm going back?
So, guys, just a quick one, just a reminder. Tomorrow we're gonna be back. We're gonna carry on the space, but I'm saying we're gonna be back tomorrow. We're gonna be earlier, just because we've got a large audience there. We're gonna be back tomorrow for earlier. So we're gonna be back between what is it again? What time is the deadline? It's 2 p.m. So we're gonna be around 1 to 1:30 p.m. That's UK flip. Eastern, it's 9 to 9:30 a.m. Eastern. We're gonna be live. We're gonna be earlier. And the reason is because the blockade, alleged Trump blockade, is gonna start at 10 a.m. So that's that. So make sure if you're on X, you have your notifications on the new channel, which is in the nest. You also, if you're on YouTube, make sure you have your notifications on the new channel, which it's pinned. That would be awesome. So, Joe, that was a bit crazy. Are you saying that basically Melania was basically working as an agent with the Epstein as a basically to get chicks, to get women, to groom them?
No. I'm taking it a different way, and I'd love to hear Dark to make sure I'm not the only one. Like, because you do have to fill in the blanks here, right? So am I just, Candace over here is rubbing off on me, or other people hearing it the same way, which is Melania was basically working for Epstein, and that is what the compromise is on Trump. So if that is the compromise, then who is Melania? Right? It's not just some like honeypot, right? That wouldn't be enough compromise. I mean, that's already obvious, right? What is she? Because her other best friend, the one that worked for her in the White House, she wrote a book, and in that book, the thing that surprised me the most, and that's why I remember it so well, is that no, Melania's extremely involved in the government. Trump runs almost everything by her, right? So I'm like, that's weird. And they're like, oh, is she for all the craziness that Trump does? And like, no, she eggs it on. A lot of times it's her idea. So I'm like, okay, is she the one like leading Trump? Because putting together what these two women are saying, that's actually a possibility. Dark, is it just me, or like, am I out on a limb here, or are you kind of hearing the same thing between the lines?
Yeah, and not only that, did you see the interview where she seemed to speak English a lot more fluently back in that interview? Yeah, the whole thing is just so bizarre. And this new girl, Victoria, that's following the girl from who's down in South
Amanda
America,
or whatever the other one is. Yeah.
Amanda. Right. Then the new one seems like she's ready to go to war. So
Did you see the video of her when Melania sees that it's her?
yeah,
She like
and her
freezes.
eyes.
Yeah, her eyes go real
Yeah.
big. Yeah.
So just to be clear, there was a case in this particular instance. This Victoria girl was actually filming. It looked like an official White House function, and when Melania catches her eye, she freezes, like almost fearfully, and they freeze shot her eyes. Um, just wild stuff, right? Like again, remember, again, we got to go back to where all of this kicked off, right? And all of it kicked off with the Epstein files. It seems like every time we're going to get closer to peace, another shoe drops, right? So this whole Melania thing kicks off just as they're about to go have peace talks, right? And now things are escalating again. So it's just, again, I have no idea. I'm not stating facts by any means. It's just trying to put the pieces together and read between the lines. It just seems that the compromise definitely involves Melania, if it exists at all, and it certainly seems to. And then every time we seem to get closer to peace, something else kicks off that's stranger and weirder than the last time.
So when I asked you that question, right, Doc, about do Americans really care? The reason I asked that is because what happens in the UK, and I'm sure it happens in America, when there's massively damaging news against like the leader, the establishment figures and stuff, it makes the headlines for a little while and then it gets swept under the carpet. And once it gets swept under the carpet, generally speaking, people do forget and move on because they've got everyday life problems, to worry about. But when I asked you that question, a bunch of people on the chat said, no, we do care, Beatrix, we do care because a lot of his supporters, they did support him on that point. And I forgot about that because that was a big thing for his manifesto in the elections, wasn't it? I am going to release the files. So a bunch of people on the YouTube chat were saying, he let us down and stuff. And then other people were saying, yeah, we care because of the morality of it. We want to understand what happened in our country. So I get it. I get that people care. I just don't know how it links to Iran. Like, I think what Joey, you're saying is that as soon as Trump looks like he might be taking an off ramp, something else comes out. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, I mean, even this case that we're talking about right now, my question is this woman really trying to get back her kid, or is this something that Israel spun up to be like almost like a shot in the ear, right? Like, hey, you don't want to do what we want. Don't forget, we still know how to get to you. Do you know what I mean? Like, I don't know. And
Well,
that
to be
sounds
very clear, look, the one thing we do know is that Israel is not happy with leaving Iran in the condition they're in now, right? That's clear. They want to see complete destruction and the Gazification of Tehran and complete regime change. That's what they want. And then every time we seem to be, trying to wind this thing down or trying to find an off ramp, another shoe drops, Epstein related. So, it's just putting one and one together, you end up with two.
like, I actually don't know why people watch TV anymore. The second season of Trumpstein has been incredible. Like, the turns and twists that we've had this season are insane. Like, I don't know why people watch TV.
Oh my God, Joe. Why do you have to reduce it? It's Joe.
Bro,
All
that's
with
what it
them.
feels like. It feels like I've never experienced this in my entire life. And we know a lot of stuff has happened from Reagan to Bush 1. I mean, all of them from Clinton, like they all have a story, right? Like Bush was the thing against the lobbyists and then getting the Israeli PM to finally go to sign the peace deal, but then he gets assassinated when he goes back by his rival, which was Netanyahu. Then you have Clinton, who's getting blowjobs, and someone saving cum on a dress in order to get at him. Like then you have Bush that looks like he couldn't pass and addition, like using addition and subtraction and math. Like then you had Obama, who put on a smile, sold you a story, but then is the guy who actually deported the most people at the time and bombed the most countries, and then turned his back on Detroit and left the dirty water in order to protect the company. Like it's like everything you have a story. This one is just it's absolutely insane. You have a guy who's made more money in the past year than he did his other 77 years on on planet Earth, right? You have a Mossad agent who ran a sex ring, who's also pedophilic, who has ties possibly to Melania now, but also to every single other world leader, who was dating the daughter of the most famous Mossad agent ever, who controlled all the school books in America. Do you see what I'm like? This one is every presidency wrapped up in one when it comes to like storylines.
And don't leave out the World Liberty Financial story that's starting to break.
Oh yeah, that's
which
crazy.
is just, yeah, I mean, it's beyond crazy.
That to
right?
me
Like,
is a
that is-
CBDC. A CBDC and getting paid. Investors weren't investing; they were getting pardons. Did you saw about the smart contract,
yeah.
right?
Yeah, the pardons, and then Justin Sun came out about the smart contract. But how about them pledging their shit token as good collateral in a DeFi platform and taking out hundreds of millions of dollars? I mean, it just keeps going, right? Like this
which
thing.
is why the founder of FTX is in jail right now, because he did that.
Joa, I need to tell you, somebody on the chat, Obsessed Sports, has said, tell Joa that Amanda's best friend, Zampoli, was at the Islamabad talks just now, the ones in Pakistan. So, and then he said, can someone please tell Joa that, please, Sully? Listen,
this chick is
Obsessed
serious.
Sports, you don't ask Sully to relay messages from the chat. I do it from the chat. I'm the chat girl, right? Yeah, that's what he wanted me to tell you.
Then just to add another wrinkle to the story, there was an open source intel report that 4 telephone numbers that were in Islamabad at the talks, Israeli right-wing telephone numbers, were also 4 numbers that were at the Charlie Kirk assassination. I mean,
Yeah,
it's like, it's crazy.
the delegation said the delegation said that they worried that they were geolocated, before they went into Islamabad, given that this was probably the whole negotiation scene was a chance to geolocate all the delegates there, so for future assassinations.
Do you know what I do think though? I think that given everything that's already dropped in terms of the emails, the photos, the recordings of Trump. I mean, not even from the Epstein files, but I played a compilation once on this space right here of the things he said of his daughter when his daughter was a child. It was like disgusting pedophilic kind of thoughts about your own daughter. And given all of that's out there, I just think, what is there that could be so much worse? If what you're saying is true, that I've got him back to
Melania
rights.
was Mossad, if Melania was a Mossad agent, or not even a Mossad agent, but worked for Epstein as an agent, that would be worse, Beatrix. That would be way worse.
But he'd just dump her. He wouldn't go all out and have war and stuff to protect her. I probably think good riddance. I don't even have to give her no prenup money, nothing. That's the guy he is.
Worse than raping and killing, raping and unaliving 13-year-old girls.
For American people, that is the worst you could do. It's the worst you could do, and I don't know why people are putting. Well, they can't pinpoint it on Trump, right? There is nothing in there that has Trump red-handed as a pedophile. It's not there, right? So nothing happens in that direction. If you have a first lady who's working for a foreign government, then yes, you have a problem.
It's not there from the files. It's not there conclusively from the files that were released.
Right.
But
And
30% of the files that were released.
yeah, I understand that. And there's a senator that came out and said that he has seen the other files, and Trump is mentioned over 1 million times. He's mentioned more than Epstein is mentioned in the rest of the files that have not been released. but still, there's not a single piece of evidence that concludes that he's a pedo.
Just claims from witnesses, eyewitnesses.
Right, exactly.
So what do you think?
And that's
So we've got
why
another.
no,
Sorry, go ahead.
yeah, that's why no one's. That's why Americans have not done anything about it.
So we have Trump who's just come out and confirmed that the blockade on the Strait of Hormuz will begin at 10 a.m. tomorrow morning. Go ahead, Beatrix.
No, I was just going to ask Joa and Dark, what do you think's going to happen now? Because somebody came on this YouTube a while ago and said, I have no idea what's going on anymore and what's going to happen. Like, can somebody just like bring me up to speed? And I thought, do you know what? You're speaking my mind. I have no idea what's going to happen. I'm in a blockade on a blockade. Like, what do you actually think really is going to happen tomorrow?
Hey, can I just chime in here?
Go for it, Gary. I can't see you, but I can hear you.
Yeah, good evening. As I think through what the way I've heard it is that, hey, Trump's going to put the U.S. military there to basically, hey, the whole world's going to suffer. We're not going to pick winners and losers and friends and buddies and tariffs and no tariffs. I'm not suggesting that I like where we're at, but in that we are where we are, this most certainly would get everybody around the table. If you stop all the barrels, create an intense amount of pain, maybe that's what we need. I just hope he has the balls to follow through it. I can't imagine someone not testing that. So should be an interesting day tomorrow. Do you guys hear what I'm saying? Like, hey, this would just get everybody to the table quickly.
It could. I mean, it could. I mean, I think what the way Iran responds is they get the Houthis to put a blockade on the blockade of the blockade, right? And then the Red Sea's closed. Because what other option do
Well,
they have?
then you have people that are already cocked and locked with just more reason to let's roll, let's rock and
Yeah,
roll.
that's when I think sentiment shifts. Okay, and that's what I was trying to say a few days ago, and I got a ton of hate that Americans won't shift. They know Iran's the good guy here.
The people who are just not geopolitically aware, they just don't even know. Like, they don't know what's going on. They're just like, oh, thanks. Like, they're blaming Iran already. But yeah, people who are politically aware, they obviously know it's America. But those who are not politically aware, they just don't know what's going on, and they'll be like, oh, it's because of Iran.
Yeah, I'm saying, hey, you could easily shift opinion still. And but Sully, why didn't you help out? I had like a 3-hour argument. I forget. I think it was with resistance.
I literally agreed with you. I
Basically the
literally
whole
said,
panel.
bro,
And
I
everyone on
literally jumped
YouTube,
in.
all the YouTube guys were like, "Oh, Joe was Mossad. Was he at?"
No, I agreed with you in the sense of, so there's I agreed with you and largely, but I disagreed on one element. So I agreed with you that you can change political sentiment very, like, and people are easily manipulated, and you've seen that throughout history. I said this thing here, and I said, like, yeah, you can change direction, you can change opinions, you can mold mine, you can do a propaganda campaign on it. Remember, you mentioned the Muslim argument. I said you're quite right that was the plan if it wasn't for Epstein. Don't you remember this conversation when I jumped in? I said you're quite right.
Yeah,
The bit
that
the
you
bit
agreed
where
with.
the bit where I think that it won't be as easy is because what you've got is 70 or 88% of people already against Israel, and you're shifting the other way. To shift the other way takes even more hard work and effort, and I'm saying that's not as easy. We did that, so it is possible.
Yeah, but
Because
you
we
could
shifted.
take it. But you can mold
But it
it
will
to
take time.
take Israel out of the conversation.
No,
This
but
is
it'll take time.
just Iran
Nah,
versus
bro, you can't
America.
get these guys out of the conversation. They're going to be in every card room, every table, every discussion.
I'm saying with the American people, you think if America framed it as this is Iran versus America, that's somehow Israel gets thrown in there also?
I think
Already,
Israel. I
they
think
all
it. I don't
they
think.
already are.
Yeah, exactly. I
Look
think
at all the big right-wing political commentators. They're all like Tucker Carlson's now literally going on American media, British media, and literally saying it's not even America, it's Israel. America, Trump and Keir Starmer are slaves to Israel. He's literally saying that on mainstream media.
yeah,
Interesting.
I agree. And Trump's not helping when he says, hey, these guys are idiots. These people have massive followings, okay? And by the way, they're not idiots. They're some of the most articulate people I've ever heard speak. They're most certainly not talking heads. Like they have an opinion, man. And they're well studied. Wouldn't we love a lot of journalism like that?
They're actually really highly educated. If you look at the qualifications and the academia of the people that went to Islamabad, highly educated. And when he does make statements like that, I think you're right, Gary. It discredits him massively.
Oh,
And
absolutely
believe,
it does.
yeah, and people are still looking to him, to at least give some direction. He could still just by walking back some of the language and some of the attacks and some of
He
the
could win me back, okay? Like I could easily fall into the era that I've already made. But like there's still 1% of me thinking, okay, man, I sure hope my brother's right, dude. I want Grant to be right. And I don't think he is. But
Yeah.
I'd love him to be right. And if Trump came out right now and said, wow, we had a plan here. This was the plan. We're throwing Israel under the bus. Blah blah blah. We've sorted the whole thing out. I'd be like, all right, let's get back on the plan now. But I got good money that says I'm not going to hear that.
Yeah, yeah. I just
Not a
want to read
chance.
these. Yeah, yeah, I agree, Gary. Read these chats. Nella says, hi, Suleiman. Following up, ham radio lets licensed operators communicate directly by radio waves. No internet or cell towers is used for emergencies, long distance contacts, and global chats. Guys, let me know how I can get this because if the world ends, you need me on your radio wave telling you what's going on. Where are you going to get the breaking news if the internet goes down?
You should have a ham radio for sure. Everybody should investigate in ham radios
Yeah,
and some walkie-talkie stuff like that.
oh,
yeah.
great idea. I used to have those as a kid. I'm getting
No,
walkie-talkies.
no, wait, not you. We don't want you on the radio. This is if the
Solomon,
world
can you
ends,
imagine if that's who's on the other end?
bro. That's what I'm saying. Not you. That's what I just said. Not you, bro. The world. It'll be like the end of the world, and then they'll hear Beatrix. She's
I'm
telling us
writing
off.
down
The
ham
whereabout.
radio. I'm
No, don't
writing
write
this
it down.
down.
Scribble it off. Scribble it off. Okay, and we
Ham
got
radio.
Sarah says, Suleiman, please take time to read about California pistachio and the link to Iranian airstrikes in Gaza. I did do a quick Google search when he said it. Seems interesting. Adam says, Donald Trump said he'd date Ivanka Trump. Man treats family trees like dating apps. That's funny. Okay, guys, listen up. Some
Can I say
important.
one thing, please? Sorry,
You
just
gotta be
Suleiman on the
fast. You gotta be
chat.
fast.
Listen, yeah, Joa, don't be attacking our chat just because they called you out. They're saying he's a Mossad guy. What did they say? Little Saint Jonah strikes again. Don't be attacking them for speaking the truth. Okay, I got their back. Go on, Suleiman, back to you.
L. This guys, don't be simps, bro. Don't be simps. Okay, guys, listen. We are gonna wrap up because we're starting early tomorrow. We're gonna be back at 1 p.m. Sorry, 9 a.m. Eastern. Between 9 and 9:30 a.m. Eastern, most likely closer to 9 a.m. Eastern. So make sure you got your notifications on the X, on the YouTube. On the YouTube, we're gonna literally go on the new channel. So you need to be on there on the new channel. Uh, um, to watch it. So that's very, very important. So make sure you've got the link. The link's everywhere on the new channel. And we're going to be back on there. So make sure you got your X notifications on. Normally we start at 1 p.m. Eastern. This time we're starting earlier. So therefore you need to be ready for that. We will be back tomorrow. But that being said, guys, we are wrapping up. So we have got a video going out on the new channel. So watch the video, give it support, and also on that channel, subscribe to it and put your notifications on. And you need your notifications on because like you'll know when we're going live tomorrow. So that's the only way you're gonna know. So yeah, that tweet's in the nest. It's in the nest, and it's in the nest, and I'm sure the admin is gonna put the put it on the thing. What's it called again? On the YouTube chat. But yeah, we are wrapping up. So much love to each and every single one of you. Appreciate you guys joining in. Appreciate you guys listen. Wait, let me just put it. Okay, there you go. I put it in the chat, in the YouTube chat, and okay, it's not in the comments. God, I gotta do. What is Beatrix? Beatrix,
I'm
bro.
doing
What?
it. It's
Oh,
all
yeah,
in the. I've done it loads of times. Oh my
are you sure?
god.
Are you sure? Are you
Yeah.
sure? Okay, I will allow it then. Wait, where's it? Okay, I'm putting it in the X comments now. There we go. We will be back tomorrow. Very important day tomorrow. The Strait of Hormuz blockade begins. What's going to happen? Is there going to be oil tankers that are blown up? Is there going to be a nightmare between Russia, China, and America? So much can happen. Oh, check Trump's last Truth Social. I was about to wrap up there, but I hope it's not, blagging it, beloved. Social. But yeah, while I'm getting that Truth Social post, make sure you're all doing what we said and going to the other one. Okay. No, there is no other Truth Social. What are you talking about? Why would you say that? There is one. There isn't.
It's that Pope one you read. It's that Pope one you read. I think that's the latest, isn't it?
Oh, yeah, there is a little. Pope Leo is weak on crime and terrible for foreign policy. He talked about fear of the Trump administration, but didn't mention the fear that the Catholic Church and all other church organizations had during COVID, when they were arresting priests, ministers, and everyone else for holding church services, even when going outside and being 10 and even 20 feet apart. I like this brother Leo much better than I like him because Louis is all MAGA. He gets it, and I think Leo doesn't. I don't want a pope who thinks it's okay for Iran to have a nuclear weapon. I don't want a pope who thinks it's terrible that America attacked Venezuela, a country that was sending massive amounts of drugs. Someone's wrote this because he attacked Pope Leo publicly on video. So this is a kind of his team has put this out. This is not him. Drugs and even emptying the prisons, including murderers, drug dealers, and killers in our country. And I don't want a pope who criticized the president of the United States of America because I'm doing exactly what I was elected in a landslide to do, setting records, low numbers in crime, and creating the greatest stock market in history. Leo should be thankful because, as everyone knows, he was a shocking surprise. He wasn't on anyone's list to be pope and was only put there by the church because he was an American, and they thought that would be the best way to deal with Donald J. Trump. If I wasn't in the White House, Leo wouldn't be in the Vatican. Unfortunately, Leo's weak on crime, weak on nuclear weapons, does not sit well with me, nor does the fact that he meets with Obama sympathizers like David Axelrod, a loser from the left who is one of those who wanted churchgoers and clerics to be arrested. Leo should get his act together as Pope, use common sense, stop catering to the radical left, and focus on being a great Pope, not a politician. It's hurting him very badly, and more importantly, it's hurting the Catholic Church. President Donald J. Trump. I think his team have put that out there because he attacked Pope Leo. So that's what
They
happened
didn't
there.
attack him. They threatened his life.
Oh, they threatened his life. That's even worse, bro.
Yeah. Yeah,
Oh
they
my
said
God,
they were
Joe.
going to bring. They said they were going to bring back the. They're like, oh, don't forget. Forget the name of it. Avalon Papacy. Like, basically, when the French took the Pope out of the Vatican and then beat him to death in France. And here's like, yeah, don't forget that this happens. We can bring that back.
Yeah, that's crazy. Okay. Bang out wall as well. Okay, guys, go to the tweet in the nest. Go to the tweet in the YouTube comments. And I'll see you there tomorrow. We're going to be back. Have your YouTube notifications, your X notifications on 9 a.m. East. Shit, it's not 9 a.m. Eastern, is it? No, 9 a.m. Eastern. Yeah, that's right. 9 a.m. Eastern, 2 p.m. No, wait. What time did we tell everybody? Yeah, we did say 9 a.m. Eastern, right? The blockade starts at 10 a.m. Eastern. 9 a.m.
Yeah,
Eastern,
and now
2
you know
p.m.
why I can't be on time because I get confusing, conflicting times given to me like
Fake
that.
news, 9 a.m. Eastern. Okay, guys, see you guys tomorrow, 9 a.m. Eastern, 2 p.m. UK. Appreciate you guys joining in. Appreciate you guys listening. And for sure, we'll see you next time.